Good morning, good day and good evening. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Monday? Hope you guys had a good weekend. First one in today, none other than spectacular. Good to see you, mate. Second place we have Mosta, and third we have Pirogi. We also have Kita in here. Hope you're doing well, man. I was faster? True, you actually were. That one, I have one so StreamerBot actually sends that one for me automatically, but you did do it faster, so appreciate you getting rid of the bot as well, Spec. Codin, welcome in by Vindopark, kommer jag. Hope you're doing well. So, plan today is that we are... Holy shit, that was a very Swedish we, wasn't it? We are going today. Today we are going to work a little bit on Shroud of Gloom. Yes, that is the plan for today. It's been a little bit since we worked on Shroud of Gloom. Obviously, we took a little detour here. And accidentally made a fucking marble game. It wasn't the intention to spend that much time on it, but hey, you know what? We are back. Strom, welcome in, man. Marbles today, correct? No, we will not do marbles today. I mean, we might run a little marble race or whatever, but we're not going to work on the game today. Even though there still are a few things we need to improve with that little side project, you know, it shouldn't be the priority. My plan was to spend like 1 or 2 streams making that game. I think it ended up being like 5 or something, so, you know, it's the whole thing about game dev to begin with, isn't it? Like, everything just takes like more than twice the amount of time that you think it's going to do. Like, even when you get to the point where you feel like, okay, I'm actually getting better at like scope management, I have a better idea of like, you know, how to gauge my work and so on. Still, you can't win. You can't win. Finally, the side project, yeah, exactly. What is this game about again? I don't fucking remember, man, but we'll see if we can get back into it. It's actually been quite a few weeks. This is by far the longest break we've had from Shroud of Gloom since we started working on it. Which is funny for anyone who's unaware, but we are like a few weeks away from having worked on this game for a full year. Which is pretty insane, if you ask me. Also, Snowy, thank you very much for the follow that during the intro. I appreciate you, man. Detour, you went on vacation. I did go on vacation as well, like proper vacation. So I think we maybe missed out on like 1.5 weeks of Shroud of Gloom development because of the side project, and then another week because of the holiday. 4 months in a manner, some time ago, yeah. 90% took 2 days, final 10% took 2. Yeah, true, but that is always the case, isn't it? Like what is it, like 80-20 rule or whatever, the last 20% will take like 80% of the work. Do you know what I mean? Tommy Gaming, welcome in. Good to have you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Anyone do anything fun this weekend? I had a pretty chill weekend. I didn't do too much. I did play a little bit more D&D. I'm getting a little bit obsessive, guys. It's getting a little bit. We are like starting to lean towards the dangerous side of my obsessions, where stuff ends up taking up a little bit too much time and focus for me, but fucking hell, it's pretty interesting, you know. Still haven't, you know, still not playing it properly or whatever, but it's fun. It's fun. So we're gonna implement so you can play marbles with the monster. That would be fun. All good, hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Wakacha, good to see ya. Went out of town for my anniversary, took a coastal trip down the state looking at lighthouses, was fun times. Ooh, not too shabby, Strom. Not too shabby. Hope you had a good time, man. Sounds like it. So your anniversary with your missus? Nice stuff. Yeah, I didn't do too much. Like I said, I spent a little bit of time looking into some more D&D stuff and so on, which was fun. I've been writing some of my own tables and stuff for, you know, random events and shit like that. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Other than that, I found out something pretty cool. I don't know if you guys know about this, but I think it's fairly cool. Did you guys know that I think the 3rd and the 5th edition of D&D was actually published, or rather like a rudimentary version of it. Like, it's not the full thing, but quite a lot of it was published into Creative Commons 4. So like with attribution, you can basically use this to make a incredibly D&D-like game without having to pay any royalties or anything whatsoever to Wizards of the Coast, the people who made D&D. So almost every single race is in here. I don't think it's literally every single one, but almost everyone. Like, there's only like half-elves, you don't have like the sub-races or whatever. But then you have like classes and the literal like the abilities, like reckless attack, brutal critical, relentless rage. Like a shit ton of this stuff is not in the public domain, but it is in Creative Commons 4, which basically means that as long as you like credit them somewhere, you can use all of this for like commercial projects and stuff, which I think is pretty fucking cool, to be honest. And here are all of the spells you can use. And like this project, like, you know, it's clauses, it's spells, it's even like the rules from D&D, like how stuff works and so on, as well as a bunch of enemies and so on as well, objects, poisons, potions, magic items. Like, I was pretty impressed by this. So obviously you'd have to be a little bit careful, because there are still certain things, like obviously you can't use like the D&D logo, or certain like subclasses are still copyrighted, certain enemies like those like classic like beholders and stuff like that are not in this, so you wouldn't be able to use those. But like this is like hundreds of pages of stuff that you can use, which I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. So I think the reason for why they made this is so that people can basically build their own campaigns and items and so on, like which is compatible to D&D. But as far as I've understood so far, you could even use this for like a video game and stuff. So certainly something that one could take a lot of inspiration from. So I'm kind of thinking potentially after we finish Shroud of Gloom, maybe go back to something like Hall of Honor and see. It could be interesting to maybe make it a little bit more D&D-like, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. Been playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Vifi for a couple of nights now. Really fun. I've been playing it a little bit as well, and that basically seems like D&D in a video game. Like everything is very, very much taken from D&D, right? But those for Baldur's Gate, I don't think they used something like this. I think they have like a proper what do you call it? License with them too, because they have like everything, like all of the subclasses and everything. Here, this is a little bit more rudimentary. Like, obviously, I was surprised at how much is in here, but I think if we're speaking about like classes and so on, I think it's like one subclass per class, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the case. You know, order of combat, resting, food and water. There's so much in here, which I don't know. I was pretty impressed by this. What like constitution, what all of the different skills or whatever do. ability checks, proficiency bonus. There's so much in here. But like I said, I am fairly certain that with like Barbarian, for example, I do think there's only... You basically are locked into one subclass. Which I don't know if it says here, but I think someone who knows D&D more than me might even be able to figure it out just from reading the skills you get and so on. Primal Ferocity. It sounds like you're that like animal type barbarian. I think like for the fighter you would be like the champion. Like you can't play... You wouldn't be able to make like an Eldritch Knight or whatever. You probably could make something similar. Like you could make your own type of Eldritch Knight. But I don't think you could call it an Eldritch Knight. And like you can't take like a literal text from D&D or whatever for it. But yeah, I thought this was kind of cool. Thinking about getting into Fallout TTRPG, it uses the 2D20 system, but oh, interesting, I barely knew there was one. What do you mean by 2D20 system? Oh, do you mean like just for like for when you would roll for like hitting someone or whatever, would you use 2 instead? New side project incoming, exactly. No, I think obviously using this, which I am very interested in doing, it would be kind of cool. I don't know if I would make like a full-on, like unofficial D&D game, or whether I would just take some inspiration from this and so on. Slightly unsure, but I am kind of interested in doing it. However, obviously this would end up being like a scope creep type game. Like this would have to be like a main project thing, which means that there's no way we can justify starting something like that until Shroud of Gloom is finished. Baldur's Gate 3 is kind of like D&D, like simplified D&D with easy mode. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, some things are definitely simplified. I mean, I still think they do, like, checks for, you know, hitting the enemies and rolling your damage and whatnot. But obviously those are made in the background instead, because I think combat would end up being a little bit too slow if you had to, like, roll dice for all of that. But obviously, if you try to like intimidate someone or persuade someone, you still get to like roll a d20 in the game and stuff, which is a little bit fun in my opinion. Yet another D&D game, true, that would be the title. I think the lore, items and world is behind copyright. Yeah, a lot of it is. Like, I did see that stuff like the Underdark, for example, that is still part of the copyright. But I think, like, in terms of the characters, you could still use quite a lot. Or, like, the races. It's like... or maybe not, it doesn't actually... it does describe a lot about the races, though. Elves love freedom, variety, and self-expression. Lean strongly towards gentler aspects of chaos. But they did have a section here where they talk about product identity, which I think are not open content, which means this is some of the stuff that you wouldn't be able to use, such as D&D, Player Handbook, Dungeon Master, etc. Forgotten Realms, which is a campaign, I think, Faerun, which is like the D&D world. Proper names, which would be like, you know, actual names of characters and so on, including those in the name of spells. I think a common example here is someone's vicious laughter or something like that. I think there's a spell called. In this document, that one is just called vicious laughter, because you can't have the proper name in that, so that one has to be removed. Red Wizards of Thay, so certain enemies, the Underdark places. So yeah, a lot of the stuff you still cannot use. Mind Flayers, Beholders, Githyanki. So here, one of the races you're not allowed to use. But like, I was still very much surprised at how much they basically give away for for free here. I thought it was kinda... It's a little bit good guy. I know that, I think they, when I did read about this, it seemed like they actually had some little controversy a few years ago or something, because they did something that wasn't as good, so a lot of people who like made a living on making D&D content or so, got kind of fucked over, and I think from what I understand, I'm paraphrasing here, it seems like they ended up basically walking back on that and instead deciding to basically make it into Creative Commons. Damage formulas and point attributions are really, really valuable. That takes a lot of time to get right. Yeah, that's one of the main things I was surprised that they actually had. Like, not just that they give you some of the enemies, but they literally give you the stats for the enemies. Like, this is the health points, this is the strength they have, this is the abilities. So, like, you could save quite a lot of balance in using something like this. After I finish Shroud of Gloom, you're gonna get hooked even more shortly and you will hop on the side project again. Nah. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is official. Yeah, exactly. I think they have like an actual licensing agreement with them or something. You got sound issues, or is it just me? I don't know. Let me know. Sometimes I have a tendency to put my mic a bit too close, so I might get some peaking. I don't know if that was the issue, but... Is the name of the system, not sure the details are slightly different in the D&D 5e one. For... Wait, for Baldur's Gate you mean? Frosten, welcome in. Hadouken as well. I don't know if I said hi to you, but good to have you guys. Whale, welcome in too. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Baldur's Gate 3 rolls for everything. It's behind the engine, but it does roll for every action. Yeah, that's what I meant. You just don't get to do it yourself, which is what you most of the time would do in D&D, right? I mean, I suppose you do have passive rolls in D&D too, don't you? Because you have like passive perception, I think, which I assume is something that you technically wouldn't roll for. Like there, I think the DM might be able to just go, oh, because you have 15 in passive perception, you notice this thing. I think that's how it works, but let me know if that's incorrect, if anyone has more experience. I think coming up with the world and characters is the best part. I wouldn't even want to take them from D&D directly. Yeah, I think that is a good shout as well, like, because obviously that like world creation is a bit of the fun part of game design as well. Just planning a D&D side project? Not again. No, we're not. I'm not planning a D&D side project. I'm potentially planning a like slightly D&D like main project, but that would end up being, as I said, after Shroud of Gloom. Like, I can't, you know, no way I'm ever gonna have more than like one big project on my hands at once, because I wouldn't be able to handle that. Like, taking a few streams to work on a silly little marble minigame, I'm fine with being able to do something like that every once in a while, but I'm not gonna start like another big old project. I only hear some annoying voice, otherwise all good. Okay, fam. Oh, I'm in the 2D20. Okay. Hey, Mosta, with the 20 bits, a natural 20. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate ya. Is the name of the system, not sure the details, but slightly different than D&D 5th edition one. Okay, I see what you mean. I'm at Act 3 in Silksong now. Damn, nice. Are you enjoying it? I still never played any Hollow Knight, but I do want to try it at some point. Jin, good to have ya. Hope you've been well. It's kinda going to use the D&D damage system for my turn-based fighting. The visual/animation is like Octopath, but damage is based on D&D. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of... And Mosta with the fucking Prime subscription as well. Absolute legend. Thank you very much, Mosta. That is very much appreciated. Absolute legend. Also, not because he's paying me money, but did you guys know that Mozda is yet another game developer here on Twitch.tv, doing a bunch of cool pixel art and stuff as well. Go and check him out if you haven't. Yeah, just I think the interesting thing about the D&D system is like a lot of the D20 checks and so on. That's kind of what I would be quite interested in maybe borrowing for a game, having like the D20 checks maybe with modifiers, and at that point you could even use the D20s for stuff like hitting enemies and so on as well. It's I think the main thing I'm interested in is like the actual like the D20 system, where potentially you would maybe even roll dice. I don't know, I think Baldur's Gate does it pretty well. I don't know if rolling dice in combat is a good decision. Like, potentially doing like a very, very simplified system similar to Baldur's Gate, but obviously not like a open world RPG or whatever. Like, it would end up being something smaller, more arcadey or roguelike or whatever. But basically maybe having that, well, you can do like certain skill checks and so on, but then maybe in combat we use it behind the scenes, but it still like flows a little bit. But with numbers, so easier to use a system that already calculated for me, yeah. I literally bought this shout out. Nah. No. Tip Morsi type shit. Real-time D&D would go crazy. What do you mean real-time D&D? Oh, do you mean like actual, like doing it legitimately like D&D is? Is that what you mean? By the way, have you played Borderlands 4, Chappie? I have not. I don't know if I played the Borderlands before that either. I played a shit ton of Borderlands 1 back in the day. It was like my favorite game for a long time. I played quite a bit of Borderlands 2 as well. But since then, I've touched a few of them, but yeah, I don't know. How about the combat? Is it turn-based JRPG or turn-based strategy tactics style? Do you mean for my potential future game? I think I would make it a little bit more JRPG style. I mean, I'm thinking about basically converting Hall of Honor, the game I was working on before. So it would be that like kind of Darkest Dungeon-like combat, but then maybe implementing more like D&D systems around the combat and so on. And behind the scenes in the combat. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. Oh, D&D but not turn-based? Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I'm loving Borderlands 4. Oh, are you playing it, Wakacha? Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are like that? Wait, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, are they not turn-based? Oh, interesting. Was the state of the Viking game? It looked so cool. Yeah, that is the game I'm talking about. I'm thinking about potentially, after Shroud of Gloom, maybe going back to the Viking game and then like taking a bit of D&D inspiration and throwing into it as well. It would end up easily being my biggest game so far. Like, the thing is that I have both of the old Hall of Honors still on my PC. I have both the deck builder and the turn-based game. Just, yeah, if you watch the video, you saw that I did end up restarting it from scratch. Oh, yeah, we can boot it up. We can boot it up quickly and have a look. Is it made sustainably, or would you begin a new project and just take the assets? I think if I end up starting this project, which I probably will once we finish Shroud of Gloom, I think I would still end up making an entirely new project and just nicking some of the ideas and the assets from the game. Because the main issue, I think, is that last time I worked on this, the last update I published to this game was in July of 2024. So it's been like almost 1.5 years since I worked on this game, and I think I have improved a lot. I haven't actually looked at the code in this game, but I would very much suspect that I would cringe a bit looking at it, so I feel like just starting with a clean slate would probably be easier. I think Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are kind of resolving the combat in a turn-based manner for ordering reasons, but for the player's perspective there's no turns. Oh, interesting. I'd be so good at real-time chess. Well, to be fair, if you're playing like Blitz or whatever, that almost is real-time chess, holy shit. Made sense? Yeah, I think it would end up being easier for me. Scripts are the most important to bring along from project to project, so having the code that can be standalone / full system is always good. Just export package with dependencies and you're Gucci. But the interesting thing is that I think I would end up taking more from Shroud of Gloom than I would from the last version of Hall of Honor. Because in Shroud of Gloom I could still take a lot of like the generic systems, like the event bus and like everything in terms of like the application settings and stuff like that. But I don't know, we should have a little look at some of the code in this game, but I very much suspect that I probably used a bit too much ChatGPT. There's probably some weird stuff in here. I'm probably doing some very unnecessary stuff. Because, like, since I started streaming game development, I have improved so much that I would be surprised if I didn't cringe at the code in this game. Here we have it. This is the second version, so this was after the reboot, when I scrapped the deck builder and ended up doing it turn-based instead. If you cringe at the older code, it means you're learning and improving. That's always a good thing. Yeah. I think so too. Chubby's next main project should be just a coding architecture project, maybe incremental game. Could be good as well. To be fair though, I kind of feel like at this point, I feel like after everything I've learned through Shroud of Gloom, I think I have enough experience to at least not completely fuck up the architecture, like I did in some of the older games. Now, to be fair, the marble one is all messy, but that's because, you know, obviously it's a very small scope and I didn't really care enough. Let's start with the side project right now. No, we're not. Like small and short. Ironically, Shroud of Gloom was supposed to be small and short. But yeah, this was the first game, so here, or the second version of this game, I ended up taking a lot of inspiration from Darkest Dungeon. I mean, let's be honest here, this is basically a Darkest Dungeon ripoff at this point. Like, you know, we have pretty much the same stats, the same resistances, like even the layout of the UI is very much inspired from Darkest Dungeon. We can inspect the enemies here. I'm blocking it a little bit, but let me put myself up here instead. So, you know, it's a bit of randomized stuff here now, where this is the same enemy, but, you know, it's a bit of randomized health, so one of them ended up getting a lot more health. We have a random turn order as well. The plan was to show that up here, which I'm not. And that's where I use... How do I calculate that? Is that like... speed. I probably do something and take the speed into account for like how likely you are to start, I think. Art looks amazing. Thank you, Keita. Gives me Adventure Quest and Dragon Fable vibes. Love it. Well, it's a good rip-off. Copyright infringement. Don't know if it's enough to be considered that, but because to be fair, I did have some. I had a lot of plans that were going to be a bit different to Darkest Dungeon, but like the combat is very much like very inspired from Darkest Dungeon. So we are starting as this character, which is the Sage Kona. Also have random names to him as well. I randomized all of the names of your characters. So I know that right now stun is absolutely OP because I don't think you can actually miss. So if I do that, I think it's guaranteed that this one won't be able to attack. Like, for some reason, I have like misses when you attack and so on. You could miss, but when it comes to stunning, that ability is just too OP. There's also no like cooldowns or amount of times you can do it, so she will literally, if you're up against one enemy, you can almost keep him stunned the entire time. It's very well balanced, is what I'm trying to say. And to dodge plagiarism, call it Dark Dungeon. What's up, Lyomotek? How you doing? Good to see ya. So it's just the same genre? Yeah, basically. Same subgenre and take on the subgenre? Yeah. Where are you making a new game? I am not making a new game. I'm looking at one of my old games. This was one of the games I was working on before I started Shredder Bloom. There is a boss in here as well. I don't know if we're gonna be able to take it, but here, the same thing as well. Some small things I haven't sorted out yet. Like, this one has 2 abilities that attack the target, but one also has 20% chance to stun them. Since there's no cooldowns or anything, there is literally no reason whatsoever to not use this one every time. So, and that was one of the main things that made me feel like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this. Like, the amount of balancing you would have to end up doing for a game like this is kind of insane. Shite. I was hoping to get my life steal there. Oh, there's also a big glitch here as well. Better try buff yourself plus 10% dodge, accuracy and crit. This one stacks, and it doesn't get removed in between different combat scenarios right now. So if you just keep spamming this one on yourself, you will eventually end up having 100% dodge rate, 100% accuracy, and 100% crit rate. We finished Marbles, we're finishing the old side project. No, we are not finishing this. We are just having a look at it, because we started talking about it. That's why we take the balancing from D&D. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought as well. Like, it's a easy way to get a little bit of a early boost in terms of balancing. Just taking a lot of that kind of aspect from something like D&D, because then at least I don't have to start from scratch. Like, I can get some baseline balancing into the game.
Spectacular One challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! This looks really good. Thank you, Snowday. I appreciate that. And welcome in, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Okay, before we see if I make it to the last boss here or not, Spectacular wants to have a little marble race against the community. So let's do it. This was the other side project that we recently finished the first version of. It's still a little bit messy. It's still a little bit in the, like, prototype-ish phase, but... Spectacular, which map would you like? And as the challenger, let's do it quickly. Wait, not a poll, that's not what I want. Let's do it quickly. A prediction here as well. Will spectacular win is the question. Let's do a 2-minute poll starting now. 2, you want a Giga Plinko? Let's go for it. Let's do... Maybe we go 5 default marbles and 10 for subscribers. Let's try that. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want some marbles in the race, type !join. Gotta go now, brother. Have a lovely rest of your stream. No worries, Mosta. Thank you very much for that Prime sub again. I do appreciate ya, and see you next time, man. Let's see. Holy shit, we have 700 points. Thinking, no, 3,000 on spectacular winning. We have 15,000 on spectacular losing. What if I will not join and I bet I won't win? You can't do that. It's in the fine print that you're not allowed to do that. Saxy Dutch, good to see ya. BN Apps, nice to have you as well. Hope you're doing good, guys. I only get 5 because Chappie starts stream during school hours. Wait, what you mean? Why would you only get 5? You should get 10, shouldn't you? Yeah, I think you have 10. Because you do have a sub. Spectacular betting against themselves. Smart. Wait, he actually did. Fucking hell. That is so funny. Cheats bets on Spectacular winning. Spectacular himself bet on him losing. To be fair though, if Spectacular wins this, a lot of points are gonna go to the believers. Let me see here. We have 4 people that will end up splitting 15,000. Otherwise, if Spectacular loses, we will have 3 people splitting 3,000 points. Obviously, statistically speaking, there's a smaller chance of him winning than not winning, so it is a safer bet. But, you know, it's risk versus reward, isn't it? How many marbles does this system handle without physics going bad? I think, depending on the map, this one I could probably do 1,000 or something without too much issue. I have one map with like a flipper that becomes like a physics sinkhole. That one, if we start hitting like 600 marbles or something, it starts getting... Like every time it's gonna push up like multiple marbles, there's a drop in frame rate and so on. So it does depend a little bit on the map, but in general, like a few hundred or so is not really an issue. Before I added continuous collision checks, I could even handle like 1,500. But then, you know, because of them not looking for collisions as much, it would be more common that they were thrown outside of the map and so on. Alt has a sub? It does indeed. I think you have a gifted sub, Whale. I will fly out of the map, it's possible. Spectacular loses by winning. Yeah, this becomes a bit of like a paradox. If Spectacular wins, then he loses, but if he loses, then he wins. So I gotta see it before I go. Yeah, let's do it. If anyone else wants to join, type !join in the chat. You have about 10 seconds to do so, starting now. He'll always be happy. True. Good point. Let's see. Jin going first down into the drop, and the first plinker going good, but nope. Yep. We have Jin, Apps, as well as Codin. Let's see, I think there's going to be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 more Plinkos before the end. So we have 4 left at the moment. I should put some number here so it's easier to understand. Mosta going first down into the third to last or whatever. Yeah, the double Mosta as well as Snow Day. But Mostar does seem to be doing pretty good so far. Oh, but Spectacular does go first into the last Plinko. He could actually do it here. Oh, that is an almost perfect drop, and Spectacular ends up going first down. Mostar, no, he cannot do it. Spectacular is the actual winner, and which means that Spectacular ends up losing. Mostar in second place, BN Apps third. We had Snow Day, Spec Apps, Satsidak, Jin, Mostar, and Spectacular yet again. That is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. Spectacular bets against himself and he ends up winning. Let's see, we have BN Apps as the last guy in, I think. Yeah, we have Coding and then BN Apps. Look at that. GG. I win twice? True. Rip my points. You kinda did that completely on your own, mate. Also kinda true. Also kinda true. We're gonna have 15,000 points being divided to the 4 people who did believe in Spectacular, of which Spectacular is not one of them. With that, we are going to complete the prediction. GG, guys. Let's go back to Hall of Honor. So we're gonna do a quick playthrough here before we... I think there's only like 5 rounds or something. Or not rounds, 5 battles before the boss. So this shouldn't be too bad. Barbarian, I think this one has the highest damage out of them all. Or at least the highest possible damage. Obviously we're gonna use a healer here as much as possible. Ooh, and we do get a stun. This is pretty much guaranteed. Easy peasy. Obviously, it's not too fancy stuff here, like this is still a prototype, so the new enemies just spawn in here, you know. How did I only get 500 points? What's this, raid? I think it's divided depending on how much you bet. So, that probably means that you were one of the believers who bet the least amount of points, which means that you get the, you know, the smaller portion of them. Once again, risk versus reward. I sponsored this race, no need to say thank you. Oh yeah, true, you also spent channel points just to have the race in the first place. Damn, Jin got 13,000 points, holy shit. Yeah, we know who took the biggest portion. Okay, we have a new... The text is a bit bugged here, but I think this says a Georgia Warrior. So I think we're gonna try and get rid of these small guys as quick as possible. Unit animator is not set for Georgia Warrior. That's probably not an issue. Let's not worry about that. Let me try to use her to keep him stunned for the time being. It's gonna be easy peasy. We're just gonna speedrun right to the end. Fuck. Why are they attacking my healer? Okay, stun him please. Nope. Okay, you're gonna heal yourself, because we can say pretty much with complete certainty that if my healer dies, I'm fucked. There's no way I'm winning this if my healer dies. I bet 0 but it's geolocked, yeah, it's annoying. Alright, Chappy, no dip, no worries, Mostar, thank you very much for dropping by, and I'll catch you next time. This month you gotta pay me in channel points, keep the dollars. One annoying thing here is that you can't actually see if the enemies are stunned or not. Like, I think that was like what I was working on towards the end, like having little icons here to show like status effects. Because I know I have stunned both, but I don't know if they are still stunned, because they only last for 1 round, right? But okay, he was still stunned, but okay, now neither of them are stunned. Good to know. Okay, I really don't want my Barbarian to... or Berserker, apparently I call it. I really don't want my Berserker to die here. Easy peasy. Okay, and now we just keep him stun locked, because stunning is absolutely OP. We're just gonna continue... I'm just gonna keep keep spamming stun. Well, that was a wasted one because he already was stunned, but... let's heal him up a little bit here. Did I not stun him? Oh. Oh yeah, it depends a little bit on turn order as well. I might not always be able to do it. Is there like a turn order? Yes, and it is randomized. Was it top left corner 4? That was supposed to show you the turn order, but I didn't get that far. So right now you don't know the turn order. One of the reasons why I wanted to show it is because, like, obviously it would be pretty nice now if I was able to stun the one I know is going to attack next, but there's no way for me to know that. So, like, showing the turn order would have made it a little bit... Like, you should have strategized a little bit. Right now, what happens, though, to be clear, the turn order, I think, is randomized every single turn. So sometimes you can even see the same unit attack twice in a row. Obviously, what happened at that point is that they were last in turn order, and then in the next round, they ended up being first. So even stuff like that can happen. It's randomized every single turn. Which, I don't know, maybe is a little bit much. Maybe... I think... Yeah, if we looked at something like D&D, you would have calculated your turn order and then stick to it, right? Maybe today we can add initiative roll based on stats. I think I do. I think that's what I use speed for. I think speed is like a plus modifier for the turn order. I think that's how it works. Obviously it's been a good while since I worked on this game, but I'm fairly certain that's the case. Dodge. Okay, I need to... What I need to do? I'm gonna heal myself here, because I'm not risking losing my healer. There's no way I'm gonna get the boss if my healer dies. Definitely need to keep her alive. One thing that's a little bit annoying here is that the order that I stand in doesn't matter whatsoever either. I think what I might end up doing is something where maybe you have like a little... Like, say if you're using melee, maybe you get a little bit more disadvantaged depending on how far away they are. Or something. So like, this guy here would have like regular attacks against this guy. But maybe he has like a 10% increase on missing if he attacks this guy, and so on.
Over here.
Thank you for lurking, Spectacular. So just the turn order icons on the top that we need? Yeah. But we're not gonna do that today, because the plan is not to actually work on this game, to be very clear. But that was... I know this was among one of the things I was working on towards the end of this project. Bjarne also made the music for this one. Okay, this is easy. Just keep stunning the guy in the back, and we are gonna mash everything on this guy. I'm not gonna cheese the game though, because I could just battle cry my way into OP-ness, since that one is a little bit bad right now, but same thing debuffing you can do until they literally have a 0% chance of hitting you, but that's kind of boring. Let's hope we get the lifesteal here though, that would be pretty good. We don't. So let's heal her instead. This is not going how I was hoping, but so far we are doing pretty good. Why are you attacking my healer? Stop. Okay, I think as long as I can, I should heal every round here. You are obviously going to stun him, and then we're gonna just unleash all the damage that we have. I don't need to stun now, so let's do that one. Yeah, stunning is insanely OP if you hadn't noticed yet. You know what? I should probably kill him, but I think I should take this turn to maybe heal instead. That's also one of the issues with this game, that you could basically... Sometimes you actually have an advantage on stalling. Just if I stall out this fight, I have more rounds to try and heal up my units, right? So for something like that, I think the easiest thing would be to do where each battle you can only heal like 3 or 4 times or something. Or if we go full D&D thing, you go like spell slots or whatever. Easy peasy. Oh shit. Now we have a warlord here as well, 31 health. He didn't get that much health though, so that's pretty good. But he can hit up to 10, which is not good. Let's see if maybe I can stun him. Fuck. Oh, he ended up blocking. So blocking is basically just this turn, if I try to attack him, obviously he's just going to block the damage. Let's heal up this guy. Now we are going to... let's stun him. Oh, let's stun him as well. Okay. You are stunned, you are not, right? Okay, he stops blocking. But I think you are still stunned, if I'm not mistaken, so let's stun that guy. Love the animation. I too just move my upper body up and down when I'm in battle for my life. Yep. That is the main problem with doing a game like this for me, because I'm not very... like, animations is definitely not my strong suit. So obviously here there's like no attack animations. Like, I just have an idle animation and that's about it. When I say animation, obviously I mean like a sprite change animation. Because technically they do have an animation, right? Like when I hit, he's gonna like slightly move forward. It seems like my taking damage animation is broken though. They're supposed to like flick a bit red and go in, you know, taking a step backwards. There are lazy ways to make it look more like an animation. Do you have any specific ideas? I think you can just add a swing effect animation. The thing is that even doing that, I think it's very easy to underestimate the amount of work that goes into that. Because that means, what if I have like different weapons? Now, for each weapon, everyone needs to have that swing animation. For each piece of armor, I have to have that. Not only do I need to make that armor normally, but I also need to make that armor in like the swinging animation, how the body is formed. So it's almost like a full-on duplication in the amount of art assets that I need to do for a one-frame swing animation. Like, certainly we could do it, but like anatomy is also... it's difficult. Oh, it's like a white swoosh. But do you mean without the character having an animation? Because that would certainly be easier. Do you mean like on the enemy or here? Make the characters from more than 4 parts. You can easily just move those parts. I mean, I can't rig them though. Like, I can move those parts in like a static thing, but I don't know how good that would look. Because I wouldn't be able to rig them since it's pixel art. No, I can't... I mean, unless we start like rotating pixels and stuff, but this is one of the disadvantages with doing pixel art. Like, it's gonna look weird if I rig a pixel art character, I think, at least. Exactly, I hope you aren't suggesting rotating pixels for Catcher, that's dirty. Yeah, it's illegal, man. It's illegal to rotate pixels. So, that's why, like, making animations for something like this ends up being a pretty good amount of work, because I would have to pretty much hand draw each frame. Not talking about rotating, but moving up and down. I don't know how to make an attack, like a proper any attack. Like you should probably do... Maybe what you should have done is to separate the arms and literally rotate them 90 degrees out. Thinking like the Super Mario cactus. Yeah, I understand what you mean about if you're referring to like breaking up the character into multiple parts. But I don't know how to get like, because we're not gonna get like a perfect swing animation out of it, right? But you could probably do something, even just rotating the arms so that they were pointing forward instead. That means that then you could basically have the axis here, and then go back to the same frame again and do a little swooshing down effect. And if you want a tight animation, just make different animations of that. Here, you're still losing me though. I think what we could have done. Can I find this art somewhere? I wonder. Game dev, Unity projects, Hall of Honor, assets, art, units, allies, Berserk, yeah, easy peasy. Like, what I think that we potentially could do, that would be like a fairly easy thing that doesn't... I don't know how good it would look, but it wouldn't necessarily require me to draw new assets. That would be to basically grab the arms from the shoulder as well as the weapon itself. You know, grab something like this, and then you would rotate that a perfect 90 degrees. Boom. Have that as frame 1 of the animation, but it is not gonna look great by any means. And then on like part 2 of the animation, you add like the swoosh or whatever. Like obviously very like lazy animation here, but it's not gonna look great because it isn't like a full body swing or whatever, but that would have been a fairly easy way to do it, because then I could just always keep the arm and the weapon as a separate layer, and all I really do is rotate that layer. I don't need to like draw new frames for it, but it's gonna look a bit weird. And swinging the axe is just 3 frames, and hiding the lack of frames with effects. Looks so smooth, but the character attack is on like 2 frames under the effects. Doesn't need to look great, just make the effects look amazing so people don't notice it. Yeah. Now I do suppose that is true. You could try and basically cover up the lack of animation with more like visual effects and so on. Not that we're gonna work on this project or anything right now. This is just for fun. And also, because the main issue here, I think, is that this frame is not gonna look great. But that's also where you can make sure that this is the one that's shown for the least amount of time. Another question is, should I go 180 degrees with this? You know, that's not too shabby.
Hey, Chappie, focus.
I mean, that should almost work, to be honest. Wait, are we animating pixel art now? No. We're just looking. We're just having a look. This is just theoretical. Exactly. We are just looking at. This is for educational purposes only. Please don't add the effect in the animation. Why? Is that not the most common way of doing it? At least with the swoosh effects or whatever. Just looking, show the version control. There is no version control. This game, I did not have any version control whatsoever when I worked on this. No, you should make the swoosh effect separately? Okay. Why? I thought, especially in pixel art, there was... to make it high frame rate so it looks nice. Then you can make different attacks with different effects. You can reuse it. Yeah, that makes sense. By using the same animation for all of them. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair enough. This is from an older project. The animation is horrible, but the swing effect makes it so people don't really notice it. Yeah? No, that is a fair point. Because like, most of your attention ends up going for the actual effect. Yeah? No, I see what you mean. Because then I could just have a few different frames of this one where like... how the fuck do I do this? Alt-N? There we go. Well, you know, maybe you just make this one smaller and smaller or something. And then you reuse that. Whoops. This is just for testing though. We're not actually working on this game, to be very clear. I see. I mean, it's not that fucking bad, is it? I mean, it kinda works. Like, obviously, you know, if you took another half an hour to like fix the swoosh and stuff, it's actually not that horrible. I thought it would look worse. Oh, did I switch that one? I see. Okay. You know, it's not that horrible. I definitely thought this would end up looking worse. This I could almost be happy with. And like I said as well, it's actually not really that much more art to make. Like, the main difference is that I need to remember to keep the arm as a separate sprite so that I can like rotate it and whatnot. You know, that actually looks pretty... it actually looks very good. You can do all effects in the pixel art, but it takes way more time. I had to do effects in separate layer, which is of 2D. The effects would have looked strange and went through the ground. Add him into the marble game in knocks marbles away, meets the mob circuit. That is a good fucking idea. You know what? I am kind of impressed at how actually decent this looks. Like, of course, this is not like, it's no fucking AAA animation or whatever. But from something that we did in like, what, a few minutes? That is not too shabby. Nope. Berserker attack animation test. Let me save that one. That's not what I want to do. Wait, I'll just save this as a Berserker attack animation test. So that why is this a thing? Am I not saving as a? Oh no, I'm trying to save as PNG. Am I? Berserker attack animation test. There we go. So in a few months, when we maybe move back to this project, we can use this as a little bit of a guiding reference. Berserker animation final version 3B final. Let's go. Show animation in combat scenarios, so it's perfect use for it. Yeah. No, just then, like, the thing is, I don't know. Because you would have to move the characters, right? Like, say that now when the Berserker is here, he can't swing over here, right? He would have to actually move into like the middle or towards whoever he's trying to swing at. But then you could literally just take this character, slide the transform over here pretty quickly, do the attack, and then slide back. I think that would be good enough. Because, to be very clear, I'm not gonna start doing no fucking running animation and stuff. Feith Lee, I think. Sorry if I butchered your name, but thank you very much for the follow. For you, this style might not work, but I'm using Unreal effects for combat animation like this. Makes the skill look more impactful.
What is up, guys? Curtis Russell here from the Soul Dojo Gaming Channel, and I am here with a couple tips for the combat in Octopath.
Let me have a look. Oh, sorry guys, we do have an ad running. Let me quickly go and just get some more coffee, and I will be right back. Give me just like a minute. Appreciate your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Okay, what were we talking about? We were looking at some video. Seen Shabby get scared to death by his own game. Yeah, it's happened a few times. So is it the... Okay. So wait. I don't know if this is specifically the section you wanted me to look at. Because here they do it differently, right? Because that looked... Oh no, wait, are you ranged? Okay. Was that a ranged attack you did? But that looked like a claw thing. Just JRPG style combat. Yeah, just this type of thing you can do as well. Attack. Oh, I don't get to see when he attacks. That's a big animation. But yeah, this is all just effects. And I don't know if the character actually did anything. No. The sprite... Okay, there is a little animation there. It's like one frame animation and then a lot of effects on it instead. What's the thing to jump one frame? Is that like Alt arrow? No. Control arrow? No. Plus and minus? What's the thingy on YouTube? Comment dot. Okay, thank you. Okay, they actually do have a few animations here. It's like a getting ready, weapon all the way up. Then you show the swoosh, weapon going down, and the new swoosh. And then extra effects. So that is probably more animation frames than I would like to make. But I think this could have looked fine if this was the only other frame too. Especially since my characters are kind of standing ready with their weapon anyway. Yeah, I think this is a good shout. If we do something like this, like focusing on the effects rather than the animations. Like rather than the hand-drawn animation sprites. AAA studio, so they have more money to make as many animations as they need, yeah. Interesting. Square Enix isn't really an indie studio, fair enough. Is this the turn order? No? I don't know. Oh, it is? Okay. Oh, this is the one who starts next turn. Okay, I think I get it. Guess who is the owner of 2 different $60 save system assets? Yes, still built his own save system. Holy shit. I'm gonna assume it might be Jin. What kind of save system are you doing? JSON stuff, I assume? I guess that's standard, isn't it? Well, if you do a save system that and you don't use JSON or Unity player prefs, what other ways are there of saving stuff? Just out of curiosity. Like, are there a lot of other things you could do? It feels like JSON is like the main thing, right? Okay, I'm still gonna see if I can win this. And then we're gonna get back to actually being productive. I'm gonna speedrun this and see without cheesing with buffs if we are able to win. I think as long as my gals here stay alive, I think we should be fine. It's not sus whatsoever. I promise you that we're gonna get a argument out of range exception and the game breaks. However, if I unpause this... Oh, I can't. Never mind! Never mind! We are not gonna make it to the end because the game just broke. The Windows sound is making me go insane. Wait, Windows sound? What Windows sound? Am I playing a Windows sound? I think I have all Windows stuff muted. Oh, the select sound in your game. Ah. Yeah, the select sound is a little bit... I'm not a huge fan of it. It's literally Windows 95? Oh. I knew that. Okay, what am I doing here? We're not gonna work on this, I just wanna see what I've done. We have a absolute shit ton of references to texts. Where am I looking at? Ally info display. Update. Check if display is hovering an ally, if so display that unit. Ah, wait, was that the issue? Maybe I was hovering that ally and then we killed him, so it ended up being null somehow? No, but it was an out of range. Oh, turn order lists. It's probably something here that ended up bugging it out. Yeah, this... I should have just had a list of text done like a for loop or something. Just a lot of these get set to the same fucking thing anyway. Lower ally alpha values, what the fuck? Lower ally alpha values. Why? 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 Oh, is that when I don't have someone hovered, maybe? Is that what that is? Like, are the numbers... Wait, let me just check out of curiosity. No. All the texts are the same color still. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that function is for. But let's look at something more interesting. Let's look at like the combat. How does the combat work? And then we're gonna go back to being productive. Where is my project list here? What are we doing here? Managers. Okay, I have a gaming manager and I have a combat manager. Okay, the game manager has reference to enemies, not the combat manager. Ability manager. Let's take a look at 2024 chapter code, show us everything. Yeah, I'm not really fussed about showing this. Like, it's probably gonna be a bad code, but it's kind of interesting seeing. I can immediately see that some of my... I used a lot more public stuff here. I had not really... I hadn't learned about serialized field private, and I basically spammed everything public, which I don't think always is a huge issue, but I kinda... Nowadays I try to keep stuff private as much as possible. Start combat manager equals combat manager.instance. Are you not on the same thing? Why do I not just like get components? Or no, you're sure thing, whatever you say. Select ability. Unit, current unit. The one... Okay, we look at the combat manager to figure out which one is the current unit. Selected ability is equal to ability, so that one we pass in. If the ability is offensive, then show all the available targets. If it's supportive, then go through your player units and show them as targets instead. If you can self-cast... I mean, this isn't that horrible. If it's self-cast, oh, then you automatically select yourself. Okay. Supportive or self-cast. Oh yeah, supportive. This would be if I could only throw it on other people, then if the unit is not the current unit, so I only show my other allies as target. If it's supportive or self-cast, then I show every player unit as a target. So this feels a little bit odd. It feels like I could have just had a check before if supportive and self-cast was true. If both of those are true, then do this, rather than have my own bool for it. And also, something I probably would have done nowadays is, instead of having all of these be different bools for what it does, it feels like just having an enum would have been better. Today I probably would have made this into an enum instead. Where you just, you know, you have a drop down and you select whether it's like offensive, supportive, or whatever it might be. Abstract class ability. Scriptable objects. I mean, overall though, this wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I wouldn't do it the same way today, but... Public void, select target, unit target. Current unit... This might be the one thing that feels a little bit weird. Like, why... Rather than having each function loop through the turn order list to find it, like, I probably would have just had the combat manager always have a reference to the current unit. That feels maybe like a smarter way of doing it. For anyone coming in, we're looking at old code I wrote like 1.5 years ago or something, just for fun. Oh, I do use some enums in the combat manager for different states. That's interesting. I didn't know I used enums back then. Utility buttons, ability buttons. Show abilities. We loop through all of the ability buttons. Wait, what? I is less than abilities.count, and inside of the for loop I check if I is less than abilities.count. Is this not like really redundant? Like, I couldn't... If this was ever true, I wouldn't even have reached this code, because it's already, it's the literal condition of the for loop. I just double checked the same condition again inside of the for loop. Okay, that's a little bit weird. I might admit that's a little bit weird. Don't know why I thought of doing that. If I is less than abilities dot count. Oh, so that is the abilities of... Because I assume that I pass in the abilities of my current unit, yeah. Ability show... obviously a singleton. Show abilities current unit dot abilities, exactly. So I already pass in my abilities. So just this is a check in case that one didn't have a full list of abilities or something. That makes sense. Ability equals abilities 1. Ability buttons at the index of I, set ability. This is kind of funny. I have a bool on my abilities for whether or not they are functional, like did I actually make this ability work yet? And if it isn't functional, I just disable the ability. That's a little bit funny. Are we having abilities in the marbles now? No. We're gonna go back to Shroud of Gloom today, but we did end up going on a little tiny detour here. We're looking at a old game I was working on before. Just thought it could be fun to watch some old code I wrote. How you doing, Slayton? Enable general utilities. Okay, you enable all of those every time. That's like to move or use items or end your turn. Like the ones that aren't like unit specific. On abilities selected. Disable abilities. I mean, overall, this isn't that bad. I thought it would be worse. Let's have a quick look at the combat manager as well. Game object player side. Enemy side. Oh, do I loop through child objects of those maybe? Is that why I have a reference to it? Player units, enemy units, all units. Turn on. Okay, I'm doing a lot of lists of units here. So for all of the units in the battle, I have a total of 4 different lists. Wanted to make Babada Cartoon Elephant as a barbarian, but I don't have Photoshop installed. You said barbarian funnily earlier, like... Barbarian. Oh, do you mean because I don't pronounce the R? Barbarian? Is that what you mean? Who can be bothered pronouncing R's? Unless... Depends on the context though, like... If it's... What, in the middle of a word? Garage, I would pronounce it. Just start with it, fair enough. Okay, so this I don't fully understand why I need to have all of these... Like all units, why couldn't I just use the list of player units and enemy units? Like loop through those after each other instead of having one for all units as well. It feels a little bit weird. Turn order list. Yes, maybe made sense. I guess I could just have had like a list of indexes or something instead. Maybe not. It's not too bad. Okay, we have some states here. Waiting for input, selecting action, executing action. Okay. The entire battle is a coroutine. I see. Check units. Player units, new list, unit, loop through the player side's transform and set up the player units and the turn order list. Do the same with the enemies. Forever coroutines, why not? Sure. Exactly, man. Start battle. Battle over falls, round 0. Wait 1 second. Check units, new round, start coroutine. Oh! Okay, and then we start a coroutine inside of our coroutine. Yes. Yes. Okay. Turn coroutine. While battle isn't over. We select the current unit from the turn order list. So this is why I don't understand why I don't just keep a reference constantly to the current unit. Like, there's a lot of places in my code where I make one of these, like, references inside of a method, rather than just having the combat manager always keep track of whose turn it is. That's not Shroud of Gloom, that's some 80s Atari battle game, exactly. Okay, is player turn is equal current unit is ally unit. If it is player turn, then we start coroutine player turn, otherwise we start coroutine enemy turn, and then inside of both of these we do current unit index plus plus. Sure thing. The current unit index is greater than the turn order list start count, then it means we have reached a new round. Oh, then now we get into the good stuff. Oh yeah, I had to wait for the death animations, because otherwise it would... I cannot remember that. I did something weird here. It would look weird when someone insta-died. And it didn't... It felt weird when there was no, like, waiting time for it. Enemy units don't count. Less than or equal to 0. That means we have 1. Battle over is true, and then we break the while loop. Otherwise, if player units dot count is less than or equal to 0, then we must have died. Okay. 0.3 seconds of silence for a fallen comrade, exactly. New round. Update round text. Update unit status counts. Sure. Unit index equals 0. Int n equals turn order list dot count. While n is greater than 1, n minus minus. Why am I not just using some for loop here? Int k rng dot next n. Oh, is this when I calculate the turn order? Is that what we're doing? Unit value equals turn order list k. Okay, so we get... Oh, so I don't take speed into account. No, it seems like the speed stat doesn't actually do fuck all. The turn order is just completely randomized. Turn order list k equals turn order list n. Turn order list n equals value. Oh, the value is the unit. Okay, don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. It looks like a very weird way of doing it. Play your turn. Another coroutine? Holy shit, we are 4 layers deep in coroutines here. Someone liked coroutines, that's for sure. Current unit is equal to turn order list current unit index. Once again, local reference. Why didn't I just always keep track of this? Current unit dot show turn indicator. Show abilities. Current state is selecting action. Oh shit, what am I doing here? Yield return new. Wait until lambda thingy until the current state is equal to state executing action, which I suppose happens when I select an action, I guess. I want to be very clear here. I definitely, this line right here, I definitely wrote by myself. Yes, yes. I had no help whatsoever from anyone or anything writing this line of code. This very much looks like a line of code that I would have written like 2 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Sure thing. Also, just a comment is enough to like... Just the fact that this is commented is almost enough to know that I didn't write this. Okay, so then we hide the turn indicator, we disable the abilities, we use the selected ability, then we wait for the action animation a whole second, and then we switch to the current state waiting for input. Okay. On the enemy turns, we do similar stuff, but then we select a random ability, which I don't even know if this works. I have a slight suspicion that that function is not even functional. Select a random target, and then basically do the same thing. I totally didn't get that from an LLM. Sure, yeah, no, you're right, Keita, yeah. Int selected random.range. Yeah, I knew this wasn't functional, right? Because this is an int. No, this should be fine. Build to start because I'm looking for the index, am I not? No, so that should be fine, that should be functional. What's up, Boolean? How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend, man. Select random target. We're looking at some old code I wrote like 2 years ago or something. No. Yeah, almost. At the very least 1.5 years ago, probably even more. It's it's been a little bit hit and miss so far. That's scary, yeah. I did, how about you? I had a good weekend. Thank you very much. Glad to hear you did as well. Okay, so if we are... Wait. If taunting target is not equal to null, if that's the case, then we check if taunting target is not equal to null. Strom with the 2 bits leader, thanks. Appreciate you, Strom. This is with the chance of sounding a little bit rude, this is idiotic. That's what that is. Always good to double check extra null checks. You're being super safe. You were really scared of null refs. True. When I literally double check the line after I just checked, I double checked. Like, are you sure it isn't null? Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay, so if the taunting target is not equal to null twice in a row, then we say that we are going to attack, or our target will be the taunting one. And then we show that one as target. What am I doing here? Int selected. Oh yeah, this is if I was not target. Then we do a random range between 0 and target.count. If target selected is not equal to null, we select that one as a target. Show as target. Okay. So this is my unit script. The day before you spent 8 hours tracking down a bug that was related to null reference, probably. What if Cosmic Rays hit your CPU and flip that null bit in that picosecond gap of time? You'll be glad you have an extra check. Is it possible you had some variable, or something quite similar, and you refactored it? It could be, could be. It could also just be me being dumb, you know? That is very much a possibility. Bunch of stats. We're going to complete it today. This? No, we're not even gonna work on this. Just looking for fun here, seeing what I did before. Oh, sorry. I mean, so far I'm not actually cringing as much as I thought I would. There's definitely a few weird things in here. I thought it would be even worse, if I'm being honest. Use selected ability. Holy shit, there's a lot of checks here. If you're not stunned, and if the selected ability is not null, and if the selected target is not null. I don't know, did I not know about the AND operator here? Or AND operator? I don't know, whatever it's called. No, just have had logic like that sometimes after refactors. Okay. No, it is possible. What's up, Peepa Poopy? Working on this game again? Hello? No, we are not. We're just having a quick little look. I was kind of intrigued to see how bad my old code was. I am potentially planning on going back to this game after we finish Shroud of Gloom. Go back to more scope creep projects. But so far we're just looking through this for fun. The plan is to work on Shroud of Gloom today. What is up, Jotson? How you doing? Good to have ya. Last step is just to clean up the state machines. Did you make graphics for this by yourself? I did indeed. I love scope creep projects. Let's go. Yeah, all of this this art I did for this and the previous version of it, like the color palette. The color palette I didn't do. I did take a pre-existing color palette, but I did make the art. It was I think the main place where I have talked about this is in my latest devlog. I went through a bit more details on how I made this, or what I did while I was working on this project or whatever. Show the animations. There's not that much animations. It's definitely lacking on the animation side. Okay, otherwise we just do a bunch of debug logs. Oh yeah, here is my animations. Yeah, this is how I treated the animations. If you selected an offensive ability, then the character like moves forward a bit. Otherwise you move upwards. So for like a buff or a healing thing or whatever it might be, you do a little jump instead. Which I wonder, I'm probably using, yeah, Unity animations for this. Okay, if you were stunned, then show event at mark. Yeah, that's my placeholder symbol for someone being stunned. Then say you're no longer stunned, hide target, bam bam bam. Take damage. If it wasn't a hit, show event miss. Otherwise, if they... So, how do I know if it was a hit? Oh, I pause in hit. I pause in whether it was critical and I pause in the damage. Otherwise, dodge. So dodge is a function on my abilities, which is completely random. So what I'm realizing here is that my stats here don't do fucking anything. This is all for show. Everything is just fucking random. Like this was a 100% random dodge chance. I never use my my unit's dodge value whatsoever. I just go Give me a random value. If that... Wait, no. Less than or equal to dodge. Ah, no, I do use it. Yeah, no. I'm being too quick to judge here. I do use it. Never mind. Look at that. Dodge we actually use. We didn't use the speed for... We didn't use the speed for determining the turn order, but we are actually using dodge and accuracies. Wait. If this one dodges, we take a random value between 0 and 1, and then we return whether or not that random value was less than or equal to our dodge value, which might be something like 7%. Okay. I use speed for parrying. I don't think I use speed, because it didn't look like I took speed into account when determining the turn order, which I think that was the idea for what I was going to do with speed. But that it does not seem like I got around to. Hits, we do something similar with accuracy, critical, calculate that. Okay, so if they dodge, then you show dodge. If blocking, then show block, stop blocking. If critical, show event crit. Damage reduction equals float, damage times armor. Int calculated damage equals damage minus int damage reduction. Okay. Current health minus equals calculated damage. If current health is less than or equal to 0, then you set it to 0 and then you fucking die. Update health bar, show damage, calculate the damage, trigger animation damaged. Wait, show event blocking on block. Didn't I show event here? Show event block. Oh no, this is when you start blocking, I think. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not too shabby. I thought this would have been worse. Parting, not parrying, okay. The player feels much faster. Can you show all the speed references? Maybe. How do I do that? Oh. Go to implementation. No, find all references. Nope. Literally all I do is set it up to display the number. Speed.text equals ally unit.speed. I show this value, but we actually don't do fuck all with it. So speed is just for show. Yeah, it's never read anywhere. Seems actually okay. Yeah, to be very clear, definitely some things I'm doing a bit weird here in a few places, but overall this code is actually better than I thought it would be. I thought it would be way worse. Like, the bad things were probably like... Was it in here we did the... Oh no, this one. Yeah, this one is good. We run a for loop with the condition that I should be less than abilitybuttons.count. And the first thing I do inside of the for loop is to check if I is less than abilities.count. And there were a few like double null checks immediately after each other for the very same thing. But like other than that, some very obvious ChatGPT code in here as well. But overall, this is definitely not me. I have not written this line. There's no shot whatsoever. But overall, this actually wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. One last thing I want to say. What does my event log look like? So this is the one that shows the things above their heads. Like whether they took damage or if it was a block, a crit or a miss or whatever. What do we do here? We have a reference to a color. Damage color, heal color, event color. Game object event instance. Okay, so we instantiate a prefab on some transform. On this transform. The event display, get component event display. So if you took damage and you set it to the damage color and you set the text to the damage value. The other ones are fairly similar. Oh, look at that! Actually not a coroutine, I'm using a update function here. That was a bit unexpected. Transform position plus equals vector 2 up times float speed times time dot delta time. Oh yeah, moving it upwards. Hey Jin with the 50 bits!
Oi mad chi oi playtest when I mad chi oi.
Oh, do you mean the playtesting your game, Jin? Is that what you're referring to? Thank you very much for the 50 bits, absolute legend. Yeah, we do need to. We have a little playtest. We have a little playtest queued up for Jin's game as well. Something we should check out. So maybe we'll end the stream today. Having a look at your game. How long do you think the playtest is at the moment? Oh, you mean the Viking game? I just played and then I got a null ref. No, not null ref. I got a argument outside thing. You know what I mean? That thing. Fade in duration. I can show the game quickly though for anyone who hasn't seen it. This should be a forever coroutine that begins in start. Yes. I'm actually surprised I did this in an update function. Oh, well, I did. You know, let's be honest here. There's a lot of comments here. I think there's a very, very good chance that someone named ChatGPT probably wrote this function for me. And now the... Oh, is it just on the enemies that the damage thing doesn't work? Oh, wait. You need to heal yourself, though. This was the code we're just looking for, like the number values and stuff. Oh no, you do show it. I'm so certain that one didn't show before. Or am I being silly? Yeah, this is it. A little turn-based RPG. Am I playing music in two places now? But it seems like I do have some issues because we run into some index out of range thing mid-combat before. Don't know why. You wanna see how you actually win this? All you do, let's say plus 10% dodge, accuracy and crit. You just keep buffing the same character. Buff yourself, 10% dodge, accuracy and crit. This stacks for infinity, which means that at some point we're gonna end up having a 100% hit chance, a 100% dodge chance, and a 100% crit. Which means that it's going to be fucking impossible. I wonder, does he update here though? Yeah, look at that. Accuracy 113. Dodge chance 10%. Okay. You can battle cry as well, sure. And now we're gonna cheese the game by just keeping this guy stunned. So you taunt him instead. Okay, battle cry. What are we looking at? 10% dodge chance is not enough. It is not enough. Battle cry, 12%. Okay, it's getting up there. It is a little bit bugged out. Or, well, it's not a bug, because it it depends on how you define it. But it is, like, the code works as I wrote it, it just doesn't work as intended. Do you know what I mean? Same thing here with debuffing, but obviously that's not as good, since as soon as the enemy dies, there's no reason to have it anymore. What do we have? Okay, so this guy cannot miss anymore. Neither of these can miss. Like, they have 100% hit rate, more than 100% hit rate. But we need to get the crit and dodge up. So let's focus on the barbarian, because he has the highest damage. Then you can also just buff yourself. This is how you completely cheese the game, by the way. You can taunt him, because I don't want to kill him yet. And since I can heal infinite times, there's no way I'm going to lose. Yeah, so I think one of the main issues I had with this version of the game is that I would have needed to do some check where I, like, reset these status effects once you finish a battle or something, and then set like cooldowns or amount of times you can do certain abilities. The same thing here. This guy has a pummel and shield bash. Both of these, they are literally the same attack, only difference is that this one has a 20% chance to stun the enemy. But since you can use them infinite times, there's no reason to not literally do shield bash every single time. Whereas if you could only do this one like 3 times per fight or something, then at least there would have been some like strategy around when to use it. I did lose my entire project, so I had to rebuild everything. Wait, literally everything? Jin, version control. So now the map is a lot smaller, has 3 sigils plus final instead of 6 plus final. So, and there's also no ending, just a straight runs an empty method. So the playtest can be however long you want it to be, fair enough. Rebuilt it with the demo in mind. So
Baladro? More like Baldro.
Yes. Everything in the current playtest build is what the demo is going to be. Still gotta add more to the tutorial starting area, but so far not too bad with the rebuild. But how did you end up losing it? How did that happen? You finished one otherwise unobtainable weapon handle, but won't cheese your own game. Yeah, exactly. What are we looking at now? I feel like the good thing here is that it's a 10% chance, right? So this is going to, the buff is going to be bigger every time we do it. Like it's going to, the buff will become better the more times we do it, since it's going to like be exponential, right? Let's see. We need a dodge chance to reach. I like that I don't set the amount of decimals. So my crit chance right now is 3.897434. I barely can read my dodge chance, but I think that says 13%. The good thing... how does crit actually work? Is that a... Is critting just double damage? Is that what that is? I'm gonna assume that's in like the unit script. Bool critical. It's less than, but what happens if it is a crit? Take damage. Bool critical. Yeah, damage times equals 2, so you get double damage. Control him. I think Darkest Dungeon actually has some game mechanics that kind of stop this like stalling chasing strategy. I don't remember exactly what they do, but I know they do something to make sure that you can't do this type of strategy in Darkest Dungeon. There's something where, oh yeah, I think, do they do something where if you spend too long of a time inside of a specific battle, then more enemies might show up? Is it something like that? Anyone who's played more Darkest Dungeon that can confirm? I think that might be what they do to kind of fix this type of issue. Battle Cry, of course. 20% dodge chance, 160% accuracy. Okay, the Barbarian now has a 5% crit chance. That is not too shabby. Okay, I don't know if I can go to 100, but let's buff these two a little bit longer. Let's do a few more buffs before we kill this guy and continue. This is so fucking cheesy, man. Buff him. 6.9. 25% dodge chance. Even my Git project was corrupted, something fucked it up badly, that even with the new repo clone, the project still wouldn't start. Damn, honestly I have no idea. It might have happened when I had an editor script running plus crash afterwards. Everything was missing references and shaders and everything. Damn, that is not fun. Yeah, at least you have the scripts though, which I suppose is good, but still a lot of work lost, I imagine. Most likely opting out of the Screamfest. Why? I think you can still... There's no disadvantage to being in the Screamfest though, is there? Also ignoring a lot in the Git repo, so a lot of stuff I'm referencing were never backed up, even through LFS. And a fun couple of weeks, I can imagine. Oh, there's the darkness mechanic. Oh yeah, the darkness keeps going down and you get more like stressed and stuff. Is that how that works? It's been so long since I played Darkest Dungeon. Okay, let's do like round 15 or something, and then I think we need to stop cheesing this. Oh no, I should have buffed instead. Taunt. We're going to use Battle Cry. Dude. Okay, we're closing in on 30% dodge, 8.3% crit. This guy has 355 in accuracy. That is fucking insane. Yeah, keep buffing. What's up, Pons? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Good to have ya. I don't have any build to share for the Streamfest, so it would only be a store page. That's what I'm doing though. Since it's not like the next fest where you can only join one or whatever, I don't see a reason for why you wouldn't stay in it. Like, are you going to get as much out of it, not having a demo? No. But whatever you could get out of it, I don't see why that would be a bad thing. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think you should opt out of it, because I'm in it without a demo. Yeah, and the darker it is, the more enemies spawn. Oh, I see. It's been a minute for me too, but what a great game. It is a cool game. Unless I manage to get this done before the fence, but we shall see. I still think you should stay in it. Harry Cat, welcome in, man. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Okay, can I keep buffing this guy? Oh, look at that. Okay, it's starting to go up now. Battle Cry, 10% crit chance. Not too shabby, not too shabby at all. Obviously, you're gonna use Battle Cry again. 11% crit chance. What does that say? 40? Is that 38% dodge chance? and 472% chance to hit the enemy. This game is fucking broken. While we're playing one of the games that I worked on before Shroud of Gloom. I'm currently cheesing the game with a kind of broken strategy where you can keep buffing your allies for all infinity and it never gets reset. So I currently have, I think, 50% chance of dodging. So we are basically going to be unkillable. 15% crit chance. 600% accuracy, 50% dodge, yeah. This guy is a little bit behind, but I don't really care about that because the barbarian has way more damage. Okay, that's enough, that's enough. This is your first game? It's not my very first game. This is even a reboot of this game. This was a deck builder at first, then I turned it into turn-based game instead, but it's probably one of the projects that I worked the most on before Shroud of Gloom. Once again, I did show these in my latest devlog, if you wanna check that out. Okay, let's see if we can get through this now. I feel like we should be pretty fine. I wish that would work in real life. True. Dodge, easy peasy. See if maybe you can stun him. Nope. He didn't dodge. Okay, stun that guy. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up in a little bit. I might keep going. Fuck it. Let's see if we can reach 100% dodge chance and we are basically unkillable. This is a little bit risky, but... Oh, there we go. We got the stun. Let's stun him again, because stunning is also a bit broken in this. Okay, wait, I need to kill these guys, otherwise we're gonna... I can't see my dodge chance, there's too many decimals. What is that? 48%? Is that what that says? Ah, we can do one more. We can do one more. Okay, I might take a really quick little break during the ads here, but we shall be back shortly. Let's make sure that we don't lose any of our units here. Okay, now we need to kill these guys. Oh, he was already stunned. That's good. 9. No crit though. Kill that guy. Stun that guy. Maybe stun him again. Fuck. Ooh, 11. That was a really shitty crit. Holy damn. I did get twice the damage, but it was almost just a normal good attack. I must have rolled like the lowest damage I could. What? Did I? Yeah, pretty much. Wait, how did I do 11 damage? How is that possible? Or was it 12? I don't know. Okay. Whoops. Anyway, let me take a quick little break here. I'll be back in just like half a minute. Thank you for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. So unfortunately, we did get the argument out of range exception again. I maybe should have thought about the fact I never fixed that bug. And I cannot unpause it either. Oh, I can, but I immediately get the same error. Oh wait, if I keep going, can I not get past this? No. I think if... Oh. Easy fucking peasy. Easy clutch, that's how you do it. Boom. It would be kind of funny to get 100% crit chance. Can someone calculate this for me quickly? I have like 24 crit chance right now. How many times do I need to add 10% to reach 100? Ooh, life steal. I think I already had full health, so it doesn't really matter, but... you know what? Heal yourself. Easy peasy. Let's see, you have 10% crit chance, 40% dodge chance. Don't know what this guy has. 26% crit chance and... what does that say? Wait, does that say 91% dodge? Yeah. Okay, we have officially won the game because this guy has 100% dodge chance. And 1225% accuracy. It is quite literally impossible to lose at this point. No cheesing whatsoever. Okay, I'm gonna have her as the buffer, unless I need to heal. That's what we're gonna do. Nice little crit. Okay. Maybe calm down with the damage there, boys. Sweet. Okay, you need to heal this guy. And then stun that guy. And maybe... how much health do you have? If I roll high, I could almost one-hit this guy. Sure. 40% crit chance. Just to be clear as well, there is a boss in this. So did this game have anything more than just combat? Have not been watching enough? No. Since the combat was the most important part of this game, it's basically all I focused on at this point. The plan was to make a home hub where you can once again similar to Darkest Dungeon, customize your characters and do things like that, or set up your party and so on. But right now it's all just straight combat. Hamster Hammer, welcome in, man. How you doing? Your game, solo dev. I am a solo dev indeed, and this is my game. It's not my main game. This was something I worked on before. I plan to potentially go back to this game once I finish my current game, which you can check out here. But yeah, we went back to just have a little look at this old project today. Hope you're doing well, man. Think this was a battle system for RPG game? No. The plan was not to turn this into a proper RPG game. I suppose depending on what you mean by RPG. But the plan was to make it more like a turn-based roguelike. Not like a open world type RPG. Because that I've already tried twice, and I think I've come to the realization that making a big, massive world RPG is just too much work, man. 16 crit, look at that. I feel that I have more than a few prototypes shelved while I work on my NES Legend of Zelda style game, yeah. My very first game was basically I wanted to make something similar to like Zelda Link to the Past or something, but at that point I had no experience whatsoever, so it didn't take long for me to realize that I am in way too deep. Please don't kill my healer, please don't kill my healer. That was a nice little crit, please don't. Oh, he was down, never mind. You need to fucking heal yourself. To be fair, I am going to win no matter what, since my Barbarian has more than 100% dodge chance. It's quite impossible for me not to win. So we just have to get through that little glitch there. So are you still working on that Legend of Zelda style game, Hamster? Trying Octopath 2, holy shit, that game has way too much to do. It's like 9 different starting heroes with launch story, yeah. And that's been like, as a solo developer, not that you couldn't do it, it's just that for someone like me, it would take so much time to finish a game like that, that it's... For me, I feel like it's not worth it. Like, even when we end up going back to like this game, the plan would more so be to make something that maybe feels a little bit like an RPG, but in reality, like the actual core game loop would still be more like a roguelike, like do more like random encounters and so on, so that we can easily reuse the content. Because the thing for like a proper RPG is that you have to build so much content that the player might only see one time, and that takes a lot of time. Where it's like, you know, it might be like 3 hours of work to make something, to make like 5 minutes of content that the player will see once. Whereas with a roguelike, you can almost flip that to the other side, where, you know, you might spend a few minutes implementing like a new, just one new encounter or something, and that might, you know, give exponentially more playtime instead, since it's like randomly generated. Good, you have listened indeed. When I made a Zelda-like adventure with this kind of combat... What, Kacha, did you not listen to anything I just said? Because it's way too much work. I don't know if I'm like, if I'm gonna make like an open world RPG type thing, that, like Shroud of Gloom, which is simple point and click adventure, short playthrough and everything. Like, I've spent almost a full year working on that game, and I don't even have the demo ready yet. So, if we imagine that type of development time, for me to make a open world RPG, we're talking that that game would be finished in like 6 years or something. My money is going to run out before I hit 6 years of development time. So, like, it's too risky for me to try and make a game like that. Especially, you know, as a full-time developer. Like, you know, like, I'm not saying that people shouldn't spend 6 years working on a game if they want to. Like, sure. Like, I would never, like, you know, try and persuade someone not to do it, as long as you are aware of how much work it's going to be and you are willing to put that time in. In that case, like, go for it, you know? But for me and my current position, it's just, it doesn't make sense. You are Swedish, I can't listen to you, fair enough. I am, yes, Game Maker Studio 2023. I got a working prototype with combat, 1 full dungeon, town with main quest, side quest, shopkeepers, world map. Damn, nice, man. Quite a bit done since I started in around June 27th. That's mad, dude. GG. No need to be open world, you can have a more linear game. Yeah. But the thing is that for RPG games, the main issue I see is that people expect a lot of content, right? Like, linear or not, it's rare for like one of those proper RPG games to be like 5 hours long. I feel like, at least. I don't know if that's objectively true, but primarily an artist, so coding is a big barrier for me. Okay, but how is Game Maker Studio? Do they have some like visual scripting stuff as well, or are you learning coding? Depends, they expect for good story more. Yeah, that might be a good point. But I don't know, I feel like the beauty for like a solo developer with making a roguelike is just that it's less work, but theoretically infinite replayability. Like it's just it's like the perfect match for an indie developer in my opinion. Just repeat the combat and puzzles. If you tell the story on top of that, people won't notice. Wait, you can just repeat the combat and puzzles. If you tell the story on top of that, people won't notice. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Working solo for years is wild. Yeah, I mean, like I said, obviously there are people who do that kind of stuff. Like Stardew Valley is a massive game, and Concerned Ape spent, what, like 6 years or something working on it full time. Like, if you're able to do that, and you're willing to do it, like, I don't have an issue with it, but I find that, for me, the issue when I started making my RPG game is that I thought I was making a game that I would finish in like a couple of months. Like, sure, like people say this is gonna be difficult, but like, surely I will find a way to do it. And then, and it's at that point that I feel like it could be an issue, where if you're not aware of the amount of time it's gonna take to build something like that. Yeah, while not everyone has that success. No, exactly. And that is also something you need to accept, right? Like, if you're gonna spend that amount of time on a game, which once again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but, you know, more time spent does not equal to more of a guarantee of success. So, but once again, people might not be looking for success. Like, if all you want to do is to build your massive game, because you think it's fun to build it, and like that's the actual goal, then, you know, I have nothing to say about that. Like, for sure, do it. But for me, like, I'm doing this as a full-time developer, so, you know, my money's gonna run out. At some point, I need to start, like, generating an income as well. And for me, it's way too risky to spend that much time on a single project. Like, even Shroud of Gloom, I would say that I've almost spent too much time working on at this point. Like, I probably should have tried to push this game out, like, even a few months ago or something. Yeah, but he built the engine that took about 4 years of that, fair point. Which is, once again, I would have a similar opinion on building your own engine as well. But he did also, well, he rewrote or remade all of the art like 3 different times, and I think a lot of it was spent on content as well. Because it once again, like, Stardew Valley is no small game by any means. Also, Hamster Hammy, if you ever wanna show off your game or anything, feel free to do so in the Discord. We have some channels where you can show off what you're working on. Would be cool to see some of the stuff you're doing. Easy peasy. 42% crit chance, let's fucking go. Okay, we should be closing in to the boss now, I think. Oh shit. So this is the boss. Heal? Hell? I don't know how to say it in English, I just realized. Hel. Which is the, you know, the ruler of the underworld in Norse mythology. 100 health. And she also does have... I think she has this ability as well, so she can debuff us, or does she stun you, maybe? I don't remember. She does something. She does have some extra ability. What's her damage? 7 to 12. That is pretty dangerous. What's up, Trash? How you doing? You should read it. I'm not falling for this shit, Trash. I knew it the second I saw your name. I was prepared. Don't even try it, man. Don't even try it. Huh? Candice? What? Candy's balls fit in your mouth, dude. Get out of here, Trash. That is a very awkward moment to get rated, but... Foolbox, the man, the myth, the legend. How are you doing? Welcome in, man. What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know. Let's just completely disregard whatever you might have heard me say before the raid here. Project Unformed, good to have ya. That's not Gloom Mac Gloom face. We are working on... The plan is to work on Shroud of Gloom today, though, but we are looking at one of my earlier projects here. Big shout out to the one and only Foolbox, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Definitely make sure to go and check him out if you haven't. His game Block Shop was released quite a while ago now, February. A really dope puzzle game. Go and check it out, highly recommend it. Do you have a Steam page yet for your new project, Foolbox? Chubby doesn't want me, of course I want you here, trash. Oh, that fucking clip as well. I read Dev, good to see ya. Working on some contracting work and talked on the release of the Steam page for Scope Creep. Ooh, do you have a date? September 29th? Ooh, that is soon. Let's fucking go, man. I'm excited for you. Very exciting. Feel free to share it in the Discord or whatever it might be when you release it. When you publish the Steam page. Good shit, man. Do you have the page? Has it been approved and stuff? Okay, so we're gonna see if I can defeat the first boss here in the game, and then we're gonna stop being productive, because I have been wasting way too much time. We were just gonna have a quick look at this game, and I don't know what fucking happened, but it's been a while. It was kind of fun to go through my old code though. I started working on, or I worked on this project like 1.5 years ago or something, so it was a little bit fun to look back on how far I've come. Just the code definitely wasn't as good, to say the least. It's Monday, let's go, man. I'll post it literally everywhere, as you should, man. Everything is approved, let's go. Very exciting. And a shout out to Foolbox again as well for letting me know about the Stream 4 Fest or whatever on Steam. Which is fairly soon as well. It's in like 1 month, isn't it? It's gonna be interesting to see how much that gives while not having a demo. Probably not, you know, it's probably not gonna be huge, I imagine. But it would be nice to see if it brought some traffic. Maybe I should introduce myself as well for anyone coming in. I go by Mad Sharpie, I'm also a game developer. Right now we're looking at one of my old games, but most of the time you'll see me working on my point-and-click horror game, which is available on Steam. Here's a little teaser for you. To slightly correct myself, the game is available on Steam for wishlists. It's not released yet, but we do appreciate those wishlists very much. Thank you very much for the raid again, Foolbox. Holy shit. She actually has quite a lot of health. To be fair though, I've been cheesing my own game here, so it is quite literally impossible for me to not win here. Even if she ends up killing every unit I have, this guy right now has 147% dodge chance, so he quite literally cannot be hit. Boo is not out yet, unfortunately, no. But yeah, we get into the point where I really need to start sorting out the the demo. It's gonna be a bit difficult. I don't really know where to like cut the demo off, so to speak. Like how to decide like what should be a part of the demo and what shouldn't. That's gonna be something that's gonna take some time to figure out. Oof, beautiful crit. Not too surprising with my 50% crit chance. Do I even have an end to this? I don't remember. Yeah, easy fucking peasy. When completely cheesing the game, it's not too difficult. There we have it. Is it just ending here? Oh, it starts a new round against no enemies? Yeah, that is it. That's basically how far I came with this project. Once again, like I said, I do think I might return to this absolute scope creep of a project once we finish Shroud of Gloom. But that is not today. So let's get to work, ladies and gentlemen. We have been procrastinating for a little bit too long here. Yeah, we will never see that demo, but we can see Chappy playing games. I launched a 3-month alpha demo last year, Halloween-themed mini Metroidvania called The Bone Warrior's Oath. So how was your thought process there, Hamster? As in, like, how did you decide what to include in that demo? Just out of curiosity. Okay, so last time I think we were working on the save system. We were indeed, and I think there still are some things we could sort out with that. Obviously, we need to have a fully playable piano in the game. Beautiful. Beautiful. What is up, Brainoid Games? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Okay, so I think we... What did I say? Yeah, we started working on the save system, so I think we can actually save stuff that you pick up now, which is good. Jerv Norsk, välkommen in. Välkommen. Hope you're having a good day. My fellow Scandinavian. So I think now, if we pick up this book here, I think we should be able to reload the game, teleport outside. Well, that didn't work. Teleport outside. Okay. We are going to completely restart the game. And then we're going to teleport outside. And the book is still there. Why? Okay, let me delete all of my saves. We're gonna start a new game. Oh, let me fix so we actually spawn in the correct place. Rooms. We want to be outside. I'm so certain we got this to work. Test book, saveable, and we save the destroyed state. That looks good to me. Set a target date, being Halloween night, made it by 3 hours. Damn, immediately had to patch it 3 times before midnight. Damn. Georgia wasn't around because I moved to Berlin and it took some time to settle in. How are things with you, man? Things are good. I've been a little bit distracted. We accidentally made a little side project. But we have finally made it back to Shroud of Gloom here. I hope the move was relatively smooth for you, man. How does it feel now after you've settled in? I love this art style, thank you very much. Appreciate you, man. Game release when? Hopefully... like Q1 2025 is kind of... or 2026, sorry. Is kind of what I'm hoping for. I need to grab something to eat or I'll crash. No worries, Fullbox. Go and take care of yourself. Thank you very much for the raid again. Appreciate you, man. JD Does Dev. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. As far as deciding the combat loop, the shop healing, skill saving, loading, small dialogue system to boss fight seemed like a nice rounded experience. Healing your time and damage your time. Okay. How much of the game do you think you ended up releasing as the demo? Like percent-wise or whatever. Wasn't the smoothest move, but yeah, at least I have a PC now and I can work. Replicate releases in 2 months, so I need to speed things up. Exciting, man. Not sure how I wasn't following already. Weird, no worries, man. Appreciate it still. Hope you're doing well, JD. Hope you had a good weekend. 2026, but I want it now. We will try to make sure it releases relatively as soon as possible, but we have made a lot more content. Like at this point, I think for a completely new player, we might have like 45 minutes of content. My goal is kind of to hit maybe 1.5 to 2 hours. And to be clear, we've made all of that content in like a couple of months. Because with all the time I spent on refactoring and building systems, it's actually fairly easy to make new content for the game. But obviously we still have stuff like one of the reasons why I have to kinda push the release for, even if I finish the game very soon, I still cannot release it because I do want to have the demo in the next fest in February. Which means that the earliest we would release the game will basically be March. $25-35% minutes worth of gameplay demo. Also recommended to keep the demo under 45 minutes. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know, for my game, we have discussed this before, but it's difficult because, like, if I did 45 minutes of content for the demo, that might be half my game. Which I feel like having the demo be 50% of the game, that seems like it's too much, right? So since the game is fairly short, I think it's possible that the demo will also be fairly short. Yeah, it changes things, I think, when the full game is going to be relatively short. The new Donkey Kong game demo is only 30 minutes. Yeah, but this is the thing, I mean, like, even only 30 minutes, like, 30 minutes might be a third of my game. Maybe a quarter of my game. Like, it's a fairly big... Even just 30 minutes is a pretty hefty part of my game. Depends fully on what kind of gameplay it has. Yeah, that is true as well. Like, obviously, like, Code Red's game, for example, he releases demo for Roguelite. I have like 30 hours in that game, but that's like a Roguelite game, right? So, like, theoretically, you could play it endlessly. But since this is a bit more of a linear game, that's not really the case. Like, I'm gonna do certain things to, you know, incentivize replayability a bit, but it's definitely not gonna be my main focus. Like, main focus is making the one playthrough as good as possible, and then if I can, you know, get some replayability in there, it wouldn't be bad, but I don't think that should be the focus for my game. You don't need to do more than Nintendo, that's what I'm saying. Like if it's an RPG game or a building game, 30 minutes is the minimum for demo. Yeah, I think so as well. I think it depends a lot on the game like that. As you're saying, like if the full game is like 150 hours, then it's a very good chance that like 15-20 minutes wouldn't be enough to get a taste of it. But yeah, it's gonna be tricky. I don't know what I definitely don't think I should go over 30 minutes. I think that seems like it's too much of the game. But question is also, how short can a demo be? Like, how small can you make a demo to still make it feel like good enough? Like, people get enough of an idea of what the game is. I guess what I could do is try to make a little... Try to cut some content or put like a demo end at some point in the game. Maybe get some new playtesters to try it as a demo and see what their thoughts are. You know, maybe that might be the strat. Speaking of which, is if anyone is interested in playtesting, we do have a little form available, I thought. The link might be, or the bot might not have that command anymore though, which is a switch bot. If you look below in the Shred of Gloom section below the stream, you'll find a link to the playtest application. I think I ended up with about 13 levels, with the world being much larger. Think of Castlevania 2, where the player has to go to different mansions to defeat bosses there. If you want to, this game's demo take 30 minutes, just adds cinematics to stretch the time. Yeah, but then I have to make cinematics. Do you know what I mean? Now I'm adding more work for myself as well. I played a 15-minute demo and that sold me, yeah. Yeah, just I feel like for a game like mine, I wonder if maybe 15 minutes, something like that, could work well. I think it could. Like, it made sure to maybe get a puzzle or two and maybe some scary elements in there, since it is a horror game as well. Because I feel like a demo that's about like 10% or something of a game feels like that feels like a good portion of the game itself. Of course with some caveats, like obviously if you have infinite replayability, 10 minutes might be a shit ton, but then you probably have replayability in the demo anyway, so that kind of works out. But like if you have an RPG that's 100 hours long, you probably don't need a 10-hour demo, that's probably too much, but for these type of games, because I don't know, it feels odd having like half the game be the demo just to hit that like Sukhavsky 45-minute rule for demos. Guess it depends on what your hook is. You want the player to want to play more, yeah. I'd force the player to wait in some points and only use sound cues to tell something bad is happening. Yeah, cinematics are crazy amount of work. I do think so as well, especially for me too, because I am very well aware that like animations in general is not my strong suit, and a lot of the time, you know, cinematics will end up being a lot of animations, right? You can easily cheat the cinematics to be just text and sound. I bet you can make those kind of fast. That's true. The danger, I suppose, is if it feels like you start doing too much like filler content just to get the extra playtime. I'm scared that would end up giving players like maybe turning them away from the game instead. A lot of talking parts, but I don't really need to do much. I mean, I do have my intro, right? Which is like one of the few cinematics of the game. And this is basically a text cinematic. Like, I think I have 4 frames or something. And then we just do some text here. That's hidden right now, but... Like this is how the game starts. And then once you finish all of this, you'll see the house creep forward. You hear yourself park, and then you get out. And boom, the game starts. That is like the one cinematic I have. But even that one, that was like a full day of work. Just move pre-rendered images around the screen, fade in, fade out parts while scrolling text, writing text on screen. To make them skippable or fast forward for those who don't want to wait. That is true. Yeah, like this one, the one I just showed, that one isn't technically like skippable. Like there's not like a skip button. However, you can spam through it. It's like I can do this. Boom, and it's done. Because I think most cutscenes in games, at the very least, you should be able to like fast forward through it or something. Applied and join the Discord. Don't be scared when you see bot01. Okay, that's a good shout. Sweet Pons. That man, that placeholder text had me on the first placeholder line. Hook for the win. Yeah, obviously I do have actual text here, but you know, it might be some spoilers and stuff. I'm not sure I want to give away yet, so it is disabled during streams. Okay, let me check if this works though. We pick up... Let me make sure I'm on the same save slot first. We're gonna start this one. Because I'm so sure we got this to work. Then we're going to quickly skip through intro. We are going to pick the book up. And we are going to save and quit. Oh, that's why it didn't work before. I never saved. I'm a fucking Dumbo. Now we load the game again. Just days in late now. I get you, man. I get you. No worries. And now we go back and... Fuck! What? Am I... What? Why is the fucking book here? Game broken, release delayed to 2027, exactly. I am highly confused though. I am so sure we got this to work. Pick up the book, save and quit. Boom boom. Boom. The fucking book is still there. Okay, let's have a look. I think this is all other stuff. Old objects. I don't know what this is. Very odd. Test book. So this is what we made. We made the savable script. Savable mono behavior. Save options. Non-active destroyed position. We have a save key which we can generate. Active destroyed key destroyed. We get the prefix, then we do something. Load save option destroyed. Bool is destroyed is equal to... Oh, do I not trigger this? Oh, do I never load it? Oh, I save it but I never load it. Because I have no references here. Okay, okay. Easy save 3.load save key plus destroyed key false. If it is destroyed, then destroy the game object. Okay, okay. Should not load from the starting cinematic. I think that might be... I think I was loading in like a wait or something. And maybe I removed that because we actually need to figure out when to load stuff. And that is a, like when should we load and when should we save? Because right now I save when you pick this up. But maybe what we should do is only save stuff when you like exit the room. Like maybe we add like a save queue somewhere. Save when you use save, but I want autosaves as well. Because otherwise if the game crashes and you haven't saved, you're gonna lose everything. The same thing, to be fair, loading everything straight off the bat shouldn't be an issue, right? I'm thinking like if it would be smarter to load stuff in batches. Yeah, this is hard. Maybe it would be easier to finish Hall of Honor seconded. Use autosave on that logic every 2 minutes and custom points. Yeah, because I think doing this, saving immediately, doesn't seem optimal. I think maybe having some, like adding stuff to a queue. And then I guess we need to load. Oh wait, how do I load everything immediately? Because then I need something that finds every savable object. Because if I put this in like a wait, it's still only going to load it when you actually walk into the room. But is that bad though? Is it bad when you start playing if we load each room when you walk into it, but only the first time, and then we save at some point? Rather than loading the entire game from scratch. Or from start or whatever. And a reason why you aren't just saving on application quit? Yes, a few. One is that I want the player to be aware when they are saving. Like, one thing I really don't like in games is when you open the pause menu and it just says quit. And you're not sure whether, like, is this going to save or do I need to do something to save? Do I need to reach the next checkpoint? Blah, blah. Like, I want it to be entirely obvious to the player that when I quit out of the game, it will save the game. Like, there's no ambiguity on it, if you know what I mean. So right now, we always save the game when you quit out. Well, right now, technically, I save everything you do immediately when you do it. That, I think, is unnecessary. Okay, so you're calling save manually then on that button click? Yeah. But then I do want to add some like autosaves and stuff as well, because I think only doing manual saves could be an issue. Never use this kind of logic in single player, like why would you save after every collected item? Seems strange. Yeah, and I agree with that. So I think the thing we would do is to make some kind of saving queue. That feels like a good idea. Loading, I don't know, maybe if we should load each room when you go into it. I feel like that's kinda fine. Like not loading more than necessary. Which means that we could just put a private void awake and then say load. So the first time you walk into this room, every savable item will load. That's fine, right? Is there any disadvantage to doing it this way? Like, at most, I'm probably gonna have like 10 small items to load, and the loading is like enabling or disabling an item. It feels like this should be fine. And then here, when we save it, we need to do some more custom logic. Where... because it's gonna be unnecessary, otherwise every time you click on an item, almost every time you click on an item, we're gonna save something. That seems kind of mad. Yeah, now you can see that the book is gone. Just we load in a wake. Do I imagine I have some kind of save manager? I do. I also have a save test, which I imagine that I don't need. Yeah, this is using the autosave system though, which I don't think I'm gonna use. Because I don't like how the autosave writes it. Because what they do is that they end up writing a save file that I cannot read. And that doesn't feel good. Like, in my own game, I want to be able to look at my own save file and understand it. Do you know what I mean? Throbbe. It is the actual name of it though. It is called a throbbe. However bad that sounds, it is the literal name of the object. It's a little spinning thing that shows when you're saving. Okay, so what I think we're gonna do is that we are going to delete the save test. Because that was basically the same code. So we're gonna remove you, we're gonna find the save test, and we are not going to rename you, we are going to delete you. Did Wakacha come up with that? No, that's a good one. That's a certified good one. And then we're gonna get rid of the auto-saving. Like the easy save auto-saving, because I don't like it. Because what they do is that it's very simple to set up. I just check what things I want to save in the game, like the active states or destroyed states of different items. But then when they actually write it, the keys for each thing is going to be like a 20 number value. Which means that I don't know how to figure out what this save key represents in the game. I don't like that. So instead I'm gonna save stuff a bit more manually. But that means that, like this book for example, I can generate my own save key for it, which ends up being something like, the prefix is basically the room and the parents. So here we have outside entrance test book. You know, it's something that if I look through the save file and I see something called outside entrance test book, and then it would even be underscore destroyed, it's very obvious to me that this key represents this specific item and whether or not it is destroyed, so I can understand my own save file. Because if someone's save becomes corrupt, it would feel messed up as the developer to open their save and not understand how to fix it. Do you know what I mean? Imam, thank you very much for the follow, welcome in. So that's the main reason why I don't want to use the easy save auto-saving feature. Also, the save key... Shouldn't I save multiple things? Or easy save... Can one of these only have one value? Can each key only have one value? Is that how that works? This doesn't matter right now. I was thinking if we could have one key that saves a variable for position, destroy, then active. And then just load what I want to, basically. But no, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, so this is what we're gonna do. If we load the active state, we're gonna load the save key plus underscore active. That will be the key. Oh shit, wait, is this gonna be an issue? What if the object is deactivated and I want to load it as active? Await is not going to trigger on a deactive item, is it? If I load an active item and I want to deactivate it, that's easy. Is there a way to make await trigger even if the game object it's on is deactivated? I thought Easy Save had this stuff figured out. I think they do. If you use like the autosave system and so on. But I don't want to do that. And maybe with the game object saver as well, they do have that like for the manual one, but I didn't like that one. So basically the plan right now is that I'm gonna use Easy Save's logic for just being able to save and load, but I'm gonna do my own implementation for it. Because there was some issue with the EC3 game object. I cannot actually save like the destroyed or active state of this. Oh, unless I use this to trigger my savable script. I could do that. Like if all this does is to save the savable, how would that work? But I still don't know if that's gonna trigger on... No, it's just gonna load the values. I'm not necessarily sure that would fix the issue of a deactivated object. Played through most of the game with Zardum, and I got stuck in the second to final boss room and could not succeed. The dev had me send in my save file and just move me out of the room into the next area. Yeah, and that's what I mean, like, as the developer, I want to be able to do something like that. Like, it would feel like shameful if you contacted me because your save file somehow got corrupted, or like you got hard locked and couldn't proceed. And I'm like, oh yes, just send me your save file and I will fix it. And then I open the save file and I don't understand it and I don't know how to fix it. Like, that wouldn't feel good as the developer. Like, I want to make sure that in the worst case scenario where someone gets like a corrupted save file or gets like hard locked or soft locked in the game or something, I want to be able to fix it for them. But I don't know how to fix this, because what if I do... Let's do a test item. Let's duplicate this book, place you in the middle, and then instead I am going to save the active state and not the destroyed state. Okay, I want to save your active state, but then no, let's do this with something that I would actually save the active state of. Which is something like... do I have some prop or something, maybe? What should we use as an example here? Let's take like a cupboard or something. Yes, I'm just going to place a random cupboard outside. Imagine that I wanted to save whether you opened or closed one of these doors. Let's do like the left one here. Oh, I guess I should put it on the parent as well. And have that one, because the parent object will always be active. I should make a list of child objects to save. But what if I, no, what if I would need to, well then I would put it on the room instead. I don't like that. I don't like that. Someone got stuck in my game, I would just say start over. I was done my own custom save system. Basically every save state object is just a spawner that loads in one of the prefabs in a list, depending on int values read from the save data. Well, I guess I could do something where everything is active at the start. And you always, when you load active states, all you do is deactivates the ones that shouldn't be active. But that means when I work in the editor, everything is gonna be active. So in this case, it would look like this. Like the open doors would also be active, and that feels weird. Okay, let me try this first. We're gonna put the savable script on this one. We are going to save the active state. Boom. And then I also want to save the active state of the open door. Because I don't think this is going to work. Oh, I guess I shouldn't I do this on enable and on disable? Right now. Well, load we still wanna do, yeah. Okay, fuck it, I'm gonna do this. No. Nope. Let's try on enable. And then on disable. And then if we are loading, if the save option has the flag active, on enable I would like to save this, and then the value will be, well, active will be true, and active will be false. Here. Sorry guys, we do have an ad running. Appreciate your patience. Okay, so now we load it in a wake, and then whenever it gets enabled or disabled, we save it. Oh, whoops. Save. So that's going to change, to be clear. Like, we're not going to do it that way, this is just for testing purposes. I think the one that I turn off is gonna work, but I don't think the one that I turn on is going to work. That's what I'm expecting to happen here. Or it should even completely break because some key wasn't found. Oh, and I don't have a default value? I see. Okay, so when we load this, the default value can I pause in game object dot whether the game object is active in the scene as the default value. feel like that should work. This is going to be interesting. My faith is not super high. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Let's start off doing a new save file. Going to delete that one. Boom. Okay. So we are going to pick up the book, and then we're going to open this door, and then we are going to save and quit. Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Okay, now we're gonna load and see if this works or not. I don't think it will. I think half of it is gonna work. No. It didn't even load the one I deactivated. Maybe I can't do this on enable on disable. Disabled. Enabled. Let's see. Enabled, disabled. That's interesting. How... Can I see which object did this? That's interesting. Enable disabled. Which means you should save it. Oh, but then on disabled triggers again. When I quit out. Yeah, I will not be able to do it this way. Okay, we need some other logic here. Okay, let's maybe see if we can sort the queue out. I added a GIF of the Zelda-like game to your show your watch channel once you're off stream. Oh, well, check it out, hamster. Fish, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Let me check it out. Short GIF of my NES Legend of Zelda-like games quest system. Oh. Ethereal the Lost Land. Oh wait, can we do this? Can we do this? That's not what I wanted. How do I... Is there not a way to open link? There we go. There we go. Ooh, yeah. The Zelda dungeon-like layout, I see. Damn, this looks nice, man. Very, very retro. Nice. Exclamation mark, I suppose he has a quest for you. Oh yeah, and this is the map, right? That's the square you're currently in. Do you make the art as well? All hand drawn, nice man, it looks really good. Good shit, man. Okay. Dog bowl delivered. This looks really good too. I like the menu. Save system. Good shit, man. It looks really good. What did you say? You've been working for this for what? Not even 6 months? You said you started in, what, June or something? June? That is mad. Good job, man. Graphic style reminds me of Game Boy Advance era, yeah. It looks very retro, I like it. Very impressive. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can make some sort of saving queue. Yeah, let's serialize you first at least. We're gonna make a list of... Ooh, well that's the thing. What the fuck is this list? So I basically want you, whenever we want to save this, rather than saving it immediately, we want to tell the save manager that when we save, I want this thing to be saved. I guess I could make my own... I should make my own serializable class for this. We should do some like system.serializable. Make some like public class let's call this like savable object or something, which we know we're going to have a public string key. And then most of this stuff, what am I actually saving? Well, destroyed and active, those are going to be bools. However, if I need to save the position of something, which, to be fair, how often am I gonna save the position? Will I save the position of something? What would I save the position of? I don't know if I'm ever gonna save. I did add it. I don't know why. Because you can't manually move stuff around. First make the feature, then wonder if you need it. Yeah, exactly. I probably had some idea when I made it, but I don't know... What would I save a position of? Most likely it would be something that's animated. Oh, no. Something you can move. Yeah, and that I do have. I have things that when you click on them, you will move them to a new location. So yeah, I am gonna need that. That is going to be like a vector 2. I guess I should put them all in here and just leave them null if that's not what I'm going to load. Oh, wait. Shouldn't I use the enum here? Savable save options. I could have a public savable save option. Like what type of save option is this? Because otherwise, how do I know what value I want to load or save? Oh, wait, how does this even work? System flags. I got help writing this from chat. None is equal to 0. Okay, so these are the values, right? Can I check if... Oh no, I check if it has the flag. So what if I... What if I pass in the save option? And then I do the same thing here. Maybe then I should use the same key for everything. No, because I can only load one. Well, I should load a savable object to set it up though. Yeah, maybe this is what I'm gonna do. Maybe we save the save options and then we also save a bool for active, a bool for destroyed, as well as a vector 2 for position. Like this is all I could save. And then over here, what we actually do is that we create like a savable or something. I should have this one handle everything, then I should load everything at start if I wanted to, so I should pass in the game object as well as like the reference object or whatever, and then set everything up in the save manager. Like none of the saving nor loading happens from here. What's up, David? How you doing? Sorry guys, I'm a bit behind chat here. Let me catch up. There's just one zone. I have almost the entire world mapped out with monsters, couple of dungeons, 10 biomes. Holy shit, man! You've been working hard. That's a lot of content. Playing Hollow Knight Silksong. I think I'm going to implement that style of how you just got this quest, how you just completed this quest. Yeah, I think feedback in general is always good. This looks like your own save system. Yeah, I know I'm doing this in a bit of a weird way where I'm basically using another save system under the hood, but I'm like wrapping it up in my own save system. However, I think that is a good thing. Sign of maturity, yeah, that is probably true. And it's also the fact that the more if I decide the implementation of it, then I will understand it, right? The issue with just straight off the bat using easy save is that I'm afraid that I won't like fully understand it. Do you know what I mean? For the next game you can already use difficult save 3, true. Just make my own wrapper or whatever for easy save. Because the good thing, I still get things out of easy save. Like, I'm still gonna get, like, encryption if I want that. We have, like, the actual JSON logic and so on, which is probably more reliable than what I would do. Like, obviously, we're still gonna use this under the hood, but we're going to just do it in a bit of a different way. I'm still not entirely sure how I want to do it. I want the save manager to save everything. But I don't know, I'm unsure if I want the save manager to load everything. Like the thing now is that I could just I could have my savable script have a reference to one of these classes. And then we just load that in, right? Or I load the values from that. Otherwise, what I could do is make multiple classes. I could have one called like savable object, and then all that one needs to have would be a key, because everything is always gonna have a key. And then I could we could use inheritance to create something like a destroyable object, which is going to inherit from savable. And all partial declaration of destroyable object must not specify different base classes. Oh, is this already a thing? Is that why? And also, I don't want that one. Does Unity have something called the destroyable object? I think they do. Like, we could do something like this, where we just add a bool called is destroyed. And then do that for each of the different things. Because then we could have a list of savable objects. And then just check. If it is destroyable, then save this. If it is this, then do that. And so on. That is another way of doing it. We call this something like the saving queue. When we save game, we loop through the saving queue, and then we would check, like, if saving queue at the index of I is destroyable. Can I not do that? Never provided destroyable type. There is something like this I can do. Savable is equal to saving queue at the index of I oh sorry savable object if the savable is destroyable. Is that not how I do it? If savable, there is something like this I can do. Did badges inventory that only saved system yet can save/read. If a player has been to an area, I give them a badge for it. To find an exit from that area, I add a badge for it, etc. So the save file loops through the badge inventory to load where the player actually is and what they have. Oh, interesting. I think you need to cast and then test for validity. Subclassing is annoying. Okay. What is up, Mises? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Terve. Morjesta veli. Big shout out to Mises, yet another developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Working on a really dope game called Shadows of Tuonela, which is coming. There's playtest coming to Steam soon. Go and check it out if you haven't. How you doing, Mises? Okay, so what? Would I do... Oh yeah, just savable as. I think this would work. Because couldn't I do something like destroyable is equal to savable as destroyable? No? But I know there is something like this I can do. Oh, so sorry, wait. No? You can use the as. That did not come out right. I want to be very clear, that did not... Anyway, I know I can do something like this. Last week I dropped Harrier coffee filter and it broke into 2 parts. The replacement arrived. Bless people working so hard in the evenings for delivery. I don't like the new English C#, putting as and nots and whatnot. Yeah. But like, well, otherwise you're saying that I could cast it, so that would be doing something like this. Is this how I would do it? No. Cannot convert savable object to destroyable. I know I've done something like this. In my deck builder, I had a parent class called unit. And from that we had ally units and enemy units. I know I did something where I could just grab a unit and then check whether it was... I don't remember exactly how I did it though. C# check if I don't know, is of a specific like subtype or whatever. And there is a is subclass of method where the current type is derived from the given type. But that's not really what I want. Type of base class. Oh, is that what I want? If, I think that's what I want. If savable is destroyable. Fuck. I should be able to do something like this. Wolfit, how you doing? Welcome in, man. Might be able to just save it as a subclass after checking if it is one. Oh, I fucked up the inheritance. Whoops. Thank you, Wolfit. Yeah, I mixed up savable and savable objects. Thank you very much. Okay, that solves it. Silly little mistake. Because then we should check, like, if this one is destroyable, then we want to tell you to save we want a key, so we would go savable. No, I still would have to cast it, wouldn't I? Oh, is that when I should go destroyable? Shouldn't I even do the as destroyable? And then we save the destroyable dot key with the destroyable dot is destroyed. Like, we should have done something like this. Basically, we can queue everything in one list and then check whether we are saving the destroyed state or the active state or whatever it might be. And then we can load it here. So what we would need is to have some form of a function to basically add something to the queue. So we need something like a public void add to saving queue. Well, this is tricky though, because what fucking value do I pass in? I guess I could pass in the save options. And a pass in a bool and a vector 2. Then I know whatever I'm trying to load, I have the value for it. Doesn't seem like the way to do it, but... Like we would pass in the key. I wonder if I could pass the value in as an object and just check what type of object it is. Can I... Because everything is an object in Unity, isn't it? Okay, let's do this the ugly way first. Add to saving queue, we're gonna have a string key. We're going to have a savable save options to determine what type of class we are going to add. This feels weird, but oh well. We're gonna have a bool for... Okay, fine, I'm just gonna add all of them. We're gonna do is active, bool is destroyed, and we're gonna have a vector to position. I'm only gonna use the one that I need. So here we would do something where we would basically, we could do switch depending on the save option. Switch depending on save option. Where we want to add something to the queue, but we want to make it basically case destroyed. Oh, I guess I should load everything here. If I don't break, I could do this thing, where the savable object just has a reference to everything, but we only load what we want. Then you can even combine the is and as into the if statement to make it cleaner. If savable is destroyable... Destroyable? Oh... So wait, I would add a... I would basically name it here. The destroyable. And then remove this. Ah, that's neat. So I basically create a reference in the if statement. Ooh. That seems to work. Thank you. Okay. If the save option was destroyed, then we want to say something like save in queue dot add no. Let's create a new, we're gonna say savable. No, we can actually make a destroyable. Destroyable is equal to new destroyable. Destroyable.key equals key is destroyed is equal to is destroyed. And then we add the destroyable into the queue. And then we would have a case for active. We're gonna skip position for now because I'm not using that yet. Here we would basically do something similar. We would make a new one of these. And instead call it something like... But yeah, I need better naming for this. Savable objects. Activatable. Is that? That's not a word. Is it activatable? I think that is a word. Capable of being activated. That is a word. Activatable. Is active. So in that case we make a activatable, new activatable, key equals key, is active equals is active, add it to the queue. Every mono behavior is destroyable and activatable. That is true. It's more so if we are able to save that specific state. I don't know, there's definitely better naming for this. I just don't know what. If it's destroyable, then save destroyable.key. Destroyable is destroyed. Else if savable is activatable, then tell EasySave to save the activatable key with the activatable is active bool. And then once we finish this for loop, we have to make sure to tell the saving queue to be cleared. This feels odd, but kinda feels like it could work. Now we would just have something like a private void add to saving queue. Where we would basically call this one. I am confused, what are we doing? I'm trying to make like a saving queue, because right now I've been saving stuff as it happens. Like if you destroy an object, we immediately tell EasySave to save this as destroyed. And then if you click on another object, we might tell it to save this as deactivated and so on. So I'm basically trying to make something where my save manager has a list of a saving queue. So instead of constantly writing to the JSON, we just add a bunch of stuff to basically tell the save manager that later on I want to save this thing. And then when we actually trigger save game, we just loop through that entire queue and save everything. Something like that. Oh, but wait. When we add it to the queue, we kinda need to check if this one already exists in the queue. Because what if you interact with it again for something that should be toggled active and deactive, for example? Then we might have both in there, and that should be weird. So shouldn't I check, like, if... No, we would have to loop through all of it. Do you really need a queue then? Wait, what do you mean? How would I do it without a queue? Like instead have a list or hash set or array. Oh wait, is that not what I'm doing? Because now we have a list, which basically represents the queue of stuff that should be saved. We're gonna, just as you interact with things, if you interact with something that needs to be saved, use a separate data type. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, we're not using the data type queue. I am just calling this a queue, to be clear. I thought you use one of those. Okay, yeah, no. I'm just using a list, but I'm calling it queue. I didn't know queue was an actual thing. So then before adding something to the queue, we should check if it already exists by checking the saving queue. I'm gonna loop through this one. If saving queue at the index of I dot key is equal to key, that means this already exists. I mean, in that case, we should just remove it first. We should say saving queue dot remove saving queue at the index of I, and then break, right? So you could change to use a hash set then, which can only have one item of each, and just checking if it's in the list. I assume this is C# stuff we are talking about. Type of elements in the hash set. Hash set int even numbers. Contains. Oh, but then I wouldn't need to even check if it contains, just this can only have one, so if I try to overwrite it, it's going to like... Oh, but wait, they are going to be different though. Okay, I need to look into hash sets. But this should be fine, right? And we loop through it, we check if we find this key. If we find this key, then we just remove that one first, and then we add a new one to the queue instead. And then when we save the game, we loop through it, and we save the specific values or whatever. When we want to add it to the saving queue, we go save manager.instance add to saving queue. And well, this does depend on the switch save option. No, wait, do I even need to do that? I don't understand why you would use a queue for this. Well, just to be clear again, because apparently there's a actual thing. What did you call it? A data type called queue? I'm not using the data type called queue. Like, I'm just using queue as the generic word to describe like a queue of things, yeah? And the reason I want to use that is because it seems unnecessary to... Like, basically, it is the difference between saving every once in a while or saving like every other time you click on an object. And saving every other time you click on an object seems a bit mad. Like, that seems like it's too much. Like, it seems like unnecessary amounts of saving. Like, you're gonna be writing to the JSON like, you know, every, like 3 times a minute or something. Instead of just like batching everything into one big queue, and then on like, either on quitout or on an autosave, we just say, okay, now we have all of these things that we need to save, so save all of this now. Oh yeah, you could also save it to dictionary, which will make you able to look up the key directly without looping. That's true. That is true. You're doing the exact same thing now, just on a smaller delay. For which save you're creating a handle to the JSON anyway. No, because I'm not even writing to the JSON. Like when you add it to the queue, all I do is add this thing to the queue. Like, I'm not saving anything. We're just adding it for later. So then later on, when I decide to trigger save game, that's when we actually loop through it and trigger the save function. So they start saying, no. Wait, how is this the same thing? Because now all of this will happen. Say, for example, say that we decide to autosave every 10 minutes. Then every 10 minutes we're gonna loop through this list and save everything. Instead of saving one piece of object every 15 seconds. Oh, you mean that here when I call the save. Opening a new handle to save file over and over. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that I understand what you mean. But I think okay, so we're basically talking about two different things here. Yeah, you're saying that I'm still doing more I/O. I'm still doing all of the I/O operations, which I guess is true. I suppose that the difference, why I was saying that it wasn't the same thing, is because I'm still doing, I'm doing multiple I/O operations, but those are happening at the same time, rather than doing it constantly as you play. But then that becomes tricky, because now... Oh, fuck. Just then I can't like make the save file dynamic in the same way. Now I would have to Now what you're saying is basically that the optimal way of doing this would be to just already have a structured save file, right? No. Okay. Because the thing is that I don't want to make a save file .cs where I add every bool, like, you know, public bool that one battery in that room has been taken, blah blah blah. So, but what we can do instead, just that's annoying, right? The nice thing about how we're doing it now is that we can basically just create these things to be saved as you go, rather than me having to type them out every single thing that should be able to be saved. But couldn't I just... In that case, we just dynamically create the save file instead. And just have that be like a list of... or a dictionary of things. And then we just save that entire list. We should do something like just the main thing is that I I feel like it's too annoying if I'm gonna have like my save data and I'm gonna have to like manually write each thing I want to be able to be saved, like player has or like int no bool, this item is picked up. That we should be able to save that, but then we also need if this other object, and then do this for like everything that you could pick up in the game. That seems annoying. But then if we dynamically create one thing that we save and load, it's kind of fine. Because then I don't really have to do that. Using dictionaries may... Oh yeah, that's fair. As long as you can serialize the data you want to save, you don't have to type each out, you can have a list dictionaries or whatever, yeah. No, what you should do is the pirate software way. Have an array of like 5,000 ones and zeros if something was done or not. Okay, that's the way we're gonna do it. But wait, doesn't this... fuck... Yeah. Doesn't this change how I load stuff? Oh no, because then I just check my save data. See if this key exists, otherwise set the default value, rather than using the load function. Like, what we would do instead, when we load if something is active, is that we would check like our save data, which is like a dictionary or something. And then we check if that one contains our save key. If it does, get the value, otherwise set it to the default value. Then I don't need to actually read the JSON file either. All I do is that when you start the game, we just load the entire data. Yeah, maybe not when you start the game, but when you actually pick a save. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that seems reasonable. So we would do something like have a public dictionary. Because I don't need this to be a separate thing whatsoever. Well, this is annoying. What's the value, though? How do I know? Because the value might be different. Like, we are going to have a string key. But what do I put as the value? Oh, I guess I could use... this. Shouldn't I? Or something like that. JSON serializer should do everything for you, unless you change the data some way before saving. Then you have to undo that at loading. It's using easy save 3, that is true. But like, obviously I'm doing this in a weird way where I'm using the asset for saving, but then I kinda still want to control it myself, which is maybe a bit weird, but... Oh, easy save can save dictionaries, so that is fine. Easy save should be able to save dictionaries. Save slots encryption, blah blah blah, serialize, class struct position, game object, bam bam bam, dictionaries. So guys, we do have some ads coming up in a little bit. Might go and get myself a bit of tea during the break. Can even load data to a specific type. Then I have no save clauses, one for play data and one for game settings. Oh, wait. Okay. So, game settings, I still use the Unity... what do we call them? You know what I mean. I don't remember the name now. This means you should have like an inventory class and then load the inventory, yeah. Yeah, regedit. It saves to regedit, but what do they call it? They call it player prefs. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, ads are running. Let me take just a short break here and go and get myself a bit of tea, and I will be right back. JSON is the way. To be very clear, I am using JSON though. Like, easy save is a JSON serializer, right? So that I am already using JSON. But yeah, give me just like a minute and I will be right back. Appreciate your patience. And we are back. Can you even load data to a specific type? This means you could have an inventory class and then load inventory. But then if I do that in a dictionary, because what I get confused about here is like what the type is. If I sometimes load a bool and sometimes I use a... In that case I would probably load a list, right? Oh no, it was a class. Oh, do you mean that that would just be like a separate list or a separate thing I load? Okay. Like Jason so much that my next son's gonna be Jack, and then I call him Jack the son, Jason. In other news, his actual name will be Jason. Ah. He's gonna be part of the common club, let's go. Then you maybe load items, picked up items. That seems very specific. Because what I'm doing right now is that basically I'm creating these keys as we go, right? So we get a prefix, we get the parent name, blah blah blah, and the name of the object we're trying to save. And then if I'm saving whether it's active or not, I just save, I just add _active at the end. Because then I could put all of this into just one massive list. That sounds annoying to load into memory. Why? Because I wouldn't actually load like the consequences of it until I need to. Basically, when we load the actual game objects, I'm thinking that we would do something where I just check our save data, see if it contains this one, and then load whether this should be active or deactive or whatever. So that happens in runtime. We just pick the things I need to load when I need to load it. Unless you mean that like loading the dictionary itself, like to this reference or whatever it might be, is too much to load into memory. But that seems like it should be fine. That's bad and extremely slow. Why? No, I'm not doing IO operations. No. I don't mean that I should do IO operations. I mean, when you pick your save file, I load this dictionary once. And then, when you go into a room, each object will check that dictionary, see if it contains this key. So I'm not actually reading the JSON, now I'm reading the dictionary that we already have loaded. Does that make sense? So basically, this dictionary would be our save data. And then here we're not gonna use easy save load. Instead, we would just check if basically if this thingy contains key, and then I pass in my save key. If that is the thing, then load from the dictionary. And otherwise, if it doesn't contain that key, meaning we have never saved this before, in that case, load the default value. But like here, we never do any IO operation.
Time to stretch.
That's already been done. Project Unfarmed, cheers man. That was bloody hot. Does that make sense? So then we actually only load it once. Which I feel like that should be fine. Loading the file is done in milliseconds, and having a few hundreds of items in memory takes no space at all. Probably true, because obviously it's not gonna end up being like a massive list of things either. The only thing is, yeah, the inventory is special, because that's not just a value I'm going to load. I guess maybe that one is fairly important. So maybe we could just have a... we just load a list of inventory items or whatever. Can I do this? Also, why does this not work? Oh, because I need to name this thing. Is that why? Requires two type arguments. Oh, I shouldn't name it. It's just whatever it... Oh, okay, thank you. So then same thing here. This would be a string and then list of inventory items. Inventory. Maybe that one we can separate, because that one will be a bit different. It's like the only time I'm actually going to load a list, you know? It would probably be in the same dictionary though. Imagine a JSON file. Each element has its key value. Yes. I just don't understand here what the fuck. What do I pass in? Like, what's the type? What's the value type? Keys that you're using is 3.load key. Well, now I'm not gonna use that function anymore, right? Because I think that one is an IO operation, isn't it? But then I'm basically gonna make my own load thing here. What item do you want to save that? Well, there's multiple, right? I want to save for generic objects, and I'm using objects in a generic way here as well, to be very clear. Like these are like furniture, items in the world, stuff in the world of the game, basically. There's three main things I need to save, I think, which is I need to save whether it, or I could need to save whether it is active, whether it is destroyed, and potentially its position in case it's something you can move, and I want to save that. Other things we're gonna need to save is the current room, like what room you are in, so I know where the player should start. And then last but not least, I assume we want to save the actual like items in the inventory. Yeah, these are like the different things I think we're gonna need to end up saving. So like, basically we need to save bools for is active or is destroyed. We need to save vector 2s if I need to save a position somewhere. I need to save a room for the current room that the player is in. And then I assume this is gonna be like a list of inventory items for what you have in the inventory. So this is where I get confused about just using one dictionary, because we have like different types. Unless I keep adding to this savable, where we might have the destroyable that just has this one, and then I suppose that here we could add a savable list or whatever as well. And then just use this like parent class as a wrapper for anything that could be saved. I feel like that could work. Like basically here, instead of adding it to the list of the queue, we would just add it to the dictionary as a destroyable. And then the dictionary would be saving savable objects. And then whenever you load, you would just check the save option type or whatever. Really interesting to see how chat responds to this. So you might need a separate data class for saving and loading that has all those items in it. Then you just have a dictionary containing one of them as the value type. Okay, so are you saying that I would have, if I'm understanding this correctly, I would have multiple dictionaries depending on the value type, and then have a separate data class that contains all of these dictionaries? Wait, no, I only have one dictionary. Okay. What's up, CS? Welcome in. Are you planning to implement some AI-related features? No. I can't say I am. You only have one dictionary and it contains one new save class type that accommodates all the data you need. So, okay, to be pedantic, it would be all of the data I could need. So that's like doing this thing that I started doing first. And then now I might only save a position, or I might only save the active state, but then maybe we use the save option to check which type I'm looking to save, and then just, or load or whatever, so just use that one. So then we would basically just add, if we need to save our inventory, it feels like saving that as a list would be the easiest thing. But then it feels weird that every savable object should have a... Oh well, it doesn't have to be a list of inventory items, does it? No, it does, because I need to say what the list contains, don't I? If you only have like 3 versions, you could have 3 dictionaries instead. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of as well, because that could make it easier to read the save file too. Because everything would sort of be categorized under what was saved. Like what type of save thing this was. So then, in that case, maybe what we could have done is to have like a public class for save data, and this one contains like a dictionary of strings and bools for I don't know, toggled objects. Basically objects that might have been enabled or disabled. And then we have like one dictionary for destroyed objects. And then, well, the last one doesn't really even need to be a dictionary. Then I could just have a list of inventory items. Like doing something like this. And then this is what we save and load. So instead what we do is that, depending on the save option on this savable thing, we check that and we just get the list or dictionary that we need. Does that make sense? And then here we would have something like a public save data. If you have 3 dictionaries, then you can manage the inventory items in a more advanced way. It allows you to use more specific and individual methods right now. Later, the entire inventory management will be easily scalable and extendable. You mean to use the... Do you use a dictionary here as well? Because the only thing I'm thinking here is that I'm only gonna need to load this once and save it once. So I'm thinking that like in the inventory manager or whatever, we would just say that like, you know, our own list of items in the inventory, like in a wake or whatever, will be equal to save manager instance dot inventory. And then at the very end, when you try to save the game, or I guess whenever we change the inventory, we just update the list in here, and then at the very end when you save, we save this entire class. When you try to save data directly to JSON, your dictionaries will just save as empty. Why? Yeah, typically I'm using easy save the asset, so like serializing dictionaries is not an issue. That I already have support for. Because I think that's an issue otherwise, right? Like, normally speaking, you can't like serialize a dictionary. Oh, even lists? Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, just normally if you just use like plain old JSON, you can only save like the standard value types or whatever, can't you? Or variable types or whatever. But yeah, saving the dictionaries shouldn't be an issue. So this feels like something like this should be fine, and it would sort of make my save file even easier to read, because these different dictionaries and lists would basically end up being the... They would end up being like categories inside of this save file. If you're using JSON, then you're able to store functions as values of the object's properties and call them. Not sure I'm following. You're able to store functions as values of the object's properties and call them. Oh, you mean I could actually... Wait, I could save like an actual function? Is that what you mean? Save game, because if we do it this way, it should be fairly easy, where we'll just have like another method called load game, and all we actually do here is to say that save data is equal to easysave3.load save data, and let's see, this will end up being the default value, so I suppose this should be Wait. My save data should now be a class instead. Save data. Which I already had. Never mind. So I guess the default value would be new save data. Not just create a new instance of it if it doesn't exist yet. Yeah, you're able to call that function like prototyping? Oh. Can I have this one capitalized? Can you have the same name as the type? Or is that gonna cause an issue somewhere? Okay, so we're not gonna do the saving queue. I feel like this kinda made sense. Can I have it, but I think it's not advised. Okay. So I'm just gonna call it save file instead. Why not? Public. Should I not make this one static? Is there a reason why I shouldn't make the save file static? And I don't have to check the instance of the save manager every time. I have it started. It feels like that makes sense. My reasoning is basically that instead of having to write instance here, I can just do this. Oh well, let's see. Now this is a class. Has flag active. So in that case, I would need to check the toggled objects in the save file. And this is a dictionary, so I check if this contains the key of our save key. This also means that there's not really a reason to add the suffix, because now I can have the same save key inside both active and destroyed, because those are going to be different dictionaries. So the save key can always be the same. See you later, I'll check the progression later. Have a good one. No worries, see us. Thank you very much for dropping by, and I'll catch you later, man. I feel like that makes sense. We don't need to like add this destroyed key or whatever it might be. Okay, so if it had the flag active, that means we should check through the toggled objects.contains key save key. If we have that one, then let's do this. Save data is equal to save manager dot save file. If save data dot toggle objects contains the key save key, then basically, let's see, when I load this, all I want to say in that case is that game object dot set active should be maybe here I even do this would be like save data toggle objects. Wait, how do I do this? Oh, can I pass in the key here? Yeah, string key. Save key. Dot. Hello. Oh, have I not made the thing, maybe? Oh, value. Do I just go... No? Wait, what do I... Wait, how do I access the bool here? Because this is going to... I don't do anything. Wait, is this all I do? Oh, because I'm... Oh, is it because I use the key to look up the dictionary? It's... That kind of makes it obvious that the bool is what I'm looking for. Is that kind of what's happening here? Yeah, because that's the... Oh, yeah. This is... Yeah. This is basically the index for the bools. Is the value in that position. Yeah, that makes sense. So then that's all I do. And otherwise, if we didn't find it, then I don't even need to load the default value, because this is set to the default value. So just don't do anything. If this object is enabled, then keep it enabled, because that is the default value. Okay. And then we would do something similar if it's destroyed. But instead we would look through the destroyed objects and see if it contains this save key. And if it does, we know. Well, to be fair, if this is true, if it contains this key, it has to be destroyed, because nothing is destroyed from the get-go. So if this even exists in this array, then you must have destroyed this item. So in that case, we should be able to just say destroy game object. Yeah, because the default state cannot be destroyed. So if we have ever saved this, it has to, like, nothing in this, it's kind of a bit weird, but in this dictionary of the destroyed objects, every single bool will be true. It has to be. So technically, I could even just have a list of strings, like just a list of keys for objects that has been destroyed. I don't technically need a value here. So maybe even using a dictionary here is a bit redundant. Because I'm never gonna... There's no reason why I would ever have to check the value. Does that make sense? I feel like that kinda made sense. Like, I usually save as little as possible. I think you can see a nice whole picture of big objects if you want to. Because I feel like this would be fine, because what we would end up doing is, in the save file, I would have an object called, or a list variable, whatever, called destroyed objects. And under that one, just have a whole list of keys. Which makes sense. Everything in this key is something that has been destroyed in the game. Because otherwise we're gonna have destroyed objects, and then it's gonna be like the save key, destroyed true. But it's gonna say destroyed true on every single one, because it wouldn't be in the list otherwise. Or in the dictionary. Yeah, it feels like this is better. It's gonna make the save file smaller. It's gonna be easier to read. If you have several identical items, you need to differentiate between them. They shouldn't be, because the strings are generated. Basically what I do, that the save keys I generate here, where I set it to the parent underscore parent name, and I keep going like that. So like in the upper main hall in the cabinet there might be a battery. So that battery will be called upper main hall cabinet battery. So even if I have other batteries, it should be fine. You might get issue from that if the order change. Do you mean if like, yeah, if I move the items around? Is that what you mean? That should be fine, because this happens, like this gets triggered manually. So even if I move it somewhere else, the string will remain the same unless I choose to regenerate the string. So as long as I don't regenerate it, even moving it around, even moving it to a completely different room should be fine. The only issue is that the save file is going to be less intuitive, because it technically is going to have the wrong name. But like here, for example, if we take the test book I made, you can see here that this is called outside underscore entrance test book. So that's because the parent is the outside entrance, right? And this test book is in here. But if I put you inside of the cupboard instead, if I unpack the cupboard and then I put you inside of the cupboard, the save key is still outside entrance textbook. Test book. The only time it would actually change is if I manually choose to regenerate the key. Now it will be called outside entrance cupboard test book. So I think even that we should be... It should be safe. As long as I don't regenerate the key. But it is something I'm gonna need to keep in track, that's for sure. Like, once I release the game, once someone has a save file, I do need to make sure that I don't like fuck up the keys and stuff, because that is definitely one of the moments where we could end up corrupting save files for people. Because yeah, I did have this manually or automatically generated key, but that seemed a little bit iffy. Okay, I think we should try. I still think we have an issue, which I don't know if anyone here knows a solution to, which is the fact that I might have an object that is disabled, that I want to load as enabled. But if the savable script is on that object, a wait won't be triggered, right? Is there a way where I can force like a wait function or something to trigger even if the object is deactivated? Is that like a thing? Or do I need to do something where savable always has to be on a parent object? That would be really annoying, because what if I also disable that one? Then I'm gonna need to keep climbing up until I basically... You can call any other public method though? Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. On a disabled object. Yeah, you mean that this would basically... Or rather what I would do is just call this load from somewhere else. Okay, so how bad is that? I don't know about this, but there's a function, right, to... Oh, no, what would I do? I'm thinking if the room itself could loop through or somehow use some method to check all the child objects and find every instance of savable. And the first time you walk into that room, you basically trigger load on all savables in the room. Like, would it be crazy to get every single child and do a for loop through it to find all of the savables? Or there's also a function, isn't there? I don't know if I can do that on a transform. Like, get component in children? Like, should I get components savable and trigger load in all children of the room? Restless Mayhem, thank you very much for the follow. But if your game object is disabled in the editor, unchecked, await will still run at scene load. Will it though? I thought await only ran on enabled objects. Is that not the case? I thought like await, or basically all of those standard ones, like await, start and update would only run on a enabled. This is a Unity function, isn't it? I think so. Unity await. Yeah, because it's part of mono behavior, right? Enabled when a stripped instance is being loaded. Unity calls awaits on stripped derived from mono behavior in the following scenarios. The parent game object is active and initializes on scene load. Now that sounds like it could have been. The parent game object goes from inactive to active. After initialization, the parent game object is active and initializes on scene load. It doesn't necessarily say that this item is active. But it does say that the parent has to be, which we also don't know. It could be cases where the parent should have been disabled as well, I suppose. Active game objects placed in scene unit calls await after all game objects in the scene are initialized. You can safely use methods such as find with tile to query other game objects. Not deterministic. An inactive game object can be activated. Oh, when set active is called on it, okay. Hi, howdy, thank you for the follow. I mean, it doesn't, surprisingly, it doesn't explicitly say that. I was so sure this didn't work on disabled objects. I mean, it does say that the parent game object has to be active. But it doesn't explicitly say that this mono behavior has to be active. I still think it's safer to use like the get components in children or something in the await function of the room. Just in case there would be something where the parent object is disabled, because then that could cause an issue instead. But that is interesting. Does await trigger on a disabled game object in Unity? Yes, await will still run on disabled game object in Unity. Regardless of whether the game object or the component is active. The main difference is with start, which will only be called when the game object and the component becomes active for the first time. That is very interesting. If you would have forced me to bet money on it, I would have bet that this was not the case. I was very sure that await starts on enable, update, all of those only ran on enabled objects. Today I learned. All children's await run as well, but not the start. Interesting. Interesting fact, so you could basically run enable logic in await, yeah? Seems like that's the case. Dude, I was so sure this wasn't the case. Thank you, Imam. Today I learned. Okay, we need to clean this up, because I have been messing this up a lot. So let's fix the save manager first. So we have the add to save in queue. We don't need to do this. Well, we need to update it though. But to be fair, since this is static, we can just access the save file. Like basically in the savable, the saving that we do here. Well, I could probably still use this. Like use on enable and on disable to check stuff. I don't know where I would check if it moved. And if this object has a new position. Well, I could check... On enable won't run on disabled objects. That should be fine, because here this would more so be the trigger to say that something changed. So this is for the trigger for saving rather than the trigger for loading. Like if a disabled object that should be saving its active state, if that one gets enabled, instead of calling easy save, we would now do something like, if we have the save option active, we would basically do the opposite of this. Right? If it contains the key, then we basically want to update the value. So on enable, that means that toggled objects at the save key should be equal to true, because this one was enabled. And then I feel like we can do something like this. Save data, private, save data, save data. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I still do this. You don't care if it is in the dictionary. Save it regardless, I think. Oh, yeah. But wait, how does that work? Is this enough to create a new entry in the dictionary? Oh, it is? Oh, interesting. Yeah, and if it already exists, then it will overwrite instead. Wait, overwrite. Yeah, okay, so in that case, this should be all we need. And then on disable... Well, there's no reason to do this unless we have to save it either. Only need to be sure that dictionary isn't null. Okay, so let's do that immediately. Save manager. I mean, this one wants to load immediately, right? So we could even do it in the await function, which would be something like protected override await. We set up the singleton, and then we say that the save file. Well, to be fair, I could... No, I cannot load it when you click... Can I? No. I don't think I can load it when you select your save slot. I think that tells easy save which save slot I'm using. But I don't think the save manager actually exists there, and it's not really any reason for why it would. So yeah, I'm gonna load it when you actually switch to the game scene. Then we say that the save file is equal to... Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, I know. We do this. We have a private void. No. We could have a private save data called initialize new save data. We create a... So this is the very first time if we... So basically this is going to be the default value. Okay, I don't want you anymore. Save data. So basically we just initialize everything here. We create a new save data, and then we say data dot inventory, which is a list, is equal to... This is what I need to do, right? A new list of inventory items. No? Oh, this is a method. And then data dot destroyed objects is equal to a new list of strings. Data dot toggle objects is equal to a new dictionary of strings and bools. And data dot... I'm missing something. Positions is equal to a new dictionary of strings and vector 2s. And then we return data, right? So now, in await, when you boot into game, we say that our save data, our save file should be equal to easysave3.load. I'm gonna hardcode this as save data. And then the default value, I think I can put as initialize new save data. So if easy save, if the save file has the save data, we load that as our save data. If that doesn't exist yet, then we initialize new save data, which creates it and basically initializes all of the lists and dictionaries to make sure that those cannot be null. Right? It feels like that makes sense. One man, what is up? Marbles is getting a save function? No! We are back to Shroud of Gloom, man. How you doing, one man? Good to have you. And then... okay, wait. Let's not be silly here. Let's make a private const string equals... save data key, which is equal to save data. And instead of adding this out in multiple places, we just do this just to be a little bit more safe. I don't know, I've never tried to make anything save in Unity. I've done it very little, like... because I never got that far in most of my projects. In Memento Mania and in Pastry Pops, the only games that I've actually released, all of the save system was just player prefs, because I was saving very easy things anyway. This is the first time I'm doing a little bit more of like a sophisticated save system. Okay. Oh, I need to save the current room as well. Snooze. I don't want no ads. Goodbye ads. Let's make a seed of every possible state the game can be in and use that as a save. There is one more thing that's fairly important, which I think I might even save here in the data as well. Public room. Current room. And then here we could say that the data dot current room is equal to... can I not do room manager? Do I not have something like a starting room or something? Yes, I do. But then I need to make sure that this one is enabled. Not even the worst idea I've heard today. I usually add the save system in the end, but now I usually keep using the same one every time. Yeah, that makes sense. I do think like if this ends up working well, I probably do the same, right?
Boolean challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it. What was that weird pause it did between marble and race? That was a little bit weird. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a quick little marble race. Check 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Boolean as the redeemer. Do you have a preferred map for us to run? And of course, as the new tradition is, we are also going to make a little prediction here. Since Boolean is the challenger, we're gonna say, will Boolean win? Hell yeah, man. Or nah. Let's do... Sure, let's do 2 minutes. Oh wait, people, you've been a bit quick here. Wait, we haven't started the map yet. Gigaplinko, let's do it. Now you can type !join. Okay, let's do a 2-minute prediction here. Cost your channel points, ladies and gentlemen. This is our little side project that we have been spending a little bit too much time on. But we finally have a somewhat functional build. So that's why we're going back to Shroud of Gloom yet again. RTN, nice to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I think you should buy one of those survival game pads from the Unity store and upload it to Steam. Okay, we have some believers. We have a lot of non-believers, or a lot of points at least. 20,000 points bet on Boolean not winning. We have 500 points on Boolean winning. Oh, someone else is a believer though. It's going up, 1,000. If Boolean wins, there could be a lot of money split between... Holy shit, almost 8,000 points. You know what, this is closer than I thought it would be. Everyone loves the Giga Plinko, yeah. The only thing that's annoying about this one is that sometimes it's hard to know how far down you are. Like obviously when you see this one, you know you're at the end. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's 6 different Plinkos. Holy shit, 15,000 points on Boolean winning. It's actually almost split 50-50. 15,000 on Boolean winning, 22,000 on Boolean not winning. This might be the most points I've seen on someone bet on someone winning so far. Wait, you coded this? I did indeed. I was going to make this game in like 2 days. I accidentally spent like 5 streams on it or something. Nice work, thank you very much, Fish. The odds make no sense, let's go, yeah. It's just like, the chance of Boolean winning is fairly low. Okay, we're gonna snooze this ad as well. You know, because obviously there's a lot of other people in here. However, if he does win, you know, it could happen. Usually it's more high risk, high reward. This is kind of high risk, medium reward. Do you place bets? We just did. Yeah, I think the prediction just ended, but it was surprisingly split. Vintage, what is up, man? Okay, let's start this. 10 seconds to join, minus stream delay. It's rigged, that's not true. And the race has started into the first Plinko. We have a Vintage almost going straight down. Yep, another marble though. Cheetah did a good diagonal there. Foolbox though, might take the lead. Teams Fish, One Man and Emisis first into the third Plinko. I don't see Boolean at the moment. One Man, Emisis, Nymph, Fish. Okay. Jin just racing past everyone. Boolean though, where are we? There's one more Plinko after this. One Man going down first into the final Plinko. Vintage, RT, Jin, Pons almost took the lead there for a second. Boolean! Come on, Boolean! I think it is over as Hey Vintage rushes into the last section here, and he does end up taking the win. Boolean not even in the top 10. Emisis second place, Pons third, and we have Emisis, Nymph. Damn, Emisis and Nymph getting a lot of top 10s here, as well as Pons has the double as well. Not too shabby. I can't believe it. It's rigged because I lost. I accept my punishment. My points ban Boolean. Okay, should we have a poll whether or not Boolean should be banned for his crimes? Okay, managed prediction. We had 3 people betting 40% of the points on on Boolean winning. We have 4 people betting a total of 22.5k that will split the believers, which is unfortunately Boolean did not make it. And with that, we are going to complete the prediction.
Hey Chappie, focus.
I'm mad focused, man. What are you on about? What's up, Nymph? Hope you're doing good. Is side project day today or May? No, today we are working on Shroud of Gloom, but I have added the... I've added the channel point redeem to run a quick marble race, so we just had one of those.
The other sesh is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. I think the punishment should be 500 lines of code with a missing semicolon somewhere. That would be kind of fun. The punishment is I get access to your repo and I get to mess something up somewhere. And you have to find it. GG, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to Shroud of Gloom, where we are currently working on our save system. I wonder maybe if I should just save the starting room in the save manager instead. So I can load it immediately from there. But that feels a bit weird. No, that feels weird. That feels a little bit weird. Sounds like a problem for Python boys. Adding white space somewhere, but not C# hombres. No, senor. True. You don't have a main menu? I do have a main menu. Also, Debugged Dream, welcome in. Can you check my small game? Maybe not right now, but someday we might be able to play it. We do some playtesting of people's game every now and again. But I do have a few in my little queue at the moment. Obviously, I do try to prioritize, you know, the subscribers and people who's been around for a long time. But you know what? That doesn't mean I won't play it. Sounds like a so load the save file in loading screen. Usually works fine. But that's a... I don't know, because it's in a different scene and I don't even have the save manager in that scene, which maybe you could argue that's a problem, like maybe I should have the save manager. Like right now the only things we do in the menu is that we select the save slot, but it's actually when you switch to this scene that like all the game logic is run or whatever. Thanks man, no worries. Debug, appreciate you dropping by.
This is a pay-to-win stream.
Yes, Pons. How have you not figured this out yet? I am a fucking sellout, man. I'm a full-time developer, full-time streamer. I have to make my fucking living somehow. If you guys wanna pay to win shit, I'll allow it all day. Do you think I'm above that? Do you think I'm above that? We just played marbles. Subscribers get double the marbles in the game. You know, I'm not above that shit. And right on cue, we have Pons with the Prime resub. 3 months, absolute legend.
Full-time sellout, let's go.
Let's go indeed. Thank you very much, Pons. That is very much appreciated. Absolute legend. Hell yeah, EA wants to talk to you. They need a new monetization devil. And also, for anyone who doesn't know, you know, if we're gonna go sellout, why not go full sellout? Did you know that you can get your name in the credits of my game, Shroud of Gloom? all you need to do is to reach the supporter threshold. If anyone is curious, you can type exclamation mark supporter in the chat and you will see your rank or how close you are to the threshold. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is enough sellout for today, because I'm starting to feel ashamed of myself. But yeah, with that being said, let's get back to work. I've been working on a new game, it's called Chess, and I really think it's going to blow you away. As long as it comes with a vibrator DLC, okay. Oh, is that a reference to the chess cheating thingy? Is that the reference here? Look at that, we even have a hype train going. Also, I don't think we have an ad, so what is the ad banner doing here? Wait, why aren't the cool triangles on in the background? I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. I legitimately cannot answer you, cheater. They just stopped fucking working. I click the little on button and nothing happens. And I haven't been bothered to look into it too much. I think I need to like I need to set them up again or whatever, do like a factory reset or something. Somehow I lost connection to him. I don't know if there was some update or some shit, and I just can't turn them on at the moment. So yeah, we're gonna sort it out at some point. I have bad news, guys. Chappie has been purchased by EA. With that being said, though, thank you very much, Pons. It truly does help out. So I appreciate ya. Okay, so the main issue here, I think most of this is fine, but I need a way to check the starting room. However, it becomes, I feel like the execution order here feels a little bit odd. Because the room manager has a reference to the starting room. But the room manager is going to load the current room from the save file. But if I need... if I needed the save file to be able to check the start, it feels like I get some roundabout thing here that happens. Do you know what I mean? Like they both need to check each other somehow, and that feels odd. No, it's easy. All we do, we don't save the current room. Current room will be equal to null. If current room is equal to null, that means that you haven't yet loaded a room. So now, in the room manager, when you start the game, we check. If the current room is null, then load the starting room. However, if the current room... Hey, Jin with the 100
Stinker 11 cheers, Stinker 11 shake it, Stinker 11 cheers, cheer 50.
There we have it. Thank you very much, Jin. Appreciate ya. Yeah, but basically we can just check if the current room in the save file is null, then you start at the beginning because you haven't saved over it yet. However, as soon as you save the game, we update what the current room is, and then the next time you load, that it will no longer be null, so now you can load the room the player was in. Kinda makes sense, doesn't it? I feel like that's a fine way of doing it. Sort out the triangles after the D&D game. That would be kinda funny. Just give me like 5 years or so and we'll sort that out. Look at that hype train still going, appreciate you guys. Just what do I even do? Do I ever load? On start. Oh yeah, I basically just set the current active room.
over here.
Jin, thank you very much for lurking. Okay, we need to do one thing at a time. Let's finish the save manager. Then we fix the savable class thingy. And then we sort out more of these implementations or whatever. Save game, we're going to enable the robber. And then we're not gonna do anything with no saving queue. Instead, this is the one time when we are going to update the save file. So we're going to say es3.save. Yeah. Save the... Using the save data key, we are going to pass in our own save file. So then mid-game we can always just... Like every time we switch room, we just update the current room in the save file, right? Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Shroud of Gloom Steam trading card. I don't think I can do trading cards. I think you need to reach some limit of something, don't you? Before you can do trading cards. Same thing with like, you can only have like 100 achievements, but if you reach whatever the threshold is, you can have like infinite or something, or at least a lot of them. I think trading cards on Steam are part of that thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that's the case. Really wish Valve would make a game out of Steam trading cards. That would be pretty sick. Just, is it all about, well, trading? Is that all you can do with them, really? I mean, I guess you can sell them too, but just as a form of trading. This looks good. In a wait, we just load it. When we trigger save, we do that. Wait. So I don't need this function, because I load it in a wait. I would always... Yeah, we don't need a load function. Save file is equal to easy save 3 load save data key, and if that doesn't exist, then initialize new save data. Then when you save, we update save data key with our current save file. This looks good to me. Let's fix savable. That is the next thing. You can make badges with them that give you backgrounds and stuff and levels up your Steam account. Ah, you collect like 5 or something to complete the set. Oh, interesting. I haven't ever really looked a lot at the trading cards. I am one of those, like, I very much enjoy achievements in games. I know that's also a little bit like, you know, it's individual. Some people just don't give a shit. Out of curiosity, let's actually do a poll here. What do you guys, how much do you care about achievements? I guess that is the question. How much do you care about achievements? And it is, number 1 will be like full on trophy hunter. Like, you want every achievement you can find. Otherwise it's like, I enjoy collecting okay, I like them. So I like them is like, it's nice to unlock achievements, but you maybe don't go for like 100%. I want 100% in every game. That's the top one. I like them, but no... like them, but no try hard. And then we have... I don't really care. And then I hate achievements. Sure. Let's do that. Let's do like a 5-minute poll. I really want to see how, you know, where you guys align here. Poll has been started. Cast your vote. I'm actually a bit curious. I wipe my achievements every time I start a new run of Skyrim or Fallout. Is that actually true? What? Because you like unlocking them, that is? Do the achievements unlock content? I mean, you could argue that they never do. I'm also thinking about like the literal thing of having an achievement pop up. Just having something you achieve in the game unlock more content. That could be the case, but you could have that without or with the actual achievement. Do you know what I mean? So it's more like when the thing pops up saying that you unlocked an achievement, like is that something you look for? Do you like it or do you not care about it? Just out of curiosity. Like obviously you might have to generalize a little bit here. On Steam, not so much. In PlayStation, I usually go for Platinum. Oh, interesting. Why do you think that is? Gonna pause a pretty steep threshold for me to care about achievements and collecting. It's basically, if I absolutely fall in love with something, I care enough to finish it fully. Yeah, just, the thing for me is that I very much like achievements, but it would be very rare for me. It's only a few times in my life where I have been like, I'm gonna try to get every achievement in this game. Like, that's happened like twice or thrice in my life. But I still very much enjoy unlocking achievements. Don't collect them. I don't collect them. It makes me happy when it's like beep boop, you have done a thing. Yeah. It makes it feel more like the first time I played. Yeah, that makes sense. Really depends. I hate Dark Souls achievements. Well, you need to do like 3 playthroughs to do them all. Yeah, I tried getting all achievements in Dark Souls 1. The fucking Knight's Honor or whatever it's called, the one with getting like every unique weapon in the game, is fucking brutal though. That one is insane. I think that is the one that forces you to do like 3 playthroughs to be able to get it. Most games do them wrong. Interesting. What do you think is the right and wrong way? If they enhance the gameplay in any way, they are most valuable to get. How would achievements enhance the gameplay? CS2 has the hardest achievement list to get 100%. Oh, really? Oh, do you need to get like global and shit? It seems like so far most people like them, but are not tryhards. Vote is still up. So far no 100%ers or non-carers. Or haters, for that sake. You're coding benefits in the game. But that's where, I don't know how I see that, because like, you can have that with or without the actual like PlayStation trophy or Steam achievement, right? But I guess what you're saying is that when you have achievements, you want that to also be that thing where it affects it or whatever. I think achievements can be useful in some type of games where there is stuff you can miss, but it's not like a weird achievement like a game that have things like to do a backflip and lick this painting 5,658 times when they are kept to a minimum. It tells me I walked past something. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, because it can become like a... If they are not too extreme, it can basically become a progress bar of like how much you have done in the game, right? Oh, I was being sarcastic. Once you launch it, you get the only achievement? Oh, damn, I didn't even know that. I love the achievements in Dishonored. First playthrough I did, casually, killing whoever I wanted. But then achievements where you can't kill nobody. Nobody can notice you in the whole story. So it was fun that you had to come up with some sort of strategy on some missions. Yeah. Yeah, they can be used to like give you a different incentive on how to play. Okay, so far we have 6 votes for lighting achievements but not being tryhards. And 1 vote for I don't really care. Well, technically we could say 7 on light them but no tryhard, just that is probably the one I would pick as well. I'm salty about it because I was an achievement hunting in Counter-Strike Go. When they launched 2, they just scrubbed it down to 1. I see. Yeah, light them but no tryhard easily had the majority. Gary's mod has an achievement for meeting Gary on a server, but I don't think he plays anymore, so you can't 100% now. Damn. Yeah, that is kinda brutal. Okay. Saveable. Load. Save data equals save manager.save file. Oh, right, this is a list now. So I can't do... Can I do contains, right? Yeah. If you contain the save key, then destroy the object. That's fine. Position, we don't care about right now. Total objects. Save key equals true. On disable. Total object save key equals false. On destroy, remove this. We only need the save key. And we don't need to... Oh, wait, we don't even want to call this. What we actually want to do is something similar to this. If you have the flag destroyed, then you want to say save data.destroyed objects. And we want to add this to the list. So dot add save key. We don't need a function to save. We have the function to load, to generate the prefix. Okay, let's save this. I think that should be good. They never make the gameplay worse, I think. Maybe if they are too frequent. Yeah, that I could see as well. Like, if you had an achievement pop up, like, you know, 3 times a minute or something, like, that would probably end up getting annoying. But I feel like that's somewhat rare. One thing that's funny is that I think that, similarly to what Fish said, I think, like, if achievements are too easy to get, I get a little bit... I don't know. It doesn't feel rewarding. It almost even ends up feeling a bit bad. Like, for example, I think I have like 1 game on Steam which I have all achievements in. Which is a great game, by the way. It's Mind Over Magnet by GMTK. However, that game has like 6 achievements, which is basically beat level 1, beat level 2, beat level 3, and until the final level. Which means that if you just play through, like, if you reach the end, no matter how you did it, you will have 100% achievements. That personally, I'm not a huge fan of. Because I feel like at the very least, I understand the whole thing about not wanting to have like incredibly difficult achievements to get. But if just finishing the game is enough to get 100%, it doesn't feel rewarding. Like, I feel like it almost feels bad to say that I have 1 game that I got all achievements in, because I don't feel like I deserve it. I feel like there should have been, like, at least give me like 1 or 2 hidden achievements, or something that I could have missed, or something so that I felt like, okay, I actually did something to get 100%. That would be one of the things, I would say. That isn't even achievements. Yeah, it doesn't feel like proper achievements that way. No shame on the game or GMTK, by the way. I love his stuff on YouTube, and I think the game was fantastic. The only thing I didn't like was I feel like it would have been nice if it would have thrown in maybe a couple of like secret or missable achievements, even just a handful, and I would have been happy. Because it felt weird to get. I didn't feel like I deserved to get 100% achievements. When the Counter-Strike 2 came out, I was hoping they would wipe the skins market. Wanted to see the chaos it would cause, probably a lot. What's up, Joao? How you doing? Game is looking good, thank you very much. Appreciate you, man. Not me, my skin prices doubled, damn. I think I still have some. Anyone wanna buy my Counter-Strike skins? I haven't fucking played in ages. I think I have, what do I have? I think I have some, that like white, blue, blackish AK. That one. I don't remember the name of it. What else do I have? I have the white orangey P90. That one I think is a bit cheaper, but I think my AK skin or whatever. I think I have the Hyper Beast for the I don't remember anything anymore. Was it? I don't even remember the name of the fucking weapon now. The other side's AK default rifle. I have the Hyper Beast for that one. Vulcan, is that the one for the AK? AK-47 Vulcan, is that what it's called? It might be. Yeah, it's a Vulcan. That's one I have. I recently realized that I don't like that in some games you can 100% the game and still only be like 50% on achievements. Yeah, so that would be like the other side of it, I suppose. I think the genre should dictate the achievements. Like linear games, I agree they should add other achievements like speedrunning, collecting secrets, etc. But in games like Hollow Knight, if I 112% the game, I should cover all achievements. I see what you mean. I think Binding of Isaac is like that. Like if you get like all the items, you kill every boss on every character and so on. Like when you have basically gotten the 1,000,000% or whatever they call it now, I think at that point you should always have all achievements. Having one easy in the beginning can be nice to let the players know the game has them, but no spamming. True. I also think that for game developers, ironically, achievements can be used for figuring out how far people get in your game. Like, for example, having a very early achievement in your game could be very nice because you can, if that says like 60%, you can basically assume that 40% of your players barely started the game, right? Like you can actually use it as like a data point without having like, you know, having like data collection in the actual game. Played CS before you were born? Maybe not, don't know how old you are. How old do you think I am, Wolfeet? Chirpy arms race server? Dude, I would do so bad, man. I have like 500 hours in Counter-Strike and I've never had a good rank. In Portugal, we call the P90 the Pinogenta. Oh yeah, the M4, exactly, that's the one. Your AK Vulcan has 2 Kratos 2015. That may be worth a lot. Oh yeah, the stickers, right? I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah, I think it's like, I do think there is some value to the skins I have. I just haven't been, like, I haven't bothered trying to sell them, because I'm probably not gonna play anymore. Like, I feel like, at least not to the point where I feel any need to have any skins lying around, so I would like to get rid of them. It's just the actual act of doing it that keeps me back or whatever. There's tools for that. The player don't have to say. Oh, interesting. Sometimes beat a game and I see like 5% of people get the achievements. Like, why aren't people beating this game? Yeah. Level 6, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I think like in that way achievements can be quite interesting. Like seeing how many people basically started the game, how many finished it, and so on. Played a fair bit of Counter-Strike, I'm not a big fan of the gunplay in it. I was Lem in CSGO, almost 3,000 hours, damn. Yeah, I think I'm fairly certain I have around 500. I think the best I ever got to was like High Gold Nova or something, which when I played, I remember looking it up and I was literally like one rank above the absolute average rank in Counter-Strike. Like I was just above average, basically. I have to shoot people's feet to hit headshots. Whoever decided it was on crack. Oh yeah, I see what you mean with like spray patterns and stuff. Okay, this is good. I think the savable is fine now too. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. The only thing I suppose we'd want to do is to make sure to trigger the load function. And I feel like the easiest way of doing that would actually be in the room itself. So basically, have the room find the savables and load them. So we only need to do it once, so we can do it in a wait. We should even do it on enable. Let's do it in a wait. Load savables. And here all we really need to do is to do something like transform.get components in children.
Cheers.
Right? Savable. Can I bool include inactive? Yes, thank you very much.
Time to stretch.
Cheers, AO. Hope you're doing well. Let's do a quick stretch as well. Steam doesn't calculate the value of stickers. Each Titan 2015 is worth like 110 euros each. Damn. Fun when you come from LoL to CS and you are happy to get ranked silver and not bronze. Just to realize later that silver is the lowest one. Oh, that's kind of funny. I never really played LoL. I played a little bit of... When it comes to MOBAs, I played a little bit of Dota and I played some Smite back in the days. I think I've only touched LoL for like... I think I did the tutorial at some point. That's basically it. I never really got into it. It's a shame Team Fortress sort of got left behind by Valve. Did get to Gold 3 when I was playing it very often. Yeah, I think I got to Gold 4. I'm not to 1-up, yeah, or anything. But I'm fairly sure that that was the highest I ever reached. I heard if you spam stretch, it rips in two. I'll dare to stand up beyond cool lunches. I've already been standing. Stretch well, chappy, all the wrist exercises. And back, no carpal tunnel fast. True, I am. Oh yeah, I was lying. I got to Gold 5. Yeah, sure thing. I mean, that doesn't even exist. It doesn't. I think, at least. I don't think it exists. Okay, so wait, results. Oh, but I don't even need to do that. I can just do This is gonna... What does this give me? A list? Savable bool... What? No, it's an array. So... savable array... Savables equals... Get components in children savable true. Now we have all of them. And then we just loop through them. And we say savable at the index of I dot load. Right? Let's see if that works. I think we should have done enough now to it should be functional. So let me actually do this. Let's start from the main menu. My highest is Silver Elite Master or some shit. Yeah, I think that's the highest one in Silver, right? I don't know. I'm just... The thing about me is that I'm not like a super competitive guy in general. Like, I've never really like truly gotten into like a competitive game. And even when I just have skill issue. So I'm just not good enough to compete on like a high level. So it kind of loses its charm, the charm after a while. And I don't really care enough to try and like get super good. I don't know. Like most of my like favorite games and the games I have the most playtime in are like single player games, like Dark Souls 1 and like Binding of Isaac are like my most played games. I'm just not. I don't know. I'm just not that competitive. Went to Lark, I've been sick all day, but still went to school, and I have 2 exams, an essay, and a short play. Damn. And a prop I need to make for it. Due tomorrow, I got like 2 energy drinks to help. Take it easy, AO. Get yourself some rest, and I hope you get better. Good luck, Chappy. Thank you very much, AO. Okay, so we're gonna remove all of our saves. We're gonna start a new one and see what happens. And hopefully the planet doesn't explode. The planet exploded. Null reference. Okay, they can't load it. Script execution order, I believe you are the problem. Do I even have my save manager in here? It seems like I don't. So, let's add it. Save manager. Let's make sure you enable even before the game manager. Apply. Let's try that. Will you hook this save system into the Steam Cloud? Probably. It seems like a nice thing to do. It's not something I've looked into. I don't know like how easy or hard that is to do. But right now the plan is to do it at least. I assume it shouldn't be that difficult. I have like the Steam Manager thing here from GitHub, so I imagine that one might even have like some function I can trigger for it or something. I don't know if Strom is here. I think he uses the same one if he knows. But yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna look into. Okay, let's remove the save file again, and then we're gonna load the game and hope it doesn't crash. The fade out or whatever didn't really trigger there. It seems fine. So I'm a little bit intrigued. I kind of want to open my save file and see what it looks like. Where is my save file? It should be like... Because now we have initialized a new save file. Was it local low? Is that where it goes? Madshirpy, Shroud of Gloom, slots, save slot 1. Oh, I haven't saved anything yet. Right. So we are going to save and quit. And then open it again. Okay, we have the playtime, which I saved separately because I want to load it in the menu scene, like I wanted to say on the save slots how long you've been playing. And that seems done. Save data. Type, save data, assembly C#. Value, current room null, inventory, so that's a list, destroyed objects, toggled objects, outside entrance cupboard, door 0, closed, true. Did I click on that one? And then positions is empty. Did I really click on that one? Let me load this one. Why did you... Door 0 closed. Oh, because... On disabled triggered, maybe. No, because then you should have triggered too. Wait, is the... No, this is not working. Because it says that this one, this door... No, the closed one is true, which you are. So no, that might be fine. Okay, I'm gonna pick up the book. And I'm gonna open this one. And then we're gonna save again. Current room null, because we don't set that up yet. Inventory we haven't set up, so that's fine. Destroyed objects, outside entrance, test book, collectible, nice. Oh, I don't love the formatting here. Toggled objects, outside entrance cupboard, doors, door 0 closed, false. Yes. Cupboard doors, door 0 open, true. So that looks correct. Let's see if it loads it properly. It doesn't. Door closed was false, but that one is still enabled. Otherwise, this one loaded properly, and the book is gone. But why are you here? Okay, we trigger load, which is this one. If the save data contains the key for the save key of this object, then game object set active, save data, toggle object save key. So one of them worked, but the other one didn't. And this looked correct. If it gets enabled, we set it to true, otherwise we set it to false. Door 0 closed is set to false. Has anyone tried connecting your save system to Steam Cloud? Anyone that has experience with that? Okay, I'm gonna open you again. You have save option.active in both there. Is that what you want? Yes. Yes. Good question, but it should be, because what this save option means is that I should just save the active state of it, if that makes sense. So this is saving whether or not it is activated. Same thing here, like whether or not it is destroyed. Oh, technically I only save if it is destroyed, so that one is a bit different. And like the save file looks correct as well. Oh, here we have an issue though. Destroyed objects. We keep writing to it. The book is now destroyed twice. Oh, because when I load it... The first time I destroy it, I add it to the array. Next time when I load it, I trigger destroy, which will trigger on destroy. So I add it again. So here we need to... Let's see. If this is the case, I guess we can just do and if... No, I can't do that yet. We need to load the save data first. And then we just do a quick check. If save data dot destroyed objects contains save key. And then we're gonna flip this to if it doesn't contain the save key, then I want to add it. That should fix that issue. But I don't understand why the door doesn't load properly. It clearly says that the closed door is set to false, meaning the closed door shouldn't be enabled. Not yet, I have a Steam page for my demo, but not done with it. Okay. It seems like it shouldn't be... It seems like it shouldn't be that difficult, right? To set up the Steam Cloud thing. I have no idea, this is a pure assumption here, but it feels like it should be fairly straightforward. Do you wanna link your game, Hamster Hammer? Your demo? It's very easy, it is? Okay. It feels like it should be, and I think we use the same Steam Manager, because you helped me set it up. So is there something already in the Steam Manager to do it as well? I assume that might be the case. Outside entrance, cupboard doors, door 0 closed, false. You should be toggled false. But when we load the game... Something weird happens there. It shouldn't... Do I need to add like a loading screen or something? I only have a couple of things, and it's like it lags for just a second. This one should be disabled. Rooms, outside entrance, cupboard doors. Cupboard doors 0 closed. That is this one. Did I mess this up? Active. Door closed. The key is correct as well. And so is this one. Why is that one not being disabled? That is very confusing. If you have a local files and you talk it through it in less than 5 minutes, it's easier than that. Oh! Oh, is this something where you just like... Do you just set the place for where the save file goes, and then the Steam Cloud will just take that one or whatever? Is that kind of how it happens? Strom knows all true. So it is on itch.io. Let's go, man. Oh, is the Steam page... Oh, you said you weren't done. Is it still waiting for review or something? Yep, okay, that seems fairly straightforward. Ooh, little CRT filter. Oh wait, so this is not the same game, No, this is a different one. Also kind of retro though. Nice style. Did you do the art for this one as well? The Bone Warrior's Oath. I literally read Oath and the first thing I start thinking about is... what you call it? The fucking D&D paladins. I'm getting obsessive, people. I need to stop. But yeah, looks good, man. Still in the process of doing the art for the page? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it looks really nice. Steam Auto Cloud configuration. Configuration. I know how to speak. Oh yeah, look at that. See, I can show this, right? There's not anything. Yeah. It's quite literally just giving the subdirectory to the save file and you're good to go. Okay, that is very nice. So then we will definitely set up the Steam Cloud thing. Thank you, no worries, man. That's Mindshappy. I have my save files ending with .sav. You can grab everything or just specific extensions. Ah, interesting. So yeah, everything in the file path or whatever, like the entire folder. Which I don't know, maybe if I should do, because I also have... This is like settings for Unity, isn't it? With player prefs and shit, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it doesn't barely take any space, so it feels like you almost might as well just take this entire folder. Oh, they're unregistered. True. Yeah, in that case, I might as well just get the... But it can get multiple files, right? Like, if I say that I want... Wait, how did this look again? Did I close out of the thingy? Here we have it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you have the file path, and then you set a pattern. So it's going to get all of... every .sav file it can find in here, I assume. Is that how that works? I assume that's the case. Yeah, in that case it should be fine. Set multiple patterns / locations too. Okay, sweet. I don't think I probably don't need that, but because then we can just save the save slots and then the player prefs will be saved in the reg edit thingy. Yeah, we will sort it out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, did you know we are currently sitting at 1,698 followers? Isn't that pretty sick? We are 2 followers away from 1,700. Isn't that pretty badass? If you haven't, click that little button down here. There's a little heart thingy shape somewhere. Click on that one if you haven't. Anyway. Okay, we need to figure out why... Okay, so disabled objects are loading properly. The enabled one isn't. What happens if I close this one? And then we save. So that works. So right now it really seems to be the one that becomes disabled that for some reason doesn't work. Maybe that's because... But no, this shouldn't be the issue. Because I was gonna say maybe on disable doesn't trigger correctly or something, but that can't be the case. Because we are quite literally... like... This is the save file. And door 0 is set... The closed door is set to false. So when I load it here... Game object... Not set active... Save data... Toggled objects... At the index of the save key. This should give me the value, which should be false, which means I should set active false. Why doesn't that work? That is very conspicuous. That is not what conspicuous means. Conspicuous. Is that not like hidden or whatever? Clearly visible. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck I said that word. We're going to rewind. That is very weird. That is very odd. It looks like this should work. It has to contain the key because the key never changes. The key remains the same. What's up, Lupo? How you doing, man? Welcome in. I am so confused. I am so fucking confused as to why this isn't working. Oh, are we not loading it? Are we not... that's it. That's it. We're not loading it properly. I bet that's the issue. It's something with the get components one, isn't it? Get components in children, savable. If it doesn't find the savable, we cannot load it. And literally the only one... No, wait a second. True, do you get only inactive? Include inactive. It feels like that should be true. I want inactive and active. But I bet we're not finding it. We can even check like this. Savable. Load. Let's only do the toggle ones. Or even, let's just do it here. Debug log. Game object. Dot name. Is loaded. Let's try that. I bet this one is not found for whatever reason. But it's weird because the book is enabled from the get-go, and that one we do find. But we maybe don't find the door that's enabled from the get-go. However, the one that isn't enabled we also find. Wait. When we boot up the scene, on enable gets triggered, doesn't it? So maybe that sets it to true. And for some reason, yeah, it might be an issue with on enable. And then we load it as true, which means we activate it. I think on enable triggers, which means that since that one is active, we overwrite it. Fuck. How do I fix that? What if I... I was gonna say, what if I track when you click on the item? But what if there's an item that gets enabled or disabled when I click on another item? Then that wouldn't trigger. Otherwise that could have been the solution. Every time you interact with this object, check if you're supposed to save the active state. In that case, read it and set it correctly or whatever. But that might not always work. On enable. Okay. What if, let's see, this is triggered at the start of the scene if the object is enabled. Then we set it to true. What if I could do some check here? If it gets enabled, we check if this is set. We check if... Fuck. Wait, there's a way to fix this. There's a way to fix this. What if I... Like, I check if it already is active or something? Do you know what I mean? But it will already be active, because on enable trigger, then it will never save. What? How do I fix this? I promise you this is the issue. But let me double check. Why is it enabled in the first place? Because it's the default state. Which I actually use as the default state as well. Like, this door will always be enabled right here. Just, like, technically I could disable it. But then I need to make sure... Then I need to make sure that this is set to be initialized. Or whatever. So that, like, adds a bunch of extra weird stuff. And it's gonna look weird in the editor when I, like, design rooms and stuff. But I don't know how to get around this. Because just disabling the objects wouldn't be the solution here, because then it won't exist in the save file, so there will be nothing to enable it. Otherwise I have to, like, manually say that this one is supposed to be enabled, but that's gonna add a bunch of work. Right, so you need to know what triggers the enable, player or setup. Yeah, maybe. Is it possible to do that? Like, if enabled triggered... Well, I don't know if it's because of the player. What do you mean by player? Can you define player? Are you using player as the one playing the game, or the player as in like the... Because there's a player in Unity as well, isn't it? Like, I need to know whether... Basically, the thing I need to know is whether on enable was triggered because the scene was loaded. That's kind of what I need to know. Playing the game user. Because you set a default value. Did I set the default value? Oh yeah, no, the default value exists because if you haven't saved this before... Oh wait, no, I don't do that. Yeah, well, in editor I have a default value, right? Because I have it enabled. That's true. Oh yeah, it can't just be when you load the scene, because the same thing is gonna occur when you walk into the next room, right? Then on enable will trigger because the parent object got activated. Like, it needs to only do this on interactions. The annoying thing is that I can't really check for interactions. I mean, I could, probably. But it's annoying to check for interactions because nothing says that just because this object was enabled, even by the player, doesn't necessarily mean that the player clicked on this specific object, right? Because if you click on a light switch in a room, you enable the light in the ceiling, but you didn't click on the light in the ceiling, you clicked on the light switch. But that one still gets enabled, and we probably want to save that. Unless every time in all my scripts that can enable and disable other objects, if those always pass in something that says that the player interacted with this, so every object that you enable and disable, save this now and not on enable. If I can fly in here. But the same thing happens with on disable, doesn't it? Yeah, what happens if I walk out of here? Because technically, on disable gets triggered when I walk into a new room, doesn't it? Okay, now everything looks fine. What if I go in here? And then I go... No, what if I go in here and then I save? And then we restart. Will everything be saved as disabled now? That one did, even though I didn't click on it. This one just never saves anything. It seems like. Okay, what if I keep you like that, then I walk out here and then we save? Okay. I left it closed, right? Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. This fly doesn't like being in here, I think. It's going crazy. Yeah, look at that. I opened you and that one got disabled. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to use on enable and on disable here. But I don't know... It would have been so... easy though. Unless there is a way for me to check if on enabled was triggered because of the parent object. That is the thing I could... If it's possible to check that, that could solve it. Because here, Doesn't like on-enable trigger because the parent object got enabled or whatever? But I don't know if that's possible. Wait, Chappie, why are you working on Shroud? Isn't this your side project? Nah, we are back grinding Shroud of Gloom. We are being productive and very confused at the same time. I don't think I'll be able to use on enable on disable. But it would have been so easy if I could. I don't know. Welcome back from the ads, guys. Is there a way to check what triggered on enable / on disable in Unity? Unity doesn't directly tell you what triggered on enable on disable, but there are some workarounds you can use to track it down. Game object set active changes, toggles all components. Okay. If the parent is disabled, all children are disabled too. Re-enable if parent re-enables. Unity engine debug log on enable name / n new stack trace. Okay. There is something you can do. Override on transform parent changed. If you suspect a parent is disabling your object, you can catch that event. This is going above my head. I always add to confusion, so don't mind me. Shroud is a hidden minigame in the marbles game, I think. Yeah, maybe Shroud of Gloom takes place inside one of the marbles. The marbles are the universes. Yeah, didn't think about that now, did ya? I could check for interactions, like add the iInteractable, and only do this stuff when you click on the object. But that would only work for like root interactable objects or whatever you want to call it. Like if this object also triggers something else to be enabled or disabled, then that's not gonna work. It would work if I could check like... Because I assume Unity goes from the top, right? No, when I switch rooms I legitimately just enable the parent... I disable the parent object, so... If I could do something like, did the parent get disabled? Then return. That would solve the on disable. But the on enable would probably be trickier, because I would have to do something like... I don't know if I can just flip this. The parent get enabled. It depends on how Unity loads the scene. Wait. On disable. No, on disable probably triggers before the object is actually disabled. Does it? When exactly does on disable trigger? Also when the object is destroyed and can be used for cleanup code. When the scripts are reloaded after compilation is finished, on disable will be called. I was thinking, what if I could check if on disable was triggered, what if I here could check if the transform.parent dot game object like if that is active in the hierarchy. Like if it, when this gets disabled, if the parent isn't active, then return, because then you must have been disabled because the parent got disabled. But that depends on if the parent is actually disabled when this triggers, which I'm not sure. Parent wasn't disabled. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the case, but we could try it. Okay, everything looks good. Parent wasn't disabled, that is true. But what happens when I walk into a new room? Oh! That actually did not trigger. What if I quit out? It also didn't trigger. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so now the question is, could I flip this for on enable and say, no, that doesn't work. Because when you actually clicked on, the parent will be enabled. It would also be, I would need to check if the parent like just got enabled. Oh? What if the... What if the room triggers this on enable, on disable? It tells all the savables with the active tag to save their current state. Then it might be like overwritten and shit, but it's never gonna change the actual value. Like the value would be read. Oh, as long as... Notice I can check active in hierarchy, which should mean that it doesn't matter whether the parent is enabled or disabled. I think that could work. Would it work if you just had a do save bool set to false when entering the room and loading its settings? I would have to do when you exit the room as well. Maybe. But I feel like since the room already loads them, what... Oh, the one issue here... is that that means that if you quit out in the room you're currently in, whatever you have clicked on will not be saved. No, it will. Because on disable... No, because you triggered this saving before the room gets disabled, so it's... Fuck, it's not gonna work either. Unless I manually check that. When we trigger save, I manually go through the room you're currently in and made sure to save everything in that room. Then maybe. Like basically what I'm thinking, on destroy seems functional. Then if we didn't use any of this and we instead make a public void save active state, Arthur shoots with the 8-month resub, you fucking legend. Thank you, man.
Hello.
Hello, Arthur, how are you doing? Thank you very much for that resub, very much appreciated. Hope you've been well, hope you had a good weekend. Like, what if we did this? We have a save active state where we basically read... Well, we basically want to do... this. I am in the credits, you are indeed. Thank you for your support, man. Save active state. We get this save data if it has the flag active. And total object save key. And then we set this equal to whether or not the game object is active in hierarchy. So we just read the game object to save it. And then we, in the room, we make a public void save savables active state. Maybe we should even... No, we should actually save that one too. Doing great, nice to hear, Arthur. But what if I have a list of savables? Then we save that. We don't have to save it in like the save system. But we can save it during runtime. Why does this not work? Oh, because I made it a list, it needs to be an array. We're currently trying to implement a bit more of the save system here in Shroud of Gloom, and it's going so-so, but I think we can solve this. I mean, I could even have this one handle everything in that case. Because if we trigger this each time you walk out of the room, we will always update everything. And that should work fine. The only issue is if you quit out of the game in a specific room. Because then the room you're currently in, if you've done any changes, you haven't actually walked out of that, so you haven't triggered this function. But then what we can do in the save manager is that whenever you save, before we actually do the IO operation, we made sure to call this function in the current room you're in. Because then we do basically solve that. Oh wait, I don't know if I can do it with the destroyed objects though. Oh yeah, I can. Because if the object is destroyed, that means it will be null. If the object all of a sudden turns out to be null, then that object must have been destroyed. Oh, but then since it's null, I can no longer access the save key. Okay, so fuck it. On destroy seems to work, so we're gonna do it from here. But active inactive I think we have to do from the actual room. So save savables active state. What do? We are going to say we're gonna do a for loop through the savables.length. We do need to make sure that these are not null though, because you could have destroyed one of these. So if I guess I can do this. Savable equals savables at the index of I. If it's not equal to null, and if the savable dot save active state, no, dot option, something option. Oh, can I not read that one? You are private. Oh no, wait, I checked that here anyway. Save active state, so I don't need to check it here. As long as it isn't null, we can try triggering this and see what happens. If you're not null, then savable dot save active state. Let's try it. I think this should work. It's a bit of a weird workaround, but hey, if it works, it works. Well, that one is gone now. It wasn't gone here, right? Yeah, so that one does seem to load correctly now. So now the question is, if I close you and I walk away here, we should now save that. That should save me... What did I do? I closed the door, didn't I? Yeah, we closed the door. Then we save. We boot up. And now the door doesn't remain closed. Why? Save active state. Save data. Save file. Total objects with the save key. You should be set to game object dot active in hierarchy. So when you exit... Oh, because I never trigger a save. Oh, I'm a Dumbo. Never mind. I only load them, I never save them. So on disable, we save savables active state. On disable of the room, not the object itself. Which should mean that as soon as you exit this room, we're gonna save everything inside of it. And then, like I said, now the issue will be if you quit out inside of a room after making a change. It shouldn't save that. But then we can do another workaround to make sure that that does get saved by just manually saving the current room when you quit out. It feels like I'm onto something here. Okay, close you, walk out, save and quit. That was a bit weird. Okay, everything looks correct. Pick you up, open you, walk out so it gets saved, or whatever. Boom boom, I'm gonna load you again. Now you don't get loaded instead. Why does it not get loaded? We load savables in awake. As option active. Which did all of them trigger? Door closed, door open is loaded, yes. Okay, let me check the save file. Yeah, both are set to false. Ah, fuck. Which is when we exit the room, the parent... No, but isn't that what active in hierarchy should do? Defines whether the game object is active in the scene. Or am I misunderstanding this? Unity active in hierarchy. Does that take into account whether the parent... Oh, I think I misunderstood this one. Game object is active in the scene hierarchy if the game object active self is true for the object and all parent objects. Never mind. That's not the one I want. A game object is not active in the scene hierarchy if active self is false for a parent object, even if the... Okay, so active self is obviously what I want. Okay, I mixed them up. Welcome back, fish. Okay, we want active self. That's what we want. Okay, active in hierarchy takes the parent objects into account. Active self doesn't. That makes so much sense. I don't know why I got that confused. Let's see, we might have to delete our save file now. Yeah. What's up, Damien? Welcome in. Okay, so we're gonna delete this save file, boot up the game. Gonna pick up the book, open this one, exit the area, save and quit. By default, get components in children won't find inactive components. Could that be it? It shouldn't, because there is a bool to set that, which I should have done. Which is when we load them, which is here. Here, true. This true should represent whether to include inactive. Otherwise, I think that is a common issue. I've been burned by that more than once, yeah. I think it's a common thing to miss that little bool there. Well, someone posted about it on the Discord recently, that's why I remembered it. Okay, let's see now. What does this say? Destroyed objects, book entrance test book. That one has been destroyed. Outside entrance cupboard. Door 0 closed, false. Open, true. It would be really nice if I could have this be a new line. Because does this mean I'm gonna have one massive... Oh, I suppose this will happen though. But it's harder to read compared to if it made a new line here. I wonder if there's some setting in easy save I can do to make that happen. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't work, but just I can still control F to find whatever I need. Okay, so we're gonna load now, and the door should be open. Yes, that is functional. Now, the only thing, as I mentioned before, that I think is not going to work here is if I close the door, but I stay in the area and then I save and quit. Yeah. Door closed, false. Door open, true. So now, since the saving occurred before the object was got disabled or whatever, before the room got disabled, it doesn't save it. However, this is where we have the little workaround, since we made save savable's active state public. We can now go into the room manager, go into the save manager, and whenever you save the game, the first thing we do is check our current room, which we can even do from the room manager. Room manager dot current room dot save savable's active state. We just made sure to do this in the current room as you quit out. Maybe I should even add a comment here. This function is only called when switching rooms. So we made sure to save the current room before quitting. We made sure to manually save the current room before quitting, sure. Slightly unsatisfied by the serialization, since door closed is always opposite of door open. Both shouldn't need to be saved, and it can only lead to conflict and invalid game state. I see your point. However, it feels like it becomes more confusing to make sure that, because otherwise I need to like keep track of everything that has like open and closed and locked states. But I do see what you mean. You only mean that's a design point? Yeah. I do agree that, like, theoretically there shouldn't be, like, because if you save one of these, the other one should be able to just naturally load the opposite. But it feels like that's almost more work than necessary. I mean, I guess I could make some, like, clause that derives from savable that instead has a reference to, like, a toggled partner or something, where basically you use the same key to load the opposite of whatever the partner object was saved to. The only time when this could become a little bit confusing is when I have something with more than 2 states. And now it gets a little bit complex. If you can go around in a circle, opening a door, and going into that room from another direction, would the door be closed? In some cases yes, in some cases no. There are cases where that would be an issue, but where it is quite literally impossible to go the other way. So what could be an example of this? We go inside. Okay, so here. We have the bathroom door. This one would be in... Oh wait, I do need to save that now. Fuck, because what if the player saves inside of the bathroom? Shit. Because normally here... I need to open this one to walk in here. There is no door here. However, if you spawned in here and the door was closed on the other side, then the door would remain closed. However, this isn't an issue, because now, if the player has walked in here and saved, then we have saved this door as open, which means that as soon, even if we only load this room first, as soon as you walk in here, we will load this one as open. But then there are other places in the game where the door will actually flip, because I know that the player can come from different ways here, so then I basically do it both ways, if that makes sense. Where I know that the player can go back and forth, or come the first time from a different direction. That isn't a circle. No, but what I'm saying is that there are other places in the game where it is a circle. However, there I already have it. I basically have something called door pass. I don't know, can I show this? Is there someone I can show you? What's up, Meat Shallow? Welcome in. How you doing? Like, opening your door isn't changing both room doors. Maybe I have places where that is the case though. Because I have some places where I've basically done this. I don't know if I can show this right now, because I don't know if it might be spoiler territory. That's why I'm just gonna draw this instead. Basically, there are a few places in the game where we might have one room here with a door. Yeah. And then that one obviously connects to a room on the other side. And if this is the case where you could walk around in a circle, I have some places where I will try to literally make it so that if you open the door from this way, then you also open it on the other way. If that makes sense. Now this, you could very much argue that this is a little bit weird, because what this actually means is that you open the door here, you walk through to the other side, you close the door and open it again. Like, it feels a little bit odd. But it is one of those workarounds I've done so far, because it kinda needs to be this way. I mean, there are other things I have thought about doing. But so here it doesn't actually matter which way you come from or which way you open the door, because it's basically going to mirror the door on the other side. I do indeed have a Discord. Check it out here. What is up, Mother Sheep? Good to see you, man. Back to the side project of your main project with the marbles. Indeed. How you doing, Mother? Big shout out to Mother Sheep, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Currently working on a really cool deck building game called Faith in Despair. I have not set up the custom shoutout yet, but here is the game. Demo is out, and if I'm not mistaken, we have a release date very soon as well. Look at that, 12th of November. It's getting close. Go and check it out, people. Wishlist the game, try the demo, support our fellow developers. Right, so you're changing the other room when you are inside the first one. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So when you click on this one, even though this room is technically deactivated, we still go we do it quite, like, basically what we do is that this one has a reference to a door pair. And whatever you do to this door, we will immediately trigger on the other door. So opening this door will immediately open this door, even though you aren't in this room. Which means that when you go through here, this door will now be open. And then, of course, the opposite is true as well, where if you would close this one, we now close the door on this side too, so that if you would walk around the entire game and end up in this room again, it now represents the same state that it was in when you were on the other side. It feels a little bit weird. It does feel a little bit weird, the fact that the door is technically open on both sides, but I don't know. I might keep it that way. The only other thing we could have done, which I did think about, I even did some test art for it. The other thing we could have done is something where you basically have a little bit of the door visible this way, but we basically faded the door out, if that makes sense. And then, like, clicking here, it would mean a lot of a smaller hitbox. Because the issue is that obviously I can't show the door like this, right? Like, we can't have it open fully the opposite way. Because now if you try to go through, you're gonna click on the door and you're gonna close it. So to make it more realistic, this would have been the option, but I don't know if that's worth it. Let me know what you guys think. Like, do you find it really weird that the door would be open on both sides? All good, I upgraded my Unity project 1 month before launch. So far so good. That is some risky business. This guy got some balls, man. What are you working on? I'm currently trying to sort out the save system, which has been a little bit of a challenge, but I think we finally found a solution for it. So we can save, like, active states and destroyed states and stuff like that in a fairly optimized way. Decently so, at least. Works with both doors, I think. Door closing is a mechanic, I reckon. Yes. Like a gameplay decision that is non-trivial for the player. Potentially. Potentially. How important that mechanic is might be... it's possible that it should be, it's possible that it might not be super important. At the same time, I don't know, I kinda like the fact that I feel like you should still be able to close it. Even this room is actually a good example. Turn off the light, open the door is now blocking the light. So whether it's like a deep mechanic or not, it's a way for you to once again be able to see the stuff that was behind the door. Does that make sense? And that could be worse in other rooms where, like, if I would open this door, like, there might be a collectible item here. You open the door, now you cannot collect it because you can't close the door. Or whatever. Do you see why I sent in creative? Don't know. I don't know if I know the reference. Yeah, in some screens the door leaf might be a bit intrusive, so there's a trade-off. Wait, the door leaf? The door leaf? Is that an expression? Was that... Door leaf? One option some games do is just auto-close any door after you pass through it. Yeah, that you could do as well, that is true. Basically, as soon as you go in here, you just hear as the door closes. Now you could open it this way. When you go out, you hear and you close the door this way. Yeah, that is certainly another thing you could do. Something to keep in mind. It means the moving part of the door. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard that. Door leaf. Yeah? When it comes to doors, the term door leaf often crops up, but many people aren't quite sure what it means. Simply put, a door leaf is the actual panel of the door that opens and closes. I have never heard this. Now, it's different from door hinge, because door hinge is what the door leaf is connected to. Like, this basically means door. But to specify that it isn't the door with, like, the frame and the hinges. Yeah, the door is basically what it means, right? Because I suppose it is to... Because if someone said door, it could... If you've been pedantic, maybe they would think it's like the hinges, the frame, the door, the handle, like the entire thing. Whereas, I guess leaf is a... The door leaf is a word to describe that you literally only mean the swinging part of the door. Yeah, so separate from the hinges as well. It's a literal... The swingable panel of the door. I've never heard this. Today I learned. Also, opening it. Just opening it fast and it goes automatically inside. Yeah. Yeah, you mean that like the actual... That I don't know if it would work for my game, but I see what you mean. Like clicking on this door would basically open it and take you inside. The issue with my game is that there's a lot of locked doors. So you kinda need to... Like you need to feel the door, right? So if sometimes this happens and sometimes it goes straight through, I don't know if I... It feels less consistent. Does it? I don't know. Leaf feels so thin, yeah. Sorry for being pedantic, I was an architect for 10 years. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. No, but to be very clear, Keita, I quite like it. You know, first of all, I'm a little bit of a language nerd, so I always find this stuff interesting. I was just, but I wonder if is this a pretty... Is this me not being a native speaker, or is this the word door leaf being a fairly... what do you call it? Like niche term, as in like, is it mainly used with people who kind of work with doors? Does that make sense? I mean, I guess the good question is, how many other people here, how many here have heard the term door leaf that haven't worked in like construction or architecture or something similar where it was a part of your work, so to speak? The only word for some games, design shows, yeah, I suppose that's true. Dörrblad is a Swedish word. Oh, have I had that? Dörrblad? I might actually have heard that. Just learned something upsetting and totally nothing to do with games or programming. Virtually every country and language calls sauna except for the Swedes. Yeah, and then our neighbors, Swedes and Norwegian, call it bastu or something else. This means what? Yeah, it's so fucking ironic because basically, as you said, like almost every language in the entire world are using the Finnish word for the sauna. However, Swedes, which arguably is one of the closest, both geographically and like culturally speaking, countries to Finland, is like one of the few that has their own word for it. It's kind of insane, to be honest. Like I am almost offended on your part. I mean, and half my part. I am technically half Finnish. It is kind of funny. Never heard door leaf, and I'm in the States and old as fuck. Are you as well, Fish? Because we have our own history using it? Maybe a fair point, but I assume we still got it from them, didn't we? Never heard the term door leaf. I had not either. But you know what? That's good. You learn something new every day. Now, the next time someone talks about the door leaf, you guys and myself will be like, oh yeah, that's one of those. Did we check if the thing is working now? Okay, so your state is... Let me reload just to make sure. Is a perfect word for Chappie to drop on viewers. Door leaf sounds like dåligt, so it's gonna be bad. That's kind of true. Especially with if you have more of a British accent as well. Like when you don't pronounce the R's. Door leaf, dåligt. Yeah, that's true. I think the explanation is that easy. Sweden and Norway had saunas before other countries. Yeah, it might very well be the case. I mean, it makes sense, right? So is the door in a fridge also called a door leaf? Now we're asking the real question here. And what about cabinet? Is it specifically for like doors, or can it be for other? Cheetah, our resident our resident architect. We need your help yet again. The city of Manchurpe is shining the cheetah symbol into the sky. Do you know, would that happen for a cabinet too, or a fridge? This is not a detour whatsoever, by the way. I don't know if they have some other example of something that's not a conventional door. I reckon it's a way to distinguish between the actual door leaf and when that is relevant, i.e. complete door elements. Yeah, probably, because that's true. You would never say cabinet door to refer to the entire cabinet, right? Like, cabinet door already distinguishes the actual door from the rest of the furniture. However, I think it's more common that someone might say door and actually mean the entire door with like the hinges and the frame and everything. So that should make sense. Sweden never recorded use of sauna since the 5th century. Holy shit. This door leaf. Oh, what? You guys didn't know that? Exactly. With a really smug little tone as well. How you doing, Lost Marble? Hope you're doing good, man. I mean, Swedes should have invented something similar to a sauna when we got the sauna. We just used the old name for it. Instead, No, I reckon it's a way to destroy, like, installing doors means more than just hanging on the door leaves. Yeah, true. Yeah, there's a difference between saying installing a door and installing a door leaf. Whereas, like, installing a cabinet door or installing a cabinet door leaf would kind of mean the same thing, right? Very much true. Some sources say that the first saunas were recorded 1500 years before Christ. Holy shit, so we dug into the ground as a whole? Ah. I'm installing a door leaf into my door hinges. Okay, what did we do? Let's do this. We're gonna do a new save to double check if this save system is working. Boom, we're gonna pick up the book, we're gonna open this one, and then we're gonna quit out. The book should save, but no, everything should save, just we did the fix, didn't we? So everything should be fine, and everything is fine. Now I close this one, walk out here, quit out. Start, load. Closed. Easy fucking peasy. Okay, that seems very much functional. So, what I'd like to do now is to get rid of this stupid cabinet, because we shouldn't have a cabinet outside. I mean, the book shouldn't be here either, but that's a testing object. So let's see what else we can save. Technically, there's no reason to actually update the current room, is there? We really only need to save it when you actually save the game. There's no reason to update it in runtime, as far as I can see. So whenever you save the game, we will also save. We will also say that the save file, is that what I call it? Yeah. Dot current room is equal to room manager dot current room. Okay. Now we need to load the current room as well, so that should be in here somewhere. Transition to new room on start. It's my time to head into bed. Thanks for the stream, and don't let the door leave smack your asses on the way out. Thank you very much for dropping by, Amises. Always nice to have ya. Have a good night, man. This stream has been massively educational. I've done my good deed of the day, indeed. So why are you guys trolling the door leaf? I think I missed that. So, door, gotcha. The part of the door that blocks you from going through the door when it's closed. Door leaf, door, doorway. Plus door leaf, I think. Yeah, I think that... I guess that... I think the problem is that door is ambiguous. Like, the door could refer to the door leaf, and it could also refer to the doorway, the frame, and the door leaf. I think that's the issue with it, right? So, like, when you want to be specific, you use door leaf to make it, like, abundantly clear that you are referring to specifically the swinging part of the door. We also used take the door with you as an expression. Oh, take the door with you. That does not include dismounting the door frame from the wall. Yeah, good point, good point. You guys call the windows window leaves then? Oh, well, that's a good point, because that one is also a bit more ambiguous, isn't it? The window... If I say window, I could refer to the entire thing, but if I say close the window, I'm obviously just talking about like the swinging area. But if you install a window, you're probably installing the frame and everything. Yeah. In the US, the door is the swinging portion. Doorway is what you walk through, and the door frame is what the door is attached to. Interesting how there's different contexts in other languages. I wonder, I think that is probably correct. But at the same time, do you think everyone uses it like that, even in the US? Like, if some random person is playing Sims, I don't think they're gonna say, oh, I need a door frame here. if it's a one click to install everything. I think people go, oh yeah, and I want a door here, right? Open the window, pushing the entire door frame out. Are you sure you use construction also understands the term door leaf? Yeah, I think it's one of those things where in a lot of cases, I think people mean the same thing, but there can be like ambiguity in it. Ban the term doorway and force people to use door threshold instead. Okay, this is how I currently start, but I might want to keep this. Just this is nice. I guess I should just teleport. Like, this is basically a function I have to make sure that I can, in the editor, activate any room and make sure to spawn in that one. I wonder if I should have a bool whether I should be able to do this, and then I just... Oh, I know what to do. We do not cheap this and do it if we are in the editor. If you're in editor, you do this. But for now, for testing purposes, let's not do it. Otherwise, if you're not in editor, we want to do something like on start. We want to check the if save data equals save manager dot inst I don't even need that dot save file. If save data. So guys, we do have some ads coming up. I might take a short break here during the ads, just a minute or two, and we shall be right back. Appreciate your patience. Most cases you don't need to distinguish really. Yeah, most of the time. I don't think that, like, for most people it doesn't really matter, because most of the time we don't understand what the person is referring to. But it's like in those cases where you would need to be pedantic or specific, I think that's where like the use case of these type of terms come, doesn't it? Do you want me to walk through the door frame or the door leaf? Both will break if you do, maybe not the frame. You probably shouldn't walk like literally through it, right? You kind of need to walk under, but under should be, like, you don't want to be, because that should be on the floor below. Oh shit, we have more issues now, people. Okay, ads are running. Let me take a short little break here, and I shall be back in just a few moments. Thank you very much for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Alien would never understand the instructions to walk through the door. Humans are terrible at communication. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. Like, is there a way to describe that in a way that can't be misinterpreted? Just to be clear, walk through the door, even walk through the door frame. You could interpret that, literally, which means to like push your body through the actual frame of the door. Like, I guess it's walk through the space in between the door frame. There you have it, easy peasy. And with that, the ads are over. Welcome back, guys. Should you just call anything where you go from one place to another a threshold? It does kind of work. Okay, on start, what are we doing? We do not check the save data current room. We do not see if that is equal to null. Then I do a bunch of stuff here. Transition to new room. We don't want to transition to new room. Here we just want to... We want to instantly enable it. Set new room. Do I trigger that here? No, because that one is already active. Where set new room... is the one that enables the room. This one doesn't need to enable. Current room equals room. Current floor, blah blah blah. Checkpoint room, blah blah blah. Okay. Lerp plays Ace plays B, then you at least go smoothly. Fucking top tier programmer human. Maybe if everyone thought like they were playing an RPG. Pass through the center point of the bounding box of the door frame. Yeah. This is how specific we should be. Like, no ambiguity. Like, just make sure to be as specific as you possibly could. You know, I'm for it, man. New room event. Yeah, I wonder if I can just set new room. Why do I need to do all of this? Just that's gonna update the current room. The checkpoint room is gonna be messed up, but... because usually the checkpoint is in the room before you. But I could just override that. So we could set new room. And in this case, it should be the starting room. And then we say, let's do an override and say that the checkpoint room is also equal to the starting room. This should update the current room. Everything else should be solved. Otherwise, if current room is not equal to null, if we have saved another room, well then we want to set new room and we want to load save data dot current room. Now that will be equal to fuck it, checkpoint room is equal to the same thing. I feel like this should work. The only issue is, what if another room is enabled? That is when we could loop through the room container first and make sure to deactivate any room that might have been enabled from the get-go. Which, to be fair, should be the starting room. And that should only be the case here. So if you load a room different to the starting room, then we made sure to tell the starting room to be disabled. Let's try that. I think that should work. After opening the door pot that is in front of you. This needs more explanation, handle it. Yeah, that is true. How to open a door, follows the hinges lead and just push it in a random direction or rotate. Have you seen that Finnish video on how to open a door? Is it a Finn? I think it is. How to open a door. It's like a tutorial, a insanely in-depth tutorial on how to open a door. Yeah, it is Finnish. Is it in Finnish?
Muuten, kesken kaiken,
I think this is in Finnish.
yhteiskunnalla on sinulle asiaa.
Is it subtitles?
Tiesitkö, että joka kolmas suomalainen avaa jatkuvasti oven väärin? Älä ole huono oven avaaja, sillä tuskin mikään on niin helppoa kuin oven avaaminen. Oven avaamisen nyrkkisääntö on, että ovi avataan aina samalla tavalla. On tärkeää oppia kunnolla perusoven avaus. Ovea lähestytään rauhallisesti. 3 metriä ennen avattavaa ovea askeleet on sovitettava siten, että vasen jalka osuu oven karmin eteen
Threshold.
5 sentin päähän kynnyksestä. Oikea jalka jää taakse. Rytmisesti onnistuneen oven avauksen perusedellytys on, että painolle pää
Wait, am I playing my music in the background? Sorry.
vasemmalla jalalla. Asento
This is important stuff here,
jos pystyt
so
vaivattomasti
make sure you listen.
nostamaan oikean jalan ilmaan ja pyörittämään sitä nilkan ympäri kaatumatta. Ojennatte nyt vasemman käden kohti kahvaa painon siirtyessä eteenpäin. Tämän liikkeen ansiosta paino siirtyy myös vasemmalle kädelle, joka ikään kuin itsestään painaa
This is basically the amount of details that we we want here, right?
kahvan alas. Syntyneestä raosta sujautatte vapautuneen oikean jalan sisään, pyörähtäen sen varassa ympäri, kääntäen rintamasuuntanne tulosuuntaan, samalla irroittaen otteenne oven kahvasta, mutta samalla tarttuen oikealla kädellä kahvaan, siirtäen samalla painonne oikealle. Ovi sulkeutuu. Näin olette oppineet avaamaan ja sulkemaan oven, joka aukeaa itsestänne poispäin. Ovethan aukeavat usein myös itseenne päin. On syytä muistaa, että me opetimme tällä kerralla perusavauksen ainoastaan sellaisessa tilanteessa,
Oh yeah?
jossa ovi
What if
aukeaa
it's
oikeasta reunasta työntäen.
the other way?
Tätä nyt opeteltua menetelmää ei pidä soveltaa muunlaisten ovien avaamiseen tai jäätte ulkopuolelle.
Should not be applied to any of it. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. Method we learned just now should not be applied to opening any other kind of door or you'll be left outside. So we're permanently trapped until the next episode? Yes. It's also late over here, so have a good one all. No worries, Chodin. Thank you very much for hanging out as always, and have a good night, man. Boa noite. What's up, Kamustan? Hope you're doing well. Reminds me of a Portuguese one about how to drink a glass of water. Oh, is that a similar one? For troll right, this closed caption is close enough. Okay. Como beber un copo de agua. Let's go. So we permanently trapped until the next episode. You got the Norwegian book help sketch 2 thing is on YouTube. Oh, is it... Well, is that one how to read a book? Is that what that is? Okay, what is my starting room out of curiosity? Starting room... Oh, that is old. That needs to be updated. Starting room should actually be the intro cutscene. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disable all rooms and see if this works. I'm gonna disable all rooms and go to the main menu. It's funny how easy stuff can be so hard. Medieval help desk with English subtitles. Though a few animals can do that. That is true. That is true. Very true. Okay. I'm a bit intrigued here. That did not work. Set new room. Room manager 253. Oh, is it because I can't... I don't think I can use set new room on this one. No. Because this is... Why though? Why can't I use set new room? 253. If current room get play map position. Okay, so let's solve this. Why? This gives me a null reference. Okay. Room title. Oh, this is not even a room, is it? Oh no, it is a room. Get play map positions is not equal to new room. Oh, it's because the current room. No, but... yeah, the current room is fucked. Current room is null, because this is where I changed the current room. Okay. So what if I just set the current room first? What if we just say current room is equal to starting room. And then down here we say current room is equal to save data current room. Is that not a fix? I feel like that should be a fix. Let's see. That seems to work. Okay. Let's see if this is fully functional. So, we're gonna go here, we're gonna pick up the book, we're gonna take one step to the right, we're gonna save and quit. We're gonna load the same one and see what happens. Okay. The book is gone. And we did save our room. Fucking hell, look at that. Not too shabby, not too shabby. What else do we have? You know what? Saving stuff is kind of fun. Why am I up in the corner? Let me go down. I don't like that corner. I like this corner. Okay, so we can save our room. Well, let's have a look here. We can save destroyed objects. We can save toggled objects. We currently can't save positions, but that's the least of the priority. I think it would be pretty nice to be able to save the inventory. That one is a bit weird though, because currently I don't even have a list for my inventory, which I think might be a bit weird. But my inventory is quite literally just the items instantiated on that transform. Does that make sense? So I think I would have to change this to where we actually have a proper list of inventory items. You can work with that? Oh yeah, wait. Yeah. Yeah, of course we can. We can keep it that way, and we turn it into a list when we save and load it, right? I technically don't need to refactor my inventory system to make this work. Okay, void await. Initialize the inventory. Need to be able to load them based on something you save from them. Yeah, and I think I can use a list for the saving. I just don't necessarily need to use a list like during runtime to handle my inventory, because I don't at the moment. But like if I take all of them from a list and instantiate them into the inventory, it's basically functional, right? So this is initializing the inventory, which is gonna turn into like load the inventory. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should separate it. Load private void load inventory items. Save data is equal to save manager dot save file. And then we do a check. Well, it won't be null, but if save data dot inventory dot count is equal to 0. Like if there's nothing in there, that means you have never played before. In that case, we don't really need to do anything. In that case, we can just return. Well, in that case, we don't even need to return, we can flip this. We say if it's not equal to 0, if it is greater than 0, if we have saved something in our inventory, then we load that in. The thing is that I do have some starting items in the inventory from the get-go. So I need to take that into account. I think I'd give the player, what, a couple of batteries and a journal. Oh, you know what? When we load, we could destroy anything that's in the inventory right now and then reload it. To make sure that whatever you start with doesn't affect this. I want them to remain in the same order though, so that's gonna be something to keep in mind. Terrain is usually the easiest to implement. We can basically just flip this. If it's not equal to 0, we loop through the children in the inventory grid transform. And then instead of initializing it, we just say item.gameObject, we're gonna wrap this up in this, and then we're going to destroy it. So like if we have something to load, then start off by destroying everything in the inventory. And then we now want to load it. So I guess I can just read this straight from the, let's do this. List of inventory items, items to load is equal to, fuck it, items, is equal to save data.inventory. We get all of those. And now we know this isn't 0, because we already checked that. So now we can loop through each inventory item in items. We don't need to initialize them, because that's gonna happen here. Here all we need to do is Is this going to save the amount I have as well? I think it should. Amount equals 1. Yeah, it should save everything here, right? I think so. At least everything that's serializable. Is 3 serialized mono behaviors? I think so. I think the way I understand it, I think easy save almost saves everything. Like I don't know what they can't save. Yeah, they can save a class, prefab instances, game objects, components. And a mono behavior is basically a class and a game object-ish. It's a class for a game object. I think it should be fine. I mean, a mono behavior will always refer to an existing game object. I think that should be fine. I think what they actually do is that they save all the values and stuff of that game object with the key, and then they would load that into the same game object. I don't know if that's what you mean. Mono behavior will always refer to an existing game object. I think that's fine, if I understand it correctly. Okay, we loop through all of our inventory items in this list, and then basically all I want to do is to instantiate them, right? Because this is going to... Oh, but that's unnecessary. Why? No, this is dumb. Because then I'm gonna loop through them again to initialize them. Why not do everything in one go? That seems way better. Okay, so we're gonna stop using initialized inventory. Is this only called during 79? This is only called during your wage. Yeah, that's fine. We're not gonna use this anymore. So... to add this here, we're gonna say inventory item... No. I do... let's call this something like... No. Let's call this something like item to load. Inventory item is equal to instantiate. Wait, shouldn't I use my add thingy to inventory? Why wouldn't I do that? This does instantiate it. And initialize it. Which means I don't think I need to do any of this. We just call. Oh, is that gonna trigger some animation and shit though? Instantiate. Do I not have an animation when you pick up an item? Or does that happen through the add item event, maybe? Select item on click, inventory, on item added. Is this where I do the... Yeah, that's the animation. But in this case, I won't publish that event, so I should be fine. Yeah, I think we can use it. I think all I really need to say here is add item to inventory. Item to load. Oh, that's an item. Oh no, I can't do this. Because I don't want to save just the items, because the items won't have a reference to the amount. I need to keep a reference to the amount as well, which is only in the inventory item class. You have a reference to the scriptable object item, but this is only the data, doesn't have the amount. The amount is here. Okay, so I need to do this in a different way. I'm not sure how easy the easy save can be. I think it can be really easy. Especially if you use the autosave feature, but I don't want to use that. But usually you can only save item ID and count and load prefabs based on that. That is probably true. I'm probably loading more than necessary here, because I'm gonna load like the fucking references to images and everything. All the components. But then I need to make a database, don't I? Do I want to make a database? Or I make my own serializable class, specifically for load, like saved inventory items. Or saved, yeah, something like that. And then I count for how many you had. That might be better. So I might put that in the save manager. Since this is specifically about saving. Or I put it in the... Yeah, I'm gonna put it here. Like we could do something like this. Saved... A function to add inventory item based on item. You might already have some of what you need. I do have some of what I need. The issue is that if I only save the... Like, it's the... Because this is... We add the items based on the item, right? But the item class itself doesn't have a reference to how many there are. How many there are is a reference inside of the inventory item, which is like the actual prefab, the instance of it in your inventory. That's why I thought of saving this one first. But I guess I could just save a item, like the scriptable object item, and then I also save an integer for the amount. That should still be a lot less to save compared to saving the entire prefabs. So then we can basically what we would do is do 4 loops for the amount and just add item to inventory the amount of times you have this item. Because every time you already have it, we just add additional, which bumps up the number, right? Does that make sense? Saved So I'm thinking about doing something like this. Saved inventory item. Scriptable objects should be perfect for this with the count, yeah. So we just do, because then we get both of the things we actually need. But not the unnecessary stuff like all of the components on the prefab and so on. Make an item class like item data for saving, which has an ID to item and amount and other stuff. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Attic? How you doing? I don't know, do I have to do a ID? Is it fine just saving the scriptable object? Because otherwise I have to do like a database of all my different items and stuff. It would be kinda nice if I can skip that. I think saving the scriptable objects are kinda made to be small and lightweight, right? So it feels like that should be fine. Like to have a reference to the actual item, as well as a int for the amount. Position, I don't think I need to save, but I think if we made sure to call the adding function in the correct order, basically from the top to the bottom, and we save it the same way, it should always have like the same order in the inventory, right? Because it would be weird if you reload the game and then your inventory is in a completely different order. Did a database, which is automatically built reading for resource folder. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Unique field in the scriptable object data, you work based on that. I do have that. Like, obviously, I could use something like the item key. But then how do I find my I still need a database, so a dictionary of all possible items, don't I? Because how else would I find it? I guess my thought process here is if there's a way for me to make this without having to make a dictionary or database. Because if it's fine saving the scriptable object itself. Yeah, I guess the issue is that I don't know what exactly I save. Like here, inventory sprite. Do I save the actual sprite or a reference to the sprite? No, I assume I save a reference to the sprite, don't I? So I think this should still be quite tiny. Like, is it even worth it to make a dictionary here? I guess is kind of what I'm wondering. Compared to just saving the scriptable object. Yeah, you need a list of all the scriptable objects where to look and load from. Probably this tune database was the solution. The thing is that, like, because I don't really have an issue if it's fine loading the scriptable objects. Because loading scriptable objects, like practically speaking, isn't an issue, because I know Easy Save can do that. It's more so if it would be like not performant enough. Or too unoptimized. I guess that's kind of what I'm wondering, like how big of a difference is it to save the string compared to saving this? Where do you store those scriptable objects? Nowhere? I mean, they're in my folder. Like, I don't have any type of database of sorts. And even in my inventory, as I mentioned, there's no list or no dictionary of what you have in your database. Oh, sorry, in your inventory. Like, it's literally just instantiated prefabs with references to the scriptable objects. We'll serialize to a string anyway. At that point, I feel like we might as well just serialize the entire item. Unless, wait, is all of this gonna go into my save file then? Because that's gonna make it a lot more messy to read. Or will there just be some... Let's try it and see. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna try just saving the scriptable object, because if it works, it's convenient. On this, put them in the Unity resource folder. Possible to add attributes not to serialize things. Okay, let me do this. Okay, let me try this and just see how the save file looks. Depending on how the save file looks, I might make some fucking dictionary or something. The differences in the references between editor and built version. I feel like we can probably make an assumption that EasySave has that figured out in some way. I'm gonna assume. Oh wait, that's still fine though, because wait, that's only really an issue if you switch from the editor to a build version and want to keep the same file. Because for anyone who actually plays the game, they will never have it in the editor, so everything will be saved for the build version, so that should be fine. I guess it's if I would take a save file from the editor and try to run that in the build version or something, that's where it could be an issue. JSON ignore is the attribute. Okay, let's try this and see what happens. Otherwise we might do that or do some dictionary. So let's see, now we're going to change this into a list of saved inventory items. And then for each saved inventory item, and then we need to change this as well. You should now be a list of saved inventory items. And then we're going to say add item to inventory. No. For each saved inventory item to load in items, I want to make something like a for loop where I am going to go through the item to load dot amount, and for each one of those amounts I'm going to add the item to load dot item to the inventory. Okay, this is gonna work for loading, but I need to save this as well. So where do I save this? Maybe I should have made a saving event or something. Clipping this for future Chirpy to reflect on. When created GUID in the editor will be different in build version. But that should be fine, right? The enums declaration shouldn't serialize and save. Only if you save an enum value in the class, it should be saved. Okay, let's see. I'm a bit intrigued to see how this works. Okay, load. We no longer want to initialize the inventory. Instead, we want to load the inventory items. But I need to save these somewhere, which... Okay, let's just make a function to save. I'm gonna make you public void save inventory items. I'm gonna copy this because I'm lazy. Now we basically want to create a new list. Wait, do I even need any of this? Nah, changed my mind. We want to make a new list of these saved inventory items. So list of saved inventory items is equal to new list of saved inventory items. Then we're gonna do a for loop through the inventory grid transform. Is that the one? I assume that's the case. Yeah, inventory grid transform. We're gonna go inventory inventory grid transform at the index of I. And let's say this now will be a... Oh, this is a transform. Okay, so let's get the inventory item. Inventory item is equal to inventory grid transform dot I dot get component inventory item. Why does that not work? Oh, because I need a name. Inventory item. Why does this not work? Oh, because oh, this is a transform. So I cannot check the index of a transform to get children. No? Do I need to do some shit like get child? And then what? Do I pass in the index here? I. And then we get the component inventory item. And now I want to add these in order. If I keep adding to a list, it's always gonna add to the bottom of it. So, and this is gonna be correct then. We're gonna start from the top of this hierarchy or whatever. And go down and save them that way. And when we load them, we also start from the top and we add them all, which means that they should always remain in the same order. Okay, so we have our inventory item. Now we want to make a saved inventory item. Item is equal to... I guess I need to make a new saved inventory item. And then say that item.item is equal to inventory item.item. And then item.amount is equal to inventory item dot please be public back. Okay, now you're public. inventory item dot amount equals inventory item dot amount. And then we want to save this. So we're gonna go items.add item. And then after this loop, at the very end, we want to say that saved data.inventory is equal to items. This is an override, right? Like, if there was something else in here before, that will be removed, right? I don't have to manually clear the old list, right? When I assign it like this, I assume this is like a full override. Property free amount with a get and private sets. That kind of makes sense. I probably should. So I do only add that from... Because I only add this in here, right? Amount minus minus... Yeah, and then we have the like add additional or whatever. Re-add item. Add additional plus plus, yeah. That does make sense. I don't know how to do this though. How the fuck do I do this? It's something like this. Get private set. Do I do you here? Oh wait, you should be like this, shouldn't you? Is this what I do? No. How do I do this? Or do I just do private set? Do I need the get? Inventory item should have a toSaved inventory item method that uses the private field to construct it. Ooh, I kinda like that. Yeah, basically all inventory items have their own method that will return a saved inventory item. Ooh, I might actually prefer that. It was 1 at the end. Wait, like this? Oh, no. This one. Boom, boom, boom equals 1. Is that how I do it? Ah, okay. Cheers, man. I want to use this a handful of times. But I think I might actually prefer the method way. I kinda like that. Like, making this one private again. And then instead... we make a public method that returns a saved inventory item. We call this something like... I don't know. Convert to saved item. Sure thing. And then here we do something like save the inventory item. We're gonna create a new one of those, and then we're gonna say item.item is equal to item. That looks like it's gonna be an issue. I'm gonna call you saved item. Saved item.item is equal to item, and then saved item.amount is equal to amount, and then return saved item. And then in here, all we do now is get the inventory item, and then this will instead be equal to inventory item dot converts to saved item. and then we just add that. I think I prefer this. Having the item itself handle the conversion or whatever. Save data inventory equals items, and then we're gonna go into our save manager, and I think I'm gonna do one of these again. Boom. We're gonna say... Oh wait, I don't... No, I need to trigger this function, right. Oh, maybe that should be a return function too. So I assign it from here instead. Like maybe we made this into a list of saved inventory items. And then we call this something like get inventory items for saving. Sure. And then at the end, instead of overriding that one, we actually just return the list. Do I even need the save data then? I don't. And then we have the save manager here. You're just going to say that the save file dot inventory. Why is current room small? No, capital, sure. I'm being very inconsistent here. Okay, save file dot inventory is equal to inventory manager dot instance dot get inventory items for saving. Right? No? Cannot explicitly convert type. Oh, am I returning the wrong thing? Is this like a dictionary or something? No, list of saved inventory items. Oh, I see. It's when we initialize it. Saved inventory item. No? Still? Or is it compiling? It might be fine. Yeah, that looks fine. Let me double check that I made this work when it's null. I did, right? Load inventory items. If it is greater than 0, then we destroy them and load them. Oh, maybe that's why I need you. Because then if this is not the case, if we didn't have any to load, I'm still gonna need to initialize the items I have. So in that case, we just initialize the inventory as is. Yeah. Let's try it. Feel good about this. Should we do a prediction? Fuck it, let's do a bit more gambling. Will this spaghetti work? Hell yeah, man. Nah. Okay, we do a 2-minute prediction. Feel free to cast your vote if you want to gamble some points. Okay. And we do trigger this, right? Yeah, load inventory items. So guys, we do have some ads coming up. if we have items to load, we destroy everything in the inventory, and then we load our items. Otherwise you initialize it. And whenever we save the game, we say that save file inventory, get all of those items for saving, and then we save the entire file. Now another question is how good this save file is gonna load, which that's a very different question. It could end up with me having to still make a dictionary. It's possible. It's like if this is gonna save like all the references inside of the scriptable objects, then I feel like that might end up feeling a bit too messy. If it just saves like a reference. What do we have a prediction for? I was a bit absent. No worries, man. We are predicting whether or not my code will work, basically. Like whether the saving and loading of inventory items is going to be functional or not. Let's have a look. Yes, through will apparently use the reference for the sprite, so I guess it would somewhat work. Okay. Let's start off by deleting our current save file, and then we're gonna go in. I'm going to strip all of this. Hopefully, yes. Okay. Our inventories seem to initialize correctly. That's good. So what we can do now, by default you have a journal and 2 batteries. So we are going to pick up the book. And then we're going to charge the flashlight, so now we only have 1 battery. I'm gonna go over here and we're going to save. Come on now, come on now. What's up, Powered Up? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you've been well. The traditional JSON serializer would never even compile with that approach. I think this is where the easy in easy save comes from, I think. I'm gonna load it and please work, please work. Fuck. Fuck. What is null? What? Update amount. Inventory 179 for each variable text in amount texts. Why would that be null? That is set up during initialize. We check the save file? We can. Welcome back from the ads, guys. I don't love that. I don't love the save file. Inventory, save the item, type inspectable item, but then it saves one of these fucking reference numbers. And this is what I don't like. I don't like these like easy save references, because I cannot understand this. Like, just looking at this, I don't know what this represents. That's the easy part in easy save. You're probably right. Seeing the game in motion, I'm super excited for it. Let's go, man. Glad to hear that. Okay. I think we might have to do a database so that I can save a string for the key for the item instead. Because then it would basically say like now I know that this is the journal, so then it would be like, wait. Oh yeah, amount 1, saved item. This is the reference to the scriptable object. Type inspectable item. Yeah, basically it would instead say saved item. Item underscore journal amount 1, which I think would be a lot better, because then I can understand my save file. This is not intuitive enough for my liking. It's interesting though, I realize now that compared to the dictionary... Oh no wait, this was a list as well. No, but total objects, that was a dictionary. That one ended up being just one line. However, the list I made ends up being like they made new lines for each thing. I wonder why that is. That almost makes me want to change from dictionaries into fucking lists here too. But I'm not gonna do that, but... Interesting though. Why did my items not initialize correctly? Well, wait. When did it crash? That was during, was it 179? Update amount. So that was called before initialize was called. And when do I... Initialize is triggered manually as well. So is that the issue? Add item to inventory. Oh yeah, no wait, just we add the first one, that should instantiate it. We set it up and we initialize it. And then when we add the second one, then we should just add additional. But at that point you should, I think that is what triggers update amount. Oh, maybe initialize. Yeah, you also trigger update amount. But you must have been initialized. Inventory Manager 80. Wait, can I not just do this? Okay, so we did trigger load inventory items, which told the inventory manager to add item to inventory, items to load, saved item. Which called that one, and it did call add additional. Oh, because I instantiate it first. No, I don't. What? That makes no sense. Unless the destroying of them did... What do I actually have in my inventory? UI, inventory, boom, open inventory, inventory grid. Okay, this is odd. I have... It didn't instantiate a single item. But somehow the inventory item was a null. Why would I trigger that one? Unless the editor just hasn't updated. I don't know if that could be the case. It's the first time this triggers. That should automatically initialize it. Yeah, we triggered, somehow we ended up adding additional instead. And then here it broke because amount text is null because the object wasn't initialized. That is very odd. Add item to inventory. We triggered that one. We say inventory item is equal to get inventory item. This loops through and checks if we already have it. Which we shouldn't, because right before this we destroyed everything in our inventory. It should be empty. This is acting like I still had an inventory item that wasn't initialized. And then this... Okay, so say it did work as intended. In that case, this should have happened first. We instantiate the prefab. We get the inventory item. If the inventory item is null, return. But no, that can't be the issue, because this is just a prefab. We assign the item which we passed in, and then we tell it to initialize. So that should solve the issue. Why would this be triggered? You shouldn't have been able to find an inventory item. What happens if I unpause it? I have nothing in my inventory. I have no fucking clue what just happened. This loops through and checks if we already have the item. But we don't. The first time I trigger this, we should instantiate it. Just, I mean, my inventory is empty. How could this be triggered? What happens if you pass invalid item to get inventory item? But that... Oh, do you mean like if easy save, if something messed up in like how they save the item, and it doesn't count as valid here? But no matter what, I should return first or default, and default is null. So in that case, I would imagine it to still be null. Which means that we should instantiate it. Instantiating inventory item. Adding another instance of inventory item. That's not really correct terminology, but you get the gist. I'm trying to think how this would happen, but I must admit that I'm quite confused. I also tried to debug load something from the item or at a breakpoint. Boom. Yeah. Adding another instance. This doesn't happen. Am I adding them too quickly or something? No, but no, because then this should still have called first. Okay, so what if I do this? If I set this to null. Like we skip the entire function. We say that this is equal to null. At least then we could also find out if like that's where the issue comes from, which I assume it is then. I don't really understand why, but I mean it must be, right? Notice that worked. I wonder what would happen if I had more than one instance of them. It's like if we do a new save file, we should have 2 batteries. I guess in this case I would have 2 separated batteries or something. Yeah, because now we have 2 batteries. Quit out. And then we load this one. This is just out of curiosity. Yeah, we do get our both the batteries. That's an interesting bug. Oh, infinite batteries. Can spawn however many batteries I want. Okay. Now normally that shouldn't be able to happen though, but... Okay, so it is something with the get inventory item. Aren't you saving the counts along with the item? Yeah. Inventory item. Save the item dot amount is equal to amount. Yeah, so we save that one. And then when we load them... Here. I do a for loop with items to load dot amount. So we should... Oh. Wait, that's not right. No, because I start with 0. 0 is less than... So that should be... If it's only 1... No, that should be fine. Yeah, since we're starting at 0, that should be fine. I was thinking if I needed to add 1 to it. But yeah, no, that's all good. Then add item to inventory, items to load dot saved item. Or is it something with the destroy stuff? Like, is the destroy not... Like, is it possible that the function trying to look up if it already exists, is it possible that could find the destroyed item? Because technically speaking, as far as I'm aware, destroy doesn't actually destroy the item, right? Like this puts it in a queue for the garbage collector to destroy it later. I think that technically is what happens. Could that be an issue? Or am I overthinking this? No, but the... No, that shouldn't be the issue. But then... And it did work when I put that thing into null, so we are loading the items correctly, right? Not really understanding why we are destroying things on load. The reason we are destroying things on load is because I already have, like by default, there are items in the inventory. So... like, we already have items in the inventory that you start the game with. So if I want to load new items, I want to make sure that you don't get like duplications because of these. So I thought the simplest way to make sure everything works fine seems to just get rid of all the items you have, since if you kept those items, they should have been saved anyway, right? So we should still load them. And then just load them again instead. Does that make sense? Like this is, the sprite isn't updated until runtime, but this is the journal and 2 batteries. Because otherwise there would be an issue where if you're trying to load 3 batteries, but you technically start with 2, then, you know, you would stack them, and every time you quit out, you're gonna have 2 extra batteries. So that's why I thought that, like, okay, let's just destroy these immediately, and then add the other ones, the other items I have. Otherwise, what I could do, I suppose, is set up starting items. And then, if you don't have any items to load, only load the starting items. That might actually be a better way to do it, rather than putting these in here. Like maybe keep it empty and then have a reference to starting items. Do you know what I mean? Like we do a list of items called starting items. And then instead of destroying them here, we keep the entire thing empty. And if you don't have anything to load, if it's less than or equal to 0, then instead of initializing, we would do the same thing as here. Let me do this though. Let's comment this out in case I don't want to do this later. And then we go for each item in starting items. Starting items dot count. And then we just add that to inventory. So then there's no reason to destroy them in case that somehow causes this issue, which I have no clue, but to be fair, this might be a better way of doing it. It makes it easier for me to swap around the starting items anyway. What am I looking for? The method to add here. Let's get this back in here. I think the destroy is one of the few explanations that made sense. I think this is better long term though, which is now there is nothing to destroy, just we're not even gonna have these inventory items. I'll just have a reference to starting items and we basically add those the same way. Inventory grid, like what we would do is basically to delete these two. Close the inventory. And then in the inventory manager, we can now set up our starting items, which will be a why do I have two called journal? That's a bit confusing. Okay, we try one. And then we add 2 batteries. Well, that is not the one. That is the one. Okay, now we might have to wipe our save file. This. And this is weird. Adding another instance. I treated that one 7 times. Oh, do I still have... Oh. I think I messed up a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I don't need this for loop. For each item in starting items, I just want to also add in more instances than we maybe wanted to. Here we just want to add each one. I do need to get out of here pretty soon. It would be nice to solve this. Okay, so that works fine. I'm gonna pick up the book, go over here, save and quit. That seems to work. Okay. That's functional. What the fuck? How is that possible? So the destroying of the items must have been the issue, somehow. I wonder if it has something to do with that thing where destroyed items technically don't like disappear in an instant or whatever, where somehow the function managed to, when I looped through to check if you already had this item, somehow that must have found one of the destroyed items. That's the only explanation I have. Data ain't pretty, but it's easy, yeah. Must be, I found something, but it wasn't valid. Yeah, must have been something like that. Like, it found some, like, garbage left from the destroyed item. So the only thing here is that the items do show up as new, even though you already had them. You see that the red little dot is supposed to be an indicator that this is a new item you have picked up. And I guess that happens first too, which I don't know if that's a problem, because the first time you boot up the game, it could argue that it is a new item. But once you load the game, it feels a bit weird. Even Triton probably has a flag for that. I think that happens automatically. I think that is when I call the... Is that when I initialize it? Maybe. Yeah, show as new, true. Which is if you initialize an item, most of the time that means you just picked it up. You just picked it up. So, but I could just pause in a bool here and do something like, you know, show as new and default this to true. And then just go, if show as new, then do this. And then specifically when we load it, because I did call initialize from here, right? Oh fuck, I would have to add a bool to this one as well. Yeah, basically here we would have yet another show as new equals true. And then here we just pass in show as new. Just add additional, don't do that, do you? Fuck! You also treat this show item as new. Fuck it. Bool show as new equals true, which is most of the time that will be the case. And then show item as new, show as new. If it was public field, you could also switch off after initialize. Oh yeah, that is true. Well, what do I do when I show as new? That's a good point. That's a good point. Show item as new. Private. Yeah, because I basically activate and deactivate a new symbol. I do suppose I could just make that one public. And then we can do it that way. Wait, no. We make the function public. And we just call this one false. Yeah. We just make the function itself. Yeah, we make this one public. We remove all of this weird stuff. Evzen, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, man. And then, where else did I do this? In the initialize function. We get rid of this. Yeah, I think I prefer this. Like, basically, we are going to set it as new, but then we just immediately turn it off again. Well, I still need it here, though. Do I? No, I don't. I only need you to do something here. Like, we can add this... Items to load. Can I do... I can do something like... can I do that? No, just you don't return anything, do you? Fuck. Oh, we just loop through it. Like, after this, we should just loop through all of the items at the end and just disable that. So do something like, for each variable item in inventory grid transform. You're not going to like this, but what if the player didn't check the item before the save? That's a fairly good point. Yeah, what if they saved and an item was shown as new? This means that the next time... Do we care about that though? If you don't look at your items you pick up, that's on you. So we're just gonna go item dot... Oh, this is a transform. What is this? Where can I get components? Okay, now I'm confused. Is it because I do variable? Do I need to be... Well, can I do this? I can't go inventory item in transform, can I? Oh, can I? Item dot show item as new, false. Let's give up and go to sleep, yeah. I think this is fine. I don't know, I feel like it might be overkill to save even what was newly picked up and stuff. I mean, is it? Yeah, it probably is. I think I'm happy with this. So here they show up as new, and I think that's fine, because they technically are new, right? Now the book is new, but we don't care about that. We're gonna save and exit. We're gonna reload. It's not difficult to extend the data by one bool. Yeah, I suppose that is true. And then we're gonna crash it. For each transform child in the thingy, child dot get components, inventory item, show item as new, false. I don't think I can do that. It didn't give me an error at first, which I find a bit weird. Otherwise, I think this is functional. I should be able to load the same as well, right? Maybe I never saved now. No, I did, didn't I? Yeah, and now none of them are new. Technically the book was shown as new, but is no longer new. I think that is good enough for now. I think we're gonna have to do some slight changes to this no matter what, because, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of how they display the items. Or it's rather like how they reference stuff. Because this is unreadable. So I think we're gonna do something where maybe we end up having a dictionary and we look it up through the string, and what we actually save is the string and the amount, so that this would actually say like journal, battery, test book or whatever. Those references might vary between build versions. Yeah, in that case it's even better to do it that way. Now, if you want to change one field in the scriptable object data, I don't know how the hash is calculated. Yeah, true. I do realize now that my room that we saved is also like this. I think we should try and get rid of these type of references as much as we can, so that the save file is like fully human readable. So same thing here, I guess I'm gonna end up having like some form of a database for all of the rooms in the game as well. And then we just save like the name of the room. And or like, yeah, some key of sorts. And we use that to look up what room you should be in. Because I don't like this. Like, what if you gave me a corrupt file and I want to change the room you're in? How do I know what numbers to put here to put you in a different room? What, save my own game in that room and check the number? Like, it's too annoying. It's too annoying. However, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's where we're gonna have to end it for today, because it's getting quite late, a little bit later than expected, but oh well. Please stick around though, and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. And of course, if anyone hasn't, make sure to wishlist my game Shroud of Gloom, the game we've been working on Steam. Would very much appreciate it. Okay, who should we go to today? We do have Boolean on, but we did raid him fairly recently, didn't we? Can someone edit his save game file and cheat? Theoretically, yes. I think I might be a little bit crazy though and enable the encryption through easy save, which still doesn't prevent someone from cheating. Like, obviously there are ways to get through encryption as well, but it would make it a lot more difficult. Because, I don't know, we had a long-ass discussion about this before, but I, generally speaking, think that it's good if it's difficult to cheat. But for the people who really want to cheat, like, it's a single-player game, it's not the end of the world. But I feel like if it's, you know, if it's as easy as opening a text file and changing your value, that might incentivize people to cheat who maybe otherwise wouldn't. Whereas, like, if someone is willing to go through encryption to try and cheat in the game, that's fine. We'll see. I'm thinking about that at least. Maybe that's why it's hash values. I don't think it should be, because at this point it's not encrypted yet. Like, I haven't actually checked the encryption thing. Because at that point the entire thing becomes unreadable. So I don't know if the issue maybe is something where, like, if they, what would they use instead of the reference? Because they can't use, like, the natural thing that comes to mind first would be, like, use the name of the scriptable object. But then what happens if I change the name? No, that might break it instead, right? So maybe that's why they use those reference numbers instead. We'll see. I think I'm gonna try to make sure that we have as few as possible of those, because I want to be able to understand my own save system, basically. Oh shit, I was gonna say we could go to Hey Vintage, but it seems like he is just about to raid out as well. We could go to Cricket. I don't know, have I raided Cricket before? I'm actually not sure if I have. So let's do it, let's do it. As always, thank you all so much for hanging out today. I truly do appreciate having you guys here. Shout out to Arthur for the resub. We had Pons with the resub. We had Jin and Strom with some bits. As well as Mosta with the Prime subscription. Very much appreciated. All the new followers, the raiders, all of that good stuff. Appreciate all of you. I will be back on Wednesday as per usual. If you want to connect more with the community, don't forget to join the Discord. If you end up missing me too much, make sure to check out the new devlog on YouTube. And of course, if you've been enjoying the stream, click that little follow button. It's down here somewhere. Click that little thingy. But that will be it for me today, so we are gonna jump over to Cricket, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. So join us over to him, throw that chirpy raid in the chat. And yeah, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for hanging out. I really do appreciate having you here. And I'll see you next time. Cheers.